It's working. Okay, hello. Sorry about that. We had technical difficulties. Now we're back. Seems like XSplit's been messing with us. Maybe it's a higher power or something.
Could I ask Donald quickly then? There are teachings in the Bible and teachings that Paul says that Jesus, I don't know how he claims Jesus said them, but he does. Your philosophy, if I can call it that, seems to be fairly laissez-faire. Don't you find that butting up against teachings from the New Testament?
I think a lot of the way how I see life goes up against the entire Bible. But it's not, see, I don't look at the Bible as a literal book. I never have. So, there will always be conflict when people look at me as a Christian, as there's a lot of things I disagree with the Bible, such as slavery, incest, killing, period, in the name of God. Those signs that I see people, Christian fundamentalists, making the signs that say God hates fags, which I know to be different because in the Bible I've read, it says, love thy neighbor. Do not judge unless ye be judged. Those contradict those statements that I hear people saying. Yes, I do know it says in the Bible that if a man lays with another man, it's an abomination, but I disagree with that because though I would never be gay, who am I to tell them that they can't do what they want to do? As long as it doesn't impede on my life, I don't care what they do.
Could I go beyond that and say that?
Sure.
Because my understanding.
I hope I answered the question.
Oh, you did, certainly. Oh. Sorry. Is rather than say do what they want to do, is understanding that sexuality is not black and white. That we have a gradated scale based on our genetic makeup, which
Correct.
Means that there are people who are physically female, but in all other aspects are male. There are people who are physically male, but in all other aspects are female, and every gradation in between. Would you accept that?
I would agree with that absolutely now. But 4 years ago, I would be fighting you tooth and nail about it. But that's because I wasn't educated about it.
I'm only struggling to understand which bits of you that is left as a Christian, because if you say that the Bible, this bit is, I've read the Bible as many educated atheists have. I've read it many times, and I understand the Bible as allegory. I understand the history in there. I understand the myth, and I understand the philosophy. But I say, well, yeah, that's what it is. And it appears to me that 99% of it, including the New Testament, which is where Jesus talks, you are saying the same thing. So which bit of it holds you to believing in Jesus?
Okay, I would expand on something somebody said in the chat. Rizzola, Rizla. I'll be the first one to be very much happy to admit that I'm a cherry picker. And I'll explain why. Because of the fact that I try to be, even with all the bullshit I go through in my life, I try to be an optimist. So I would rather read and study on positive things than to dwell on the negative. Not dismissing the negative. Not saying that, oh no, that doesn't happen. I didn't see that in the Bible. No, I know it exists. That's what I question, and that's what I oppose. That's in the Bible.
Okay, I've met many people who haven't bothered reading the Bible and say, well, I believe. And when you question them, they have no idea what the Bible says. You're not that person. You're a person who understands the Bible and who's read it. Now, Jesus in the Bible came to eradicate our original sin, and is also in the few verses that Jesus actually speaks in the Bible. It's only going to be a couple of pages of A4. He consistently refers back to Genesis. He quotes Genesis and he quotes Moses. Have you not read, etc. Well, if Adam and Eve are a fable, a fiction, an allegory, then they're not real. therefore, what is it? What is this sin that Jesus is sacrificing himself for, in your mind?
If I answer that question, if I understand that question correctly, from my perspective, which is the only way I answer questions, I don't answer it for everybody else. I just answer it for myself. As someone who looks at sin on a man's law aspect, that correlates with the Bible, such as do not steal, do not lie, do not false witness, which means lies to your neighbor or what have you. Those kind of laws, the basic laws. I think that some of those laws can go into question because of the fact that, it is a sin to kill someone. I don't care if you're a Christian, an atheist, a humanist, a socialist, whatever. If you steal from somebody, you should be accountable for your actions. But
what if you're hungry? If you're hungry?
Yeah, let's just ask this question.
Okay,
is it always wrong in any situation to steal?
Okay, I can answer that question because I was homeless for 7 years. Okay, I've done things that I have been embarrassed to admit. I've stolen to eat. I've stolen to survive. But did I do it out of just sheer doing it just to do it? That's where the line is drawn for me.
So you mean doing it when you don't need to do it?
Right. If say like my house, let me give you an example. I own over 650 DVDs. If I went into Walmart and stole a DVD, that would be wrong.
So actually, theft is defined. Theft is defined as
absolutely
as what is it? Taking somebody else's possessions, but simplistically, but that isn't what you think is wrong. What you think is wrong is taking somebody else's possessions when you do not need them.
Correct.
When they're not a necessity, when they're just a want.
But that isn't one of the 10 Commandments, is it?
No, it's
not. Thou shalt
and
not steal unless you're a bit hungry.
Right, and that's where that's when I question certain rules in the Bible. Only because if you go by a literal sense, which I had this discussion with my son yesterday, matter of fact, that you cannot take the Bible at its literal form, because if you do, then we're not 2,000 years ago. We're in the present day. And with me being homeless for 7 years, I had to do things that I regret. Even stealing to survive, I still regret it. Okay? So
you wouldn't regret it if you're dead. So yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
But okay, Donald. But could not every single one of the 10, ignoring the egocentric ones about God, could not all the 10 Commandments be dismissed under that same context?
Reinterpreted, I think, is the best.
Not really. Not all of them. Some of them, yes. I would agree that some of them you could.
Okay, tell me which ones couldn't.
Couldn't. But keep in mind, it's how I was raised. You don't disrespect. You don't disrespect. You don't disrespect your parents. But in the Bible, it says, "Respect thy mother and thy father."
What if your parents are racist?
Don't care.
And they grew up.
In my opinion, and my view of it, there's no reason to disrespect your parents. So even if you disagree with them politically, socially, or culturally, you should never.
You would never. If your parents and you're very similar. You're not far off my age. If your parents came out with something that was completely racist, and you wouldn't ever say to them, that's not where we are. That's not where we are now.
No, not only can I continue my statement by making this statement. My father was raised in Georgia during the heavy racist days, when now being called the N-word. Just a second, I've got my dogs barking.
Well, let me just say this.
That's all right. Let someone else come in.
Oh, let someone else come in? Who wants to come in?
If anyone in the chat wants to come in, join.
Yeah, if anyone wants to come in, add Sir Strife and.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Or myself.
It was my son.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to monopolize this. I'm just having a good conversation.
Oh, no, and I'll be happy to answer that question. My father was raised in the 30s when calling a black person the N-word was accepted, regardless if we disagree with it now or even then, okay? My dad, when I asked him, he's a Democrat. My mother and father my father passed away in January. But my parents, I didn't know what my parents' political beliefs were, okay? Not only are they Democrat, but when I asked my dad, who is he voting for, and I'm sorry I'm saying this word because I despise this word, he said, oh, I guess I'm going to vote for the nigger. He didn't mean it in a derogatory meaning because he comes from the generation that...
He meant it as a description.
Right, a description, exactly.
He's just saying, oh, I'm voting for the black guy.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's what's called lazy. It's lazy racism, isn't it? It's
Right.
lazy racism.
Passive.
Now, I hate that word. And I'll tell you why. Because when I was 16 years old, I had to write a 25-page essay on the word because I said the word in a social environment that I was the only white guy.
Ooh, that's not good.
Now, was I meaning calling them that? No, we were playing win, lose, or draw, and the staff that drew the little black man figure asked me, what is another name for this? It was not calling them that. It was just a descriptive because that's what I grew up knowing as a descriptive.
So wait, you're playing hangman, and they pretty much hangman, and like, what can you call this thing?
Well, no, what she did was she drew a picture of a train and a stick figure of a white guy and a stick figure of a black guy, and what she was trying to say is Soul Train. And so...
Sorry, what? How's that so... What?
Black people and soul music.
But so you can you not imagine a context in which you would have turned around to your father or mother and said, no, you are wrong?
No, that's not
Well,
what
I think that's more
disrespecting your
important.
parents, in my definition of disrespecting your parents, has nothing to do with disagreeing with them.
Yeah,
That's
it
not
depends
the
what your
same.
definitions are. I would define respect in different ways to different people. I have a respect for every single human being or person, for having the virtue of being a person and grant them
Well,
certain...
well, there's some people.
I would give them the right to, for example, voice their opinions and concerns on an issue, no matter who they are.
Right.
I may not take them seriously, thinking
Matter
about
of fact-
Stephen Jesus Christ Superstar on ice fucking twat face, but I will let them speak on that issue.
You know, matter of fact, one of my major rule in my show when I do my broadcast on Vaughn and on Blog TV, the rule is do not you can disagree, but we still need to respect one another. Okay,
Yeah, I agree.
You can absolutely disagree and still respect the person.
My problem with that Bible verse, though, on about mother and father, I see no reason at all why this genetic factor, prescriptively in a moral sense, shouldn't be extended to all the people themselves.
Steve, DPR wants to say something. Go ahead.
Hi, Donald. I appreciate you being on the show, and I think we have spoken before.
Many times.
Yeah, I thought so. I appreciate your honesty as well, but I think that I don't know whether it's necessarily a semantic argument. I suspect not. You seem to be saying that regardless of what one of your parents may do, you must always respect them, but you may not agree with them. Let me throw in a couple of things and see whether you would still, or a child, not you, a child should still respect its parents. Okay? This child is growing up in a household where the father is an alcoholic. Mm-hmm. The father beats his mother on a daily basis. The father beats the child on a daily basis. The father doesn't really care for either the mother, the child that we're talking about, or either of any of the siblings that they may have. The father sexually abuses all of its children. The father kills the family pet in front of the family. Now, I know that they may sound extraordinary circumstances, but are you still saying that despite all of those things, that child should still respect its father?
You're speaking of extreme measures, so probably not.
Okay, hang on, Donald. Before, if I could build on Donald and DPR thing in a real situation which is with my father. My father was, if you ever seen Big Fish, my father was into hyperbole. He continually exaggerated everything. He was whatever anybody said. My father had a story which was bigger and better. And he bent 9-inch nails with his bare hands, and he'd done this and he'd done that. And I respected my father. I idolized my father. And so when I used to repeat what he told me at school, and I was ridiculed and I was bullied as a result of it. Now, I did respect my father until the age when I realized that he was completely full of bullshit. So, sorry, carry on, Donald.
Okay. In that regards, I mean, I can't talk except from my own experience. In your situation, if I was an outsider observing it, I would think, well, if you go to school and knowing that you're trusting your dad telling the truth, if I'm understanding this correctly, that's why you bragged about your dad at school and everybody bullied you over it. Was this an age of reason, or was this before you realized that, talking about your dad at school, getting bullied by the kids, you should stop?
Well, no, because if my father said something, it was, to use the phrase, it was gospel. Because why would I believe that my father would lie to me? And bear in mind that, certain times my father was correct. Certain times like when the teachers would say something at school. My father was very intelligent and very well educated. So my teachers would say something at school, which I would repeat at home. My father would say they're wrong and provide me with the evidence, which I would then go back at school. My father was a god. A father, I think, should be to every child. To the boy child who wants to emulate their father is their god. But there came a stage where I suddenly realized, no, he's been feeding me bullshit. Yes, there was a lot of truth in there, but the truth was surrounded with bullshit because my father, like humans do, hyperbolize things beyond the state where they were acceptable.
Right. Well, in your situation, I would say no. I mean, just like DPR's the extreme version. I mean, no. Of course, if you put those into question, yeah. But the way I was raised, and I never experienced any of that with my adopted parents. I don't respect my biological parents because they abused the shit out of me before I was 2.5 years old. So, I guess the way my parents treated me in the two incidences that you guys have given me, yeah, absolutely, I wouldn't respect them either.
Okay, so let's move on to the next commandment.
The reason that I was picking up at it, and that sounds a bit aggressive, and I don't mean it to be aggressive, I'm just curious. When Border was asking before about, what aspects of the Bible you hold to, that was one example that you gave, that you would respect your parents.
Right, from my own
I don't want to
personal
say,
experience.
well, we want to point there, but you've obviously accepted there are circumstances, rightly so, where it is not appropriate for a child to respect their parents. Yes?
Right.
Yeah.
And but from my own personal experience, which I thought I was being asked, I've never experienced that. So I don't see, especially how I raise my children. I raised my children to respect me and their mother because we don't abuse them. We don't abuse them. We don't treat them like dog shit. We don't tell them a bunch of crap lies. We tell them the truth every step of the way. We treat them with nothing but respect. And because of our society...
This is a commandment, Donald. This is a commandment that every child should respect their parents.
Yeah.
Not your parents, every parent. So would you agree that biblically, everybody should respect their parents.
Having just
If
said
they take-
yourself
having-
that you
yeah,
having
disrespect
just
your
said that
biological
you don't.
parents.
Wait, one
I
at a
don't
time.
see why we need to ask this. I think we should just ask again, are there any... In fact, I would go even as far to say, are there any absolute, you can never break this rule, laws in the Bible that are true, that you'd hope to? Because I can't think of any,
And
personally.
again, your guys, if I understand you guys correctly, you're asking this on the whole and not from me, correct?
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't-
because the
I don't
commandment
understand.
is...
One at a time,
everybody
one at a
on
time,
earth.
one at a time.
Yeah.
Let
I
DPR
think
go
we're looking
first.
for a moral
Steve,
rule.
let DPR go first.
And I'll be the first one to
I was
admit it.
just gonna
If you're
say,
asking
John,
me...
before you answer, let me make it abundantly clear. I'm not asking you to divulge anything about your own personal life. I'm not asking you to address the question as if it is directed at you. We're talking now, I think, about objective morality and whether there's anything objective that one can take from the Bible, whether you or any Christian, yeah?
Okay, I understand your question. Absolutely. Christianity is subjective at every stretch of it. It is very objective. You can pick and choose what you want. You know, I mean, and there are people that do. I mean, I admittedly say that I'm a cherry picker. And to question the Ten Commandments, absolutely. If you feel if your life's threatened and you need to fight or flight, absolutely. That's nature. See, that's why there's a lot of, but when it comes for me and my response to those questions, from my perspective, yes, there are some that you need to uphold.
Okay, bearing in mind,
Donald, is
One at a time,
that not only because of your unique circumstances? If you admit that they are not objective, then they are not 10 commandments. They are only because you've been fortunate or whatever in your life that you've been able to uphold those commandments, whereas they are not universal. If they're not universal, what are they doing in the Bible?
in fact, I don't think we need to go even that far. What you've basically said is that the Bible is subjective, i.e. what parts you believe in just depends on who you are. So the Bible is completely irrelevant here. Christianity is completely irrelevant. You're just pushing your opinion on a text. That's all you're doing here now.
Exactly, but see, that's why I need you guys to clarify if you're asking me or if it's on the whole, because if you ask on the whole, then it's supposed to be taken literally. I personally do not take the Bible literally, and I mentioned that in the very beginning of this conversation.
Okay,
Donald.
if you do not take it literally, then what are you taking from the Bible which proves the Bible to you, which is objective, which is effective for all 7 billion people on this planet?
Yeah.
I can't answer for the millions that are Christians. I can only speak of my own.
Okay, is there any objective knowledge in the Bible that we can find? I.e. that holds for everyone. In the same way that for everyone there is a sun in the sky, or moon, depending on where you are. One of the two in the sky, or clouds. This is a bad example. But we are
you asking me, is there a sun in the sky?
Okay, there is an Earth.
He's
That's true
asking,
for every single person, no matter who you are. In the Bible, is there any truths like that? Objective truths.
I know that I'm getting confused, I guess.
he's saying, like, what is
What
there, like...
objective truths are there in the Bible?
Objective truths.
He means, like, what is clear as day that the Bible says. Like, there's...
Donald, what he's asking you is what is it that you're following that only the Bible provides?
That's a good question. I can't answer it. I don't know the answer.
Also,
Then why don't you
not off cuff.
Also, DPR, there's a question for you. You want me to ask you it?
But there's a question for me.
Yes.
Oh yeah, please, hit me.
Well, actually, it's from a different place, but still. They're asking, why are you anti-religious? And ask him why he thinks he's going against the grain is right, because people are by their nature religious.
To answer the second point first, I think that there is strong evidence to support the idea that we are inherently religious by nature. But that doesn't mean that religion is correct, nor, of course, by examining human cultures does it mean that religions are universal insofar as they understand the same morals or believe in the same gods. Why I have a problem with religion is mainly because I see that it distorts people's thinkings in a negative way. The majority of hatred and bigotry and discrimination see in the world today comes from religious basis.
But it doesn't always mean that they're religious, though, DPR. I know thousands of people that are not religious.
I haven't finished.
Okay, I apologize.
If you let me finish, please do come back to me. I haven't finished. I don't see that religion, for example, in the United Kingdom is a serious issue, but I certainly consider it to be a serious issue in America, where I see the deprivation of rights of equality in relation to homosexuality and gay marriage, for example, where I see religion seeking to influence the education system and try and convince people that creationism should be taught in the classroom, where I see people who are and have lost their jobs as a result of saying no more than I do not believe in a god or gods. That sort of issue is a problem, and I think it's a problem not only in a personal level, which I've witnessed it, but also on a much more serious level. America is declining in its power, and it's declining maybe not necessarily in its military power, but its economic power, and also its intellectual basis. And if America is going to go back to the dark ages of teaching creationism in classroom, I think that's a serious problem as well. So there are a whole series of levels on which I think religion is an issue. And I haven't even started on Islam, which is probably the most disgusting religion when it comes to the discrimination against women and against women's education. Now, yes, of course, to a degree, I have to use a broad brush when I criticize religion, and not all Muslims discriminate in the way that I've mentioned, but a lot do. And you have this problem in America as well. So does that help? Is that a good starting point to work from?
Yes, and also, as a side note, the same person wants to ask, which is, I guess, similar to that, are you against fundamentalism and a literal interpretation, or the entire religion itself?
Could I jump in for a second?
The question addressed to me, and I'll answer it. Certainly, if you were talking about fundamentalism, of course, that goes without saying, because it is the fundamentalists that manage to convince themselves that there is an afterlife, and they can therefore go around killing people and committing suicide and killing people at the same time, and this is going to fast-track them into an afterlife where everything will be blissful, and whatever other treats that are offered to them they think are actually real. Of course, and I don't think that you can get that sort of indoctrination into someone without some sort of religious background or religious basis. Sorry, not background, religious basis. So yes, of course, fundamentalism is the most serious issue.
Oh.
Do I think that people, for example, I will be as quick as I can if I may, but let me answer the question. Do I think that people like Donald, who seem to be particularly benign in their beliefs and particularly humble and a generally decent person, do I think that they're a danger? No, not at all. So I think you can distinguish between the levels of religion, definitely. Sorry, there was one other part of the question which I haven't answered and I forget, but I'm sure I'll be reminded.
It was, are you against the interpretation, or are you against the religion itself, pretty much?
Well, the interpretation, this is the interesting thing, isn't it? What we've just been shown is that the benign interpret their good book in a very, very benign, harmless way. The fundamentalists will interpret it in a different way. So, of course, interpretation is part of whether you are a fundamentalist or whether you are more benign. Does that help?
Yes, and do you want me to tell you who and where I got the question from?
Sure.
person from Shock of God's room named Atheist Nightmare.
It wouldn't
Can I
matter where the
jump in?
person came from. The answer is still the same.
I know, but people in the audience were asking, who is this guy? And yeah.
Now, if I may,
Could I jump in here?
Go
And
board.
to ask Donald a question which he can then expand on, and that is that and Donald to me seems like a very reasonable person, and a person I would, I'd love to spend a couple of hours down the pub chatting with. But there's the criminal but. Donald describes himself as a Christian. Well, so does Ray Comfort. And so does but the point is, so does William Lane Craig, and so does any right-wing nut who appears on Fox News and says that we are a Christian nation. And the point is that when they say we are a Christian nation, they are counting Donald's vote. How does Donald, and what does Donald do to separate himself from these people on a practical basis?
Because here's the thing, it's not a meaningful word saying, this is the problem, same with theist and atheist in a sense. Saying I'm a Christian, well, it doesn't help us very much. You can get the liberal Christian like Donald, and then you get the philosophical elitist type of Christian like William Lane Craig, then you get the far right science creationist retard people like Ray Comfort, and you get the absolutely fucked in the head type like Lord Stephen Christ. And all that saying this is a Christian nation means, it doesn't mean we all, the majority of us, believe in Christianity. It means you should believe what I believe, because what I believe is Christianity. That's all it's saying. It's adding a buzzword to make yourself sound better. And it is a disgraceful system as such a thing exists.
Okay, if I may, one point I'd like to express to DPR Jones before I dwell into what Board Debates said. Not all Christians, or not all opposing parties against, say, race or sexuality or any form of bigotry is always Christianity. There are non-Christians that have distaste or bigotry against those said viewpoints. I do agree.
I accept that point, and let me just give you that concession. I totally agree with that. Although I'd say that, homophobia now seems to be the preserve of only far-right political movements or the religious.
Right, and I would agree. I would also agree that the larger scale of fundamentalists that are out there populating the world that just makes me want to throw up every time I see them, like Westboro Baptist Church, like all these other fundamental churches, that the mega churches, like that one that when I watched Richard Dawkins, that one guy I can't think of his name right now, the preacher that's really out there right now.
Are you talking about the guy who sells that holy water?
Craig? No, Craig.
William Lane Craig.
Yes, him. Ken Hovind and his little retarded son. Eric. All these things, that's where and that one Australian guy, Randy, the other guy, the guy you just mentioned first, Randy. Not Randy. The Australian guy that did the interview with
Ken Ham.
No.
Ken Ham was the guy who was with
Ray Comfort.
Ray Comfort. Thank you.
I thought Ray Comfort's New Zealand.
Well, New Zealand or Australia, and I apologize for mixing them up because I know that's an insult if I call him New Zealand and Australian and vice versa. I didn't mean that. It's just his accent. But yeah, Ray Comfort. These guys, I literally want to punch my screen when I see them. Okay, because they're the reason why there's such a distaste, and mega churches too. I mean, it's not just them; it's all the mega churches that are out there. They're out to get the dollar bill and screw everybody in the process. I mean, when I was growing up, it was Oral Roberts and Jimmy Swaggart and Jim Baker and Tammy Baker. You know, every generation has their fundies. You know,
They're
and
all
the current
Christian,
fundies.
Donald.
Huh? Oh no, I know that.
They're all
I know that,
Christian.
and but they're also fundamentals that are wanting the money, which is the root of all evil. Basically, people die over money. They give their money to a cause that they truly believe in, but those people. That's why I don't donate to certain charities, because I know in my mind that they're pocketing it. Like when I was homeless for 7 years, I saw them raise millions of dollars for the homeless through that comic relief, and I know for a fact that I didn't see one fucking change in the 7 years I was homeless. Okay.
What are you doing to fight? What are you doing to fight against these people?
I personally, me personally, I tell people not to watch them, not to listen to the crap that comes out of their mouth.
I would actually say...
Do you create YouTube videos? Do you encourage other Christians of your ilk to create YouTube videos to fight against these people?
Well, not against those individuals, but the mindset that all Christians are the same. I did do a video. It was for the against the all babies are atheists YouTube video.
You mean by
where he talks about how he did the video about how moderate Christians are all the same. I finally that was the straw that broke the camel's back, because I have the mentality that get to know the individual, not their belief. And when you blame you say that word, all Christians or all moderates or all atheists or all humanists, they're one way, when the individual is the way you need to look at them. And that's
but you
the problem
understand that when Fox News says we are a Christian nation, as
I
bollocks
hate
as that
the news
is,
media.
But do you understand they're counting your vote when they say that?
No, they don't. No, they don't, and I stand up every single. That's why I don't vote, for that simple fact that I'm not going to be brought into the fold that because the homosexual marriage didn't pass because all Christians stopped it. You know, I didn't.
I do not see. All I say, Don, is that I do not see the videos on YouTube. Gone TBR. Sorry.
Sorry, I think you're missing the point slightly, Donald, if I may. It's not a matter of how you vote. If you were asked in a survey or in a poll whether you're a Christian or not, you would say you're a Christian. And what Board Debates is saying is by saying that you are a Christian, you are giving tacit support to the people that he's just been talking about.
Absolutely.
And I'll answer that question now that I understand what you're saying. When it comes to signing up for anything or doing surveys, they don't have alternatives other than Christian. They don't have modern Christian. They don't have different types of Christianity. They only say Christianity, so I have no choice.
So that's your fault, Donald.
Well, look,
that's your fault.
Look, though, it's not my fault.
Hang on, just a second. It is your fault because you are identifying as a Christian, and therefore, by identifying as a Christian, the Pope is a Christian, and so you're identifying yourself with the Pope. You need to identify yourself as something else to separate yourself from the fundamentalists.
Broad debate.
No, I appreciate you. You know I'm not attacking you, Donald, because you know I appreciate
I know that. But you asked me
what I'm saying is you need to be more vocal in that. You need to be saying that when these twats on Fox News say tide goes in, tide comes out, you can't explain it. You need to say I am not associated with this idiot, and the only way you can do that is by giving yourself a totally definite epithet, which doesn't just say if you're a Christian. Yes, I'm fine with that, but you must say I'm a Christian dash whatever to separate yourself from the idiots.
To respond to your comments, that's why I do shows like this when I get the chance. Anytime I get a chance, I've done it on the Magic Sandwich, I think, but I have done it on now your show. I did it on the Trolling with Logic. Anytime I get a chance on my own show, you know, I mean, I will be the first one to admit it that 5 years ago, we would not be having this discussion. Okay, because there's one thing I cannot stand being called: willfully ignorant. I've educated myself on things that I refused to understand. I mean, I still don't understand the scientific jargon when it comes to evolution, but I understand what I do understand, and I accept it. That's why I'm no longer a creationist. You know, and whenever I get a chance to express myself like this forum, and I do appreciate you guys allowing me to be on your show as long as I have been, the thing is the problem is there's not enough being voiced out there, because you get shut up or you get quieted. Like you brought up Fox. I hate Fox. I can't stand Fox because, and anybody that knows me, and nobody in here except for DPR Jones and now you guys, but no, I don't see anybody else in the show that knows me other than on the Skeptic Fence, and that's another show I've been to. That knows me knows that I'm anti-theocratic. I cannot stand religion being in politics, because who are you to tell others that they cannot do what they need to do in life or be who they want to be? Okay? I've never, even when I was a creationist, I've always felt that people should have the right to be happy. But I didn't understand the whole mechanics about homosexuality until recently, in the last 3 years. I now understand it. And that's why I don't even vote on it, because I don't want my vote, not that it'll matter, because it's going to happen anyway. 11 states out of the country is already acknowledging homosexual marriage, and that's fine with me. I've got a niece that's gay. I have a niece and a nephew that are gay. I have what I call my favorite lesbians, because they've got Superman tattooed on their chest. They're like daughters to me. Okay, so when it comes to voicing how am I going to change people knowing what I am, is I tell them. I let them get to know me. I let them in, like on my show. I let people know who I am. All they have to do is ask, and I answer the question.
Could I jump in there for 1 sec? I mean, it sounds like you guys are operating from the assumption that it's to be assumed that, like, say, one group, that, say, Christians are a homogeneous group, and that it falls on Donald's responsibility to stand out and differentiate himself. I mean, I would just say, I think that assumption is what needs to be called into question, that groups like atheists, Christians, are homogeneous to begin with. And so, just like Donald said, you know, if you want to talk about what a Christian believes, ask the Christian. Don't just have these assumptions. I mean, that's the folly in my mind.
Oh, no, that's fine, except that when it comes to Fox News or any of the extremists, like the Ray Comforts or the William Lane Craigs or the Eric Hovins, they will trump out the Christian numbers. And so when a census takes place and Donald ticks the Christian box on the census, they will add that to their armory. That's the point.
Be that as it may, but all that really tells you to the person who's somebody who can discern what that fact actually means. All that means is that a certain percentage of people self-identify as Christian. That doesn't tell you anything about their political beliefs or what specific doctrines they may or may not accept.
But you have to understand, all of us on this call here, and probably all the people listening in, have an IQ which is beyond and well beyond the average IQ, which means that 50% of the population will not look into the figures, you know, the detail behind the statistics. They will see the statistics and take them, because they're not interested in learning, they're interested in being told. And if they're told that a certain percentage of the population is Christian, that will just confirm whatever their bias is, be they atheist or Christian.
Real quick, before I say something else, after I say this, DPR wanted to chime in on something. But when it comes to surveys, I don't fill them out anymore because of the fact they don't have alternate choices. So when it comes to doing my part, I don't even do the surveys when all they have is one response for a school of thought. Now, if they have an alternative name on there, they've got plenty of other alternatives in hyphenated society. You know, we just, there's nothing for Christians. You're either a Christian or you're not a Christian, period. But DPR wanted to say something real quick.
And also, can someone please, I think it's Troll, something saying that it's evolution's philosophy? I don't know, something. Go ahead, DPR.
I'm more than happy to come on to the next question if someone's asking it in the chat.
I mean, I don't know.
I just want to echo the sentiments expressed by both Portavit and also Donald. I think it would be much easier for me as a critic of certain aspects of religion if Christianity was broken down into people, decent, honourable people like Donald, and hideous people such as Benny Hinn, Peter Popoff, Sylvia Brown,
I love how
Shock
you
of
have the
God,
list.
Venomfang X, Necklin Free, who else have we got to think of?
Ken Hovind.
Kent Hovind,
Ken Ham.
Eric Hovind, William Lane Craig,
Ken Ham.
PCS, Venomfang X. Yeah, it would be lovely, but obviously in the same way that you face that problem, Donald, when you go to a consensus or a vote or whatever, and you don't have the option of saying sort of like benign liberal Christian as opposed to Christian, as opposed to ridiculous fundamental Christian. You don't have that option. You've just got to tick the Christianity box, and having the integrity that I suspect you have, you will say that you're a Christian. It'd be much easier for me if it was broken down in that way, because I suspect that you would speak vocally against the list of people that I've just named, particularly the charlatans, the absolute charlatans, such as him, Popoff, and Brown. You'd have no problem. Even though they say that they are doing their work in the name of God, and trust me, they do, and I checked only last night for reasons to become apparent tomorrow. Sylvia Brown is still saying that she is doing God's work. She's charging $850 every 30 minutes to do God's work, but hey, God's work obviously comes at a price. Now, these people are charlatans, and these are the people that I want to expose. I also want to expose the Hovins and the Hams and the Comforts, because they are spreading disinformation about evolution and about science in general, and they are trying to get that into the classrooms. That is wrong, and they should be opposed. Also, I speak out against the likes of William Lane Craig and others of his ilk, who seem to think that philosophy is a way of arguing into existence their God, which is a nonsense. Now, so you've got three, in my own view, you've got three different Christian groups there, but they unfortunately are still tarred by the broad brush of being Christians. So yes, I'm with you, Dom. I would love there to be a distinction between them, so that, as Fitz would say, that America and Fox News cannot say America is a Christian nation, nor is it ever. I mean, Fox News, as you well know, is a source of utter misinformation.
Okay, if I may, DPR?
Go ahead,
Please
Donald.
interrupt me. I've been ranting.
I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I just wanted to let you know that actually I want everybody to know that, and not to go too far into it, but I've had 6 strokes now, and so my memory is pretty much Swiss cheese. So if I remember something, I need to recant, because I did do a survey recently, and where it said your school of thought or your belief structure or whatever, I did go into other and put I forget exactly the wording I put, but I know I didn't put just Christian. I put in there a thinking Christian, I think, if I remember correctly, only because I know that a lot of people, they think that because you're a Christian, you don't give yourself a chance to question things or think about what's wrong with this picture. But I'm one of those type of people that do. So I think in that survey, I do remember putting something other than Christian, but not atheist, because I still believe in God. Not to make the question go anywhere else.
Yeah, but look, and a lot of people who will normally call themselves Christian will fill out non-religious because they're non-denominational. They're not a religion. They're just like a Christ follower. What we probably would properly call liberal Christian or something.
Right.
So I mean,
I've never marked that though. So
how much? Carry on, Donald.
Well, what I was going to say is that on the survey I did, it was a census board. If I remember correctly, it was two of them. One was for population, and the other was for political census. And when it came to the political census, I put anti-theocratic Christian.
Okay.
So
do you have a YouTube channel, Donald?
I do, but I haven't done a video in quite some time, so that's why I promote it.
Would you?
It's the same name.
If you were active on YouTube, as a percentage, how much would you, put against combating the people who are profiting off belief?
See, I'll tell you what,
compared to against atheism, as a percentage.
I get what you're asking, and I think that one of the main reasons why I don't voice like I do on Vaughn here or when I was on Blog TV and on Justin TV, because a lot of people, they dismiss me because I don't have academia to back me up. I just have my own experiences in life, and people just want to dismiss that every time we bring something up. So, it's hard for me to... I have a learning disorder, and it's hard for me to comprehend things. So when I remember things, that's when like that moderate Christian video I did. That's I need to take off some of my videos that I did a long time ago about the video I did of homosexuality being a choice. The thing is that my view isn't the same anymore. So I thought about it now that I'm not working because I'm been down because of the strokes. I have a lot to say, but see, a lot of people, they just dismiss it and they tell me I'm full of crap. Well, you know what? Just because I don't have academia does not dismiss my knowledge.
Okay, hey, Donald.
Can I just say, Donald,
go ahead.
that if you, you come across to me as a very straight talking guy, and I would, except the fact YouTube is a cauldron of trolls and abuse, and if you put out videos with your views, you are going to get trolled on it. But I would, you have a voice as well. You have a voice which is pleasant, and I would encourage you to put out YouTube videos, the voice of reason, and put whatever you think on. Forget your academia. I'm sure if people comment on your videos on specific points, then you'll be driven to read them up. You've already said you've educated yourself on certain areas, so you'll be driven to read up. I would strongly encourage you, as a voice of reason. You believe in Jesus and you believe in what you believe in, and you know that I do not. But I have to say that of all the people that I have spoken to throughout my life as an active atheist, you are one of the most reasonable people I have spoken to, and the most pleasant person to talk to. I would very much recommend just start off with 3-minute videos, just saying what you feel, and I will subscribe to you, and I'll encourage people to subscribe to you because I want to hear more of what you think.
Well, I'll take that under advisement. Thank you very much for the compliment. I've recently thought about doing it, but see, I've got an active house, so I don't want my kids getting into the come breaking in when I'm doing it. So I'll have to do it during their school day. But yeah, I definitely will. Thank you for the advisement, and if you guys
Donald,
subscribe to me, that'd be great.
Donald, would you like to be on tomorrow's? Okay, this might be a little early, but would you be okay possibly coming on tomorrow's show?
Sure.
It's on.
Just,
it's on 7.
What time?
7 Eastern.
So that would be 4 o'clock my time. Okay. Yeah. You'll have to call me because of the memory loss.
You'll be on Skype though, so yeah. I can do that.
No, I know that. You'd have to call me though.
Also, Donald, you're being called that you're in the lion's den. Someone in the chat said that.
Who said that?
The guest. It's like, I feel bad for Donald. He's getting him to the lion's den by himself.
You know, and that's the thing. I've met numerous atheists that after talking to me, there was a lot of dialogue, and you know, I value my atheist friends only because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have educated myself. So but that still doesn't take me away from, you know, believing in God. Everybody thinks that, well, if you go in the lion's den, you'll turn out to be an atheist. No, I can still believe with what I believe and still have an opinion. So,
whatever you do, don't say nice things about me, otherwise I'll lose my reputation as a militant atheist. And I obviously guard that reputation.
DPR, you're a gentleman and a scholar. I just won't tell nobody.
Yeah, keep that to yourself.
DPR, you missed the intro of the show.
I missed that, but I noticed that someone is, one of the guests is chatting in that the one comment I saw first was evolution has got nothing to do with real science. And the second one, which I think is just disappearing as it's all here, if I've got a problem, don't talk to something I know. Seems to have gone now. But I was just going to see if we can invite the guest who made that comment about evolution to join us on the show.
Well, yeah, that's what I was trying to say, because he's like, oh, you think he's in the lion's den, then, well, come join him. So then we have, well, technically less, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a question, Donald. How do you feel this evening's conversation's gone for you?
Absolutely better than I expected. You know, I mean, sometimes when I go into atheistic channels, you know, or channels that have atheists in it, you know, I'm standoffish. You know, I'll be the first one to admit it, DPR. I haven't gone on to the Magic Sandwich Show because in many times I've watched a Christian come in there, they get attacked. They're not really, they're not looked at other than as a Christian. But in here and our discussions we've had in the past, you know, I'm able to express myself. Yeah, sometimes I may step on my words, but the truth is that that's my own problem. That's my own fault. But I try my best to think my words out first before I say it, because I'm atrocious about that. I'll just blur it out and not think about it. That's what happened 4 years ago. So, you know, I'll be the first one to admit it. I talk on myself all the time. You know, so I think this conversation has gone very good, and I will definitely be coming back tomorrow.
Guest 1106. Caesar and Napoleon are also fictional characters like Jesus, right?
I would just add to what Donald said, which is, Donald, you know, I'm not in a love fest with you, but I think you have a very good way of presenting yourself, and I think you're very reasoned, and that is why I would encourage you to make further YouTube videos. I mean, DPR, what do you think? Tell me.
I think that obviously there are going to be still issues between Donald and myself in relation to beliefs and why we believe and evidence and such issues, but I think that, as I say, so far as the pernicious and aggressive religion is concerned, Donald is benign, and I think that sort of attitude, and I don't mean that in an insulting way, by the way, Donald, that sort of attitude should be encouraged, so we can make that distinction between those such as yourself, decent, honourable, open people, who, whilst there may be some disagreement about theological views, they're almost immaterial. and the distinction between you and the fundamentalist religious people, the disgraceful religious people, the dishonest religious people. I wish there was a way in which we could make that distinction, and I totally support Paul's idea that you should be a shining example of decent, honourable, a decent, honourable person who has religious beliefs. And yeah, do post videos, but unfortunately, I suspect, even though I'm more than happy to support you and Bored to Bits as well, and I'm sure everyone watching and those in this call will support you. The difficulty will be that the average doesn't really get the attention. It's only the extremes that get the attention. But don't give it up as an idea just because of that. You'll certainly get my support. I'd love to hear more people like you say, look, I'm a Christian, but I do not support other Christians' views when it comes to the bigotry, the discrimination, the fundamentalism, the exploitation, the hatred that they utilize towards. I'm going to, as a Christian, I'm going to stand out against you other Christians. It saves me a job, and it comes more powerfully from someone like yourself than it will do from me, who apparently is a militant atheist. But hey, don't tell folk I'm a nice person, whatever you do.
I won't. You're a fuckhead. I won't let anybody know.
Thank you.
Also, we have another guest coming in. He's from Canada, and his name is Sheen or Sean or
Sean.
Not Venom Fang.
I thought we were going to get. I thought we were going to get another Christian involved.
Well, the problem is this guest is not going to talk. He's not going to come on. He doesn't want to come on.
He's not going to talk. Okay.
I mean, he's talking still, but he's not. Okay, he stopped talking actually. But hi, Sean.
I'll be right back, everybody. Nature calls. Can't ignore that knocking.
Sean, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How is my sound? Real quick sound check here.
Do you have the show on still?
To me.
I got to mute the show.
Yeah, because there's a delay. Okay, someone's asking, does DPR have a term for what he advocates, like his position of being an atheist?
I apologize for that. That's a serious noob move.
Okay, well, it's okay. DPR, do you see the question?
I didn't, but you asking whether I have a label for myself? No, well, I don't, because I tend to avoid labels, because labels, whilst generalities are necessary for any sort of conversation, I avoid labels because by putting a label on yourself, people are open to misunderstanding what that label may mean. If someone wants to ask me what my view is, they are more than able to do so, and I will have no hesitation whatsoever in answering that question. But for example, if you want to say that I'm an agnostic atheist or an atheist agnostic, or I'm a philosophical realism, or all this sort of bullshit, I'm not interested. Just ask me what I think, I will tell you.
Okay, and Sean, what did you want to add to the topic?
Okay,
is it Sheen or Sean?
It's Sean. I think some of the few people here that might recognize me would know me as Hogtie Champ, but half those people call me Sean anyway. I noticed we had a couple of, there's an idea that I've been kicking around that we've touched on it a couple of times, and one of them is sort of why are we so accepting of some Christians, and yet, if you listen to the Christians, they'll say, oh, we attack Christians as non-believers. And also the question that the Atheist Nightmare had been asking of DPR Jones is sort of, well, why do you attack Christianity? I think there's a kind of an unstated goal of atheists that we're not really clear enough on. And the Christians really kind of capitalize on this. You hear as part of their strategy for sort of pushing atheism aside is they kind of demonize non-believers, and they do it in their language. They say things like, they refer to, the new atheists and neo-atheism. And of course, one of DPR Jones' personal favorites, the militant atheists. And, it's all meant to sort of drive a wedge between the atheists, or sort of the indifferent atheists, well, I don't believe, but you believe, and that's okay, versus the militant, I'm going to attack, that's sort of an atheist, and all the Dawkins, he's, what's the word they use for Dawkins?
Mad dog.
The mad dog, yeah. Hitchens could get a little bit vicious. I think Hitchens is one of the few guys accurately described as anti-theistic, where he actually had said that if somebody could prove to him that God was true, and Matt Dillahunty had backed him up on this recently, had said that if somebody could prove that God exists, well, that would throw atheism out the window, but he would still be anti-theistic because the God as described is kind of appalling.
My question is with the term, honestly. Like, the term anti-theist, when I think of theist, the word deism is in that realm of theism, isn't it? So, are you religious, or are you anti-theist, or are you anti-theist, which means you're anti-deist? Because I don't see how you could be anti-deist.
No, anti-theist is very different. It's basically saying what Hitchens was saying and what Dillahunty is saying is that if you proposed the God of the Old Testament, he is such a hateful, despicable God that you would not accept him anyway. You'd accept anything rather than him. So you could, if you stripped away atheism by proving God existed, you would still not accept the God of the Old Testament as anything admirable. I think, am I right?
Yeah, and well, that's a difficult issue to raise too, because once you start saying, well, once you have a bunch of atheists who are remarking in context that, well, this God of the Bible is a pretty awful, character, and of course by that we mean fictional character, there will always be those dishonest Christians that will take that observation out and say, well, look at these awful things that Hitchens said about, the very famous quote from the early part of Dawkins' book, The God Delusion. Remember that very, very long quote about how God is deceitful and malicious and capricious and all that stuff, and the Christians love to trot that out as like, look at all these hateful things. Dawkins clearly hates God. But they leave out the part where Dawkins very clearly refers to God as a fictional character. So yeah, I think that's a fair characterization that atheists are saying, even if this God were true, like if somebody were to propose to you, hey, do you think this is a good idea if we had a God that was like this? And I think a lot of us in that vein would say, well, it'd be nice to have a God. That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? But the particular God you're describing, no thank you.
I honestly don't see how it would, like, I would not want to have a drink with this guy. I know that. Jesus, maybe, except maybe him claiming to be God would be a little annoying eventually. Like, imagine if you had him as a friend,
Let me
I imagine that scenario, actually.
You have?
Man, you're having a drink with God, and you accidentally knock his drink over.
He's like, I'll kill you!
That's it. Bang!
Can I interject something here?
Go ahead.
Let's take Abraham.
If I may just quickly make a serious point before you come back, Board. I agree to an extent, Sean, but I think that what you're highlighting is the fact that this sort of identification and labeling of people is not helpful. That's what I actually understood from what you were saying. You can call me whatever you like. It doesn't actually change what I think, and rather than just putting a label on people, it's much better to actually find out what they're thinking. But yeah, you're right to a degree. In some ways, some people in the atheist community probably haven't done it a service, some would say, by being strident and being militant. But what is the best way of approaching people? And this actually goes back to a question that I had in mind for Donald some time ago. When he was a Christian, which apparently he was, he presumably was listening to this sort of message. And my view is this, that getting a message across is there isn't going to be one thing that is going to do it. It's to a Christian. It's likely, or a theist, I should say, not a Christian. It's likely to be a sort of blunderbuss approach. Some arguments will hit home, others won't. But not one single argument is going to convince someone. It's going to take time. It's probably going to be a combination of all of them to actually convince someone out of their position. And I'm just curious whether Donald has an observation on that.
I'm sorry, DPR, I didn't understand. Can you shorten it?
You talked about being a devout Christian and softening your views and getting rid of a lot of them. For example, you talked specifically about your views about homosexuality, which when you believed in the literal interpretation of the Bible, you thought homosexuality was totally wrong. You then said that you were educated and have now given up that sort of like homophobic discrimination. I presume also you've given up a lot of other religious views. What was it? Was it any single argument, or was it a combination of arguments that persuaded you to the position?
It wasn't more the argument. It was more the present day view of it. If that makes any sense of what I'm saying. Like for an example, in the Old Testament they talk about incest. Well, I find that extremely appalling. Slavery. I've always felt that slavery should have never happened. Just in present day and current, in the last 200 years, in retrospect to slavery. Women's rights, the way that we look at our everyday life doesn't really match up with a lot of the Bible. I mean, you can't really believe in a lot of stuff, but to believe in a God just to have something to look forward to is totally different. So I think to answer your question, it's not really the argument, it's more of the observation in everyday life. And not from a scientific perspective either.
Can I
okay,
please,
Donald,
wait,
let me just jump in. Can I jump in? Just for a second, Donald. You have your Bible sat in front of you. Okay?
No, I don't.
No, I'm just saying, hypothetically, you have your Bible sat in front of you.
Uh-huh.
Now, ignoring history, because we have history from elsewhere, so you tear out all the pages which are purely history, and you then tear out all the pages which you think are allegory or mythology or analogy or fable. What are you actually left with in your Bible? How many pages are you left with in your Bible?
None.
So what is it that you're following?
The belief that more so the belief of having, I know this sounds silly, regardless, I want to have something to believe in that gives me peace, because mankind sure the hell don't do it.
No, I understand that, but is wanting to believe in something a reason for believing in something?
Yeah, but I think what he's saying is what he believes are like, you take it to be kind of like, that it teaches you like a moral, not a historical truth per se, but like, just like, The Boy Who Cried Wolf isn't a real accurate story. It does have a truth in it, It has a,
it does, but if we want to talk about morals or philosophy,
well,
all of that can be found outside the Bible. I mean, if you read, forget Disney, if you read Winnie the Pooh and Wind in the Willows, they will give you a lot of moral and philosophical background. They'll give you much to think about. And you've just said, Donald, that you'd end up with no pages in the Bible. So bearing in mind that religion is only based, your religion, Christianity, is only based on the Bible, what is it that you're believing in?
In the moment right now, I can't answer that question.
Okay, well, I apologize.
I'm not trying to put... I'm not
shifted the conversation. Well, no, only fair. I kind of shifted the conversation off unintentionally. Sean was sort of like talking about labeling, I think, and let's go back to that for a while, because.
I'm sorry if that was an opportunity for me to. Yeah, I was actually in addressing the issue of labeling. I was more speaking and quite critically of the way that Christians will label non-believers as a way to kind of drive a wedge in there. I think we've all seen that problem and kind of identified it and kind of wonder, well, how do you really address that? Like when somebody tells you, oh, you're militant and you're strident, well, what do you do about it? You certainly have to recognize that's for strategy.
God exists.
Yeah. That's very frustrating. Well, when you have one of those types who just tell you that and you're denying it, the whole presuppositional stuff, that it's you're going nowhere. So, but I think it raises the issue about, like, sometimes we have these discussions about how to get our message across, and I wonder, do we know what our message is? It's a very...
And we shouldn't. I'm sorry, this is something, it just irritates me.
Wait till I say it, then be
the
irritated.
only thing that combines us all, if we can be combined at all, is a lack of belief in God or gods. And this is why I have a huge problem with atheism plus, because it seeks to add so many elements above that I do not necessarily agree with. And I say do not necessarily because they have yet to be defined. Atheism plus is this movement that apparently is adopting atheism, or starts from atheism, and then adopts a load of issues, or a position on a load of issues, without really specifying what they are, except in the most vague and general terms, and they expect support. Well, how can I know whether I support them when they include apparent, weird support for positions that I certainly would not hold? And this is a problem of trying to put atheism under a smaller umbrella, if you like.
Well,
I'm trying to be kind.
I certainly hope I didn't come across as
Atheism
somebody
plus.
here to push atheism plus, because I think they have some neat ideas and they can be discussed sort of in their own context. And them kind of hitching their wagon to the atheist tractor was a little bizarre and not at all helpful. But in any case, no, that's not at all where I was going with it. And I would certainly agree with you that atheism is a pretty straightforward concept, and probably best summed up as no, thank you. We don't really have sort of a launch point or sort of like, well, we're going to go out on this crusade, if I can borrow that word, to change the world and make them not believe in God, because that is, as you say, DPR, that is the one unifying thing about the correct application of the label atheist, is that, well, we just don't accept that belief. But what this notion of atheist pushing atheism and this notion of atheist evangelism, I think it misrepresents what is actually holding together those people, and myself included, who go out and say, well, look, you need to think about what you're doing. Because there are many people who just say, oh, I don't believe in God. So what is the thing that we're actually evangelizing? And I think Matt Delahunty would agree with me, it's skepticism. It's that what Thunderfoot used to refer to it as Pearl, that physical evidence and reasoned logic. In the field I'm in, we often discuss evidence-based policy and practice. So I think the thing we're evangelizing is reasonable thinking. And if I can just sort of put a little too fine a point on it, notice how Bod de Bits is here encouraging Donald to speak out, right? I mean, are we here evangelizing atheism? No, we're telling a Christian, hey, we like how you think. Go ahead and make some videos. But listen to how Bod de Bits packaged that in that encouragement. I'll just give you two quick quotes. He referred to Donald as one of the most reasonable people he's been speaking with. And he said, you have a very reasoned presentation. The thing that binds us, and I don't mean all atheists, because there's a lot of shoulder-shrugging atheists, the thing that binds the so-called atheist evangelists or the strident atheists or whatever is the encouragement towards reasoned, rational thinking and skepticism. And we're not out here pushing this non-notion of there not being a God.
No, having been quoted twice there. No, I would agree. I do not think. I have no problem. Bearing in mind, I dated a pagan for a couple of years, and we had very many deep conversations because she was I don't know what you call it, an animist or whatever. Praised the trees and the winds and such like. And when you say strident atheism, I mean, my videos, I hope, speak for themselves in that I attack Christianity or the Christian fundamentalists, the nutters, the comforts, the jubies, hams, whatsoever, on their evidence, because they bring up the absurd evidence of the young earth, etc. And so really what I am, in my YouTube persona, which is purely atheistic, I'm not saying to anybody, don't believe in God, because I do not care what anybody believes in. I really don't care what anyone believes in, as long as it does not impact on somebody else's personal freedom. All I'm attacking is the evidence that they produce to defend their absurd belief, and I will dismantle that, and I do dismantle it on a daily, weekly basis.
I think maybe
so with Donald. So all I was going to say quickly is with Donald, I would love to discuss more with Donald, because Donald is as close to an atheist as I have ever seen anybody who professes a religion.
Yes, I would agree with that. But just to build on what you were saying, I suspect that none of us have any issues with people who hold whatever beliefs they want to do. I think it was Hitchens that was quoting Jefferson when he said, I care not what my neighbor thinks. It doesn't, whether he believes in one God or 15, it neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg. And I think that probably all of us would accept that that is our general attitude. We don't care what someone thinks, nor, let us face it, can we stop them thinking that. It is only when their thoughts interfere with what we perceive to be life and the tolerance and understanding that we, I suspect as atheists, one thing that may have in common is the tolerance of other people and treating people in the same way that we would expect them to treat us.
Well, right, and that's
religious views.
Apologize for interrupting you. Go ahead.
With that, then we have an issue, and I think that is perhaps the unifying thing about atheism.
Well, I totally agree. I think that's exactly where we need to go. And I also don't think I'm the first to think of this. I just think as an occasional reminder is helpful that we need to be a little more resistant when we get this. You're pushing atheism, because again, how do you push this not believing in God except to go around telling people like Donald and why not treat Donald like Nephilim free, because they both believe in a deity, right? Well, we don't, and it's obvious why we don't do that. Because, as you say, there is a relevant distinction to be made. You may have two people that both believe in a deity. They look at the Bible. They get comfort from it, and it's a strongly held belief. And we don't have an issue with either of those people. But one person is carrying a God's hate fags type placard. That's the part that we take exception to. And I just think we need to be a little more resistant to this idea that we're pushing atheism on people.
If I may,
Go ahead.
I don't see that's what makes me different or sets me aside from a lot of Christians in the general statement. But I look at my interactions with atheists or just humans, period, because I hate the whole categorization of your belief structure or your philosophy or school of thought or however you want to put it. I like getting to know people, and I always have. I'm 41 in August, and I've met more, and when I first started Blog TV, I didn't know one atheist, and I've always been curious on the atheist perspective, only because of the fact that we need to get to know one another. I mean, and to chastise somebody before you get to know them is no way for a society to advance. And
the problem with that idealistic solution, though, Donald, is that I don't have the opportunity ever to meet everyone, and I can't get to know every single fundamentalist, if you want to use that term, and get to know them and say, hey, yeah, okay, deep down you're a decent person. No, there has to be a generalization in this regard. And I think that whilst you're not a representative of many Christian denominations, there are many denominations of Christianity and those adherents to them that I can tar with a brush without getting to know them.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, is that I'm not speaking of obvious fundamentalists. I'm talking about just, I see it all the time, DPR, is I see people, they hear the fact that I'm a Christian, they avoid me like the plague. They don't get to know me. They don't get to hear me.
Now, Donald, if you came up to me saying I'm a geocentrist, I'd think I'd back away.
Well, yeah, no, but I mean, the point I'm making is that I look at things from an average Joe perspective. I don't sit there and got the Holy Bible sitting right at my right hand, ready to beat you across the head with it, because it's not my place to force it upon you. Just like others who I agree with Sean where he said that the whole labeling process in our society it shouldn't happen because of the fact that we should get to know each other. I mean, that's the problem. We don't take the time to know one another. And obviously if you know a fundamentalist, you're not gonna get a word in edgewise. Okay, I mean, and that's fundamentalist of any school of thought. It's those who are like myself that want to take the time to get to know somebody. And you're right, DPR, you won't get to know thousands of people, but one person doesn't change your day. If you have the time to do so, is what I'm saying.
I agree, Donald, and if I pick up on what Sean said, and if I get you wrong, Sean, I apologise, but he to me, he suggested that Donald is a Christian and Nephilim is a Christian, and therefore they're the same target for an atheist. And I disagree, because for me in arguments, when you're arguing with an intelligent person, as Donald is, you're not after winning an argument. If you thought you could win every argument, then you are egocentric beyond belief. You have an opinion. I have an opinion which I believe is correct, and I believe it's correct because I've educated myself. But however much I believe it's correct, it's still based on what I believe. And so when I discuss with Donald, I will argue my point and I will listen to Donald's point. The difference is that if I cannot debate with somebody like Nephilim, because he is not a debater, because he has no interest in the evidence, he has no interest in rational debate. He is a preacher and nothing more. And so that is why I value conversations with people like Donald, who we may come out of I could sit down with Donald and have an 8-hour debate and come out disagreeing with him violently, but I would not disrespect him any less, for having had that debate. Whereas Nephilim, I don't respect him going into the debate because I know his past. That is the big difference.
Well, I appreciate that, and I would even expand by saying that, I've had heated debates with certain people that, like I mentioned the last show or during the break or whatever, that I like knowing new people. And I like having discussions. See, to me, there's a difference between debate and discussion. To me. Okay, to me, a debate is when you're trying to force your opinion on me and I'm trying to force mine on you. A discussion to me is what we've had for the last 2 shows. I express how I feel about something, and it's solely my opinion, and I don't plan on saying that you're wrong for your views or your opinion or your perspectives, because who am I to tell you you're wrong? Because I'm not better than you. You're not better than me. We're equal. And, we just have different perspectives.
Hey, don't forget, I'm better than you.
Yeah. How old are you again?
I'm 19.
Of course I know. I have 4 children, and all teenagers, and some that are 22. So
Donald, I've already told him, Donald, I've got shoes older than he is.
I've got underwear older than you, man.
I think I don't know, but yeah. Yeah.
But I respect.
I'm happy. This is how I like the season to start off. Actually, in the past, we had Nephi on actually, twice, and it was a long rant, and you couldn't actually have a conversation with him because he would say, I think once upon a time I asked him, Nephi, what do you think of Atlantis? He's like, well, maybe it's some pre-flood civilization. I'm like, where the fuck did he get this? Like it was just like out of the blue. Like, I don't know, just...
See, I try my best not to interrupt people for the simple fact that I don't like being interrupted, especially with my memory problem.
You don't like what?
Huh?
Oh, I've got a joke for you, Donald. You'll like this.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Jeez.
Are you ready,
Okay.
Donald?
Sure.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
I know that one.
You-
Moo.
I think you kind of blew the timing on that, I have to
Yeah,
say.
I did a bit. Yeah.
All right, I got a joke for you guys then.
Oh, go on then.
All right, anybody that has parents would love this joke, and you could tell your parents too. This old couple, they've been married 40
Anybody
years.
who has parents, is that opposed to people who don't have parents?
You
No, they
biased
can
bastard.
They can. All right, this guy, he calls his son up and says, "Son, I'm divorcing your mom." And he says, "But why?" He goes, "We've been married 40 years. I'm tired of her face, her nagging, all that that old skin. I'm tired of seeing her. You better tell your sister." So he calls his sister. Sister calls the dad back and he says, "Why are you getting a divorce?" He says, "Because your mom's a bitch and I'm tired of talking to her. You better call your brother and let him know because we're getting a divorce." He says, "Dad, don't do anything. Don't file any paperwork, nothing. Me and my brother will be down there tomorrow." And so the father hangs up, "All right, I guess I can wait 24 hours. So he gets off the phone, goes to the wife, says, "Honey, the kids are coming home for Thanksgiving. We don't have to pay for it."
That's pretty good.
I mean, the original objective of the show was to have discussions originally, but as I noticed, as the second season, I guess, was midway, it got a little disorganized, and like we had one show with all theists, and that was not good. That was never going to end good.
See, I believe in diversity. I believe.
Yeah, I understand that too.
But
I'm saying, like, in my opinion, I think it's worse to have a room full of theists than having a room full of atheists, because the theists will argue about something. There's something different, because one's moderate, one's an idealist, one's something different. The atheists would just sit there talking about something completely different. So.
Well, unless you bring up the atheist plus.
Well, yes, that's.
Ooh.
But
see,
That was a low blow there, Donald.
Yeah.
But see, sir, I want you to understand that, and this is go without saying. Every school of thought has a debate within itself.
Well, yes, I understood that, but I'm just saying, like, it would be a yelling match though with a room of theists. I mean,
Yeah,
that's kind of what I mean.
Would.
Yes.
It would, and see, that's where I differ from other Christians,
especially with the people that was in that show, especially.
Oh.
Like we had Inspiring Philosophy. Oh,
Your show stopped.
yeah, what the fuck just happened? It says it's still framing. It should.
Yeah, it's coming back on, but
That was weird.
The thing is I would absolutely, and you know what? I'll be the first one to admit it to you. At least I don't know about the rest of the guys, but I respect young guys that have that thought process. My son, who will be 21 in 3 days, when he was 19, or actually 18, when he really realized what life was really about. After his mother and I tried to tell him that the way you're going is going to ruin your life, he started taking in different perspectives from a mature way of thinking about it. Instead of being 10 feet tall and bulletproof, he realized that some things mom and dad say, age does come wisdom sometimes, and being young, you learn from people that are older than you who've been here for a while. But that does not mean that someone at your age doesn't have equal, if not more, knowledge, because there are kids out there that respect or give the respect because they get the respect.
Well, yeah.
So, okay,
yeah.
Donald, here's a question then.
Sure.
If, as a parent,
Mm-hmm.
if you were to, get rid of, the religion where you have to extract all these pages from the Bible because they're nonsense, if you could come up with a philosophy that was taught in schools that had no religious context, which provided children with a better foundation for how they should live their lives, would you subscribe to that and set the Bible to one side?
At the moment, I really I don't believe creation should be taught in school either. So.
Oh, I know. No, sorry to interrupt, but I noticed the Vaughn guy. Something's going on. If you noticed, so that's why we're having this issues.
Von Helton.
No, I mean like no channel to
Vaughn.
Displays. Yeah, like.
Oh yeah,
it's still broadcasting. It's just that I'm
Mark.
guessing, yeah.
Yeah, Mark Vaughn has been messing with this site for the past week. So, but to answer your question, Vaughn, is that, you know, I'm 41 years old. I'm not afraid to learn new information, but I'm also not at the point in life where I think I would have to understand it before I could change my school of thought. If that makes any sense.
I remember that I made a thing saying the show should be 2 hours, but if you guys want it to be, I could extend it for another 30 minutes.
But it's up to you guys. I'm just along for the ride.
Well, I know, but what do you guys think? I mean,
I do want to make one last statement, though. I would like to make one thing clear. You know, I mean, if I may, you know, something I told you there, sir.
You can just call me Strife. You can call me Strife. Just call me Strife.
Okay. The one thing I do want to bring across is that a lot of my perspective has nothing to do with religion. So when we do the show tomorrow, you know, unless a religious discussion comes up, which usually happens when I'm in the show.
Well, actually, no. Tomorrow it's the same topic as today, except from an American audience more. So it would be also, but the after show Raw is going to do something about the Bible and war in the Bible, I guess. So
but Donald's picked up a good point there, isn't it? That he's not coming on as somebody to enter into the debate. He's coming on as a Christian, you know, and that sits above his head, the same as atheists sits above our heads, and isn't that absurd?
And like I was telling Strife, is that I have a lot to provide in a discussion other than a Christian perspective, because I don't always look at how I deal with things. You know, I'm human. If I get angry and I beat someone down, I feel bad about it, but it's because of what happened, the incident that happened, or my knowledge about things that I know about, which is not very big or wide, I should say, but I do know about certain things, and I have a perspective of it, and it has nothing to do with religion.
That's so funny. This guy says Donald is a theist, and the rest are atheists who are bullying him.
I know.
No one's bullying.
Are you feeling bullied?
I think it's
you bad guys. You've made me feel so bad. Cyberbullying.
He's gonna pray bad stuff on us.
I have to say, this is the best discussion I've had for a very long time.
Really?
And to answer Rizla, no, I don't feel like I'm being bullied. I mean, matter of fact, the total opposite. I feel the respect is actually coming across very obvious. So.
No. They think it's Jason Burns. They think Jason Burns is in the chat.
I don't know who that is.
No.
And to your comment about Lord Stephen Christ, I think he's a whack job.
Who commented that?
Huh?
Who commented that?
No, earlier in the chat, someone.
Yeah, he was in earlier. He was in earlier.
I went to his show, and now I'll tell you the one thing I liked about his show is the music he was playing. Other than that, I actually talked to him, and he actually thinks he's the new coming of the Christ.
Yeah, we know. We had him on the show once.
The guy he's one of those guys that are like the David Koreshes or the Jim Jones, or he's just the bottom ring of a start of a cult. And anybody
you're right, Donald. He's a joke until people start to follow him, and then he's a threat.
Wait,
Yes.
are you saying for real he actually has like feelings of divinity and
Yes,
he's
he
connected
No.
with-
But the funny thing is, there's an episode. There's a video of him 1 minute saying proving he's Christ, and the funny thing is like, to test God, but that would be a sin. I could jump off a cliff, but that's a sin. I'm like, that's convenient, isn't it? And like, I would say, hey, I don't give a shit if it's a sin. Go jump off a cliff. If you live, okay, I'll believe you then.
Yeah, and coming from my version of Christianity, I guess I can say it that way. I think he's out there. I think anybody that follows him or makes themselves a defender of Lord Stephen Christ should be institutionalized.
Now, wait, just note, because I know, no offense, but I know with most likely 99% certainty, he's gonna use this clip and record it. He did that.
He can clip it all day long.
But this is the thing. We don't hate you, Stephen. We don't hate you, but we think what you think is a little crazy. No offense. I mean,
And the point is, Donald, that he calls himself a Christian, and therefore he brackets himself in with you.
Exactly, and that's why when I went into his show and I discussed it with him, not verbally like this, but through the chat, I told him, I said, buddy, I like your music, but I think that you thinking you're the new coming of God or Christ, you need to reevaluate that.
he thinks we're inside the earth also.
Yeah, I saw the one video on YouTube that after seeing the one video, I swore I'd never go back.
He's like that. What's his name? Neil Adams, the guy who thinks the earth is expanding.
Yeah, and how the sky is falling. He needs to be called Chicken Little is what he needs. So.
I just geocentrism, I thought, and hollow earthers were crazy enough, but thinking the sky's made of glass, the sun's like smaller than what it really is, all that other stuff.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. I think a lot of my when it comes to what I was going to say, one more, to expand on what I tried to say earlier, I don't look at everything that's going on in this world from a Christian perspective, and I know that that'll bring firestorm under me, but the truth is that we have to look at our society in the now, not in 2,000 years ago.
Well, yeah, but the people believe that this guy that lived 2,000 years ago is coming back.
No, I know. And someone asked, do I believe in resurrection? What I believe is irrelevant to anybody else's life. So if I believe that Jesus did come back in 3 days, that doesn't change anybody's life. I think it was Rizla that said that. But that's my own personal perspective.
I appreciate Donald because I think what many atheists fail to accept is that they all have irrational beliefs. If any atheist doesn't believe that, then remember the last time you had a slice of pizza and thought, well, I'll do a couple of extra minutes on the treadmill tomorrow to weigh that off. That is an irrational belief. Where every time you justify something to yourself with some irrational idea, that is an irrational belief. And I have at the moment no problem with Donald's beliefs because they do not impact on the liberties of other people. And I think that is the main thing. We all have irrational beliefs. And by that, I'm not saying to you, Donald, your beliefs are more irrational than mine. I'm saying that we all have irrational beliefs.
No, I understand what you meant. To Rizla, is the cop-out comment to me? Because if it is, then you need to reevaluate what I said. I said that my beliefs does not impact anybody else's life.
Ow, my ear hurts. Yeah. Ow. Well, yeah, now we're coming to like the 2-hour point, so I guess I can keep going for 45 minutes if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah. I mean, I've had debates with atheists who have atheist channels who have many videos about atheism, who also then subscribe to having psychic abilities. that they can control things with their mind.
Yeah, they're psychic, but they don't have millions and millions of dollars.
Also, I'm gonna invite another a guy who was on last week, Cleveland. He was on last week. Forget when.
Okay, bring him on.
I am. DPR, you haven't said anything in a long time.
He's asleep. He's old. He's an old man. He snoozes. He has to have a snooze every 20 minutes, does DPR.
Did he have his cup of tea?
Yeah, DPR, you should go to the channel and see the intro video. You're in it. You're in the intro video.
Hey.
Hey, Cleveland.
How's everybody doing?
Hey, Cleveland.
Hi, Cleveland.
I will tell you this much. This is the longest I've ever been in a show before. As a co-host.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, ever since I've gotten the show, it's been a while. But, yeah. Ooh, fuck.
So what have you guys been talking about?
I mean, the longest show I ever did on here was 5 hours, and that was on Sunday. 5 hours. No, right, 7 hours. It was 7 hours. Going from the main show and counting the after show was 7 hours. That was
yeah, that's shut up, Strife. Cleveland's on.
That's not a show. That's a marathon, man.
Go ahead, Cleveland. What did you want to ask or say?
No, I was just saying, man. I said that's not a show. That's a marathon.
No, I meant yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. So my question was, what do you guys been talking about? What's the subject?
Well, there is no subject. That's the subject.
It's the raw deal.
Just shake the dice. Let it ride.
That's right.
I suppose.
I think I'll actually call this the raw deal. The episode, the raw deal.
Okay, I mean the easiest way. Cleveland is. What do you believe? What are you? Are you an atheist, agnostic, Christian?
No, I'm a Christian.
So okay, so what do you believe? You know the fundamentals of Christianity. So what is it that you believe?
What is it that I believe? Well, like I said, most importantly that God does exist. Most importantly, that He is one being who is manifested in three persons. That like God. He interacts with humans, so I'm not a deist, so I believe that he does he does interact with people. Also, like I said, if anybody wants to, they can have a personal relationship with God. But just like I said, it doesn't come through religion. Like I said, my philosophy is I love God, but I hate religion. And
amen. That's you said it in a nutshell there.
Oh, okay. I mean, I do appreciate that because I've heard that many times. But my understanding is that belief comes from religion. I mean, if that Bible did not exist, if you had been brought up in Iran, would you believe in the Christian God?
Well, like I said, if I was born in Iran, then no, I'll probably be brought up around Islam. But the thing about it is, I mean, that still doesn't disprove or prove that the God of the Bible does not exist. It's just that's where I was brought up. So, like in my background, how I was raised, like my father was a Jehovah's Witness, and my mother she was Baptist, but and then my dad later on in his life, towards the end of his life, he turned to Islam. So growing up, I had like a wide variety of religious, beliefs and everything, and I didn't know where to go from there. And when I got to college, I started looking in different places for who was God. How do you come to know who God is? And I was looking through Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, atheism for a second, and it wasn't until recently, like until I turned 23, that I actually knew what it really meant. What I just said, what it really meant, that that religion is different from a relationship with God. That I actually knew. But yeah. So So
okay,
yeah,
explain your. I mean, you say your relationship with God. Can you explain that a bit more? So in words that somebody. I mean, bearing in mind that many religious people say, "Oh, we all know God. We just deny Him. He's in our heads, but we deny Him." So, can you explain what you mean by this relationship with God?
well, like I said, I would agree with that. That everyone does know that God exists. But the thing about it is they suppress the truth. Like, we try to find God in everything, things. You try to find God in things. But what I mean by that God, that you can have a relationship with God is that in every single aspect of your life that you involve Him in it, for life decisions, you talk with Him.
Sorry. I'm not. I don't want to interrupt, but bearing in mind we've got atheists viewing that will say, well, I don't know what you mean. That's hocus pocus talk. When you say a relationship with God, God must be communicating with you. How do you mean that? How do you experience that communication with God?
Well, like I said, it comes. Well, I said it comes through prayer. Number one, like that's the only way you can really talk to God is through prayer. But God, like I said, God talks to you. He doesn't have like an audible voice like, hey, Cleveland, do this or whatever. It doesn't work like that. But He talks to you through other people, through situations, through His Word, which, like I said, is the Bible, through His Word. And the thing about it is they interconnect. So, I mean, once you start getting into that, excuse me, once you get into that part of having a relationship with God, that you start seeing things that are more, that it seem like a coincidence, like, you would pray to God about something and you go out to do your daily business and it'll be confirmed by another person, or it'll be confirmed by a situation that happens in your life, or, you'll read the Word of God and the Word would be confirmed by something that happened in your life, or confirmed by something that happened in someone else's life. And like I said, you'll see this.
Sorry, I just... You mentioned coincidence, so how would you differentiate between a coincidence or a set of circumstances? How would you say that was God that did that?
Like I said, I don't believe there's I don't believe there's any such thing as coincidence. Like, I believe that everything happens for a reason. There's a reason for everything.
Well, why do you say that? Sorry, I'm trying to answer the questions that I'm hoping all the people in the audience are asking. That's why I'm interrupting. Why do you say there's no such thing as a coincidence?
Well, like I said, why I say that is, let's say something happens, it just so happens something lines up, right? And it really didn't have any correlation between, you and your personal walk with God. Let's say, and you would say, well, that was a coincidence that we had on the same shirt that day. But at the moment, you probably wouldn't realize it. Like, at the moment, it probably seemed like, well, that's just, coincidence. But let it go like 20 years or 10 minutes down the road, something like that, then you'll see, well, that situation had an effect on, the future or whatever. So,
but doesn't,
like I say,
but hang on, sorry, I apologise for continuing to interrupt. No, I'm just trying to nail you down. I mean,
go ahead.
Every single thing that happens in your life from moment to moment has a consequence. When you wake up in the morning, if you decide to have toast or not toast, that is going to dictate how the rest of your day works out. If you decide to go out 5 minutes early and get run down by a train, or 5 minutes later and don't, these are circumstantial events. How do you determine in your mind which ones of those are dictated by God?
Well, like I said, I would say it's all led by God. That's what I say. I say it's all led by God, but I don't say that.
So the bad things are led by God as well. The times when people are led out of their house and run down by a car or a train or a tram, that's God as well.
I would say, yeah. I would say that everything happens for a reason. I mean.
Okay, so when there is an earth, all right, just a second, Donald. So if there's an earthquake in which a building collapses and then a baby is pulled out of the earthquake and people say that's a miracle, that's God who saved that baby. The 1,000 people who died in the earthquake, that's God as well. But we should thank God for the baby who was saved, who has no parents anymore because they died in the earthquake, but we excuse God for the 1,000 who died. Is that what you're saying?
Well, like I said, man, my thing is, like I said, there's no such thing as coincidence. When it's your time to go, it's your time to go. You have spent the maximum amount of time that you can spend on this earth. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice that, like I said, I thank God for the fact that the baby got a chance to live. Yes, because that baby
hang on. But don't you understand that by thanking God for the child having the baby surviving, you are thanking God for killing 1,000 people in the earthquake?
Not necessarily, man.
Well, why are you thanking God for saving the baby?
Why can I not? I mean, should I not thank God for, hey, that's good.
But hang on. But couldn't have God's, instead of thanking God for saving the baby, couldn't you say, hang on, God, why didn't you save those 1,000 people? If your God's omnipotent, he could have saved those 1,000 people. So why are you thanking him for saving a baby?
Well, why not? This one's like, why not?
Sorry, carry on.
Why not?
If I may, and I'm terribly sorry, excuse me, I can't pronounce the name that appears on the Skype call. Was it Cleveland? Is that your name?
That's my name.
Okay. Cleveland, I'm just curious, if I may, to ask you a couple of questions. Is your God all-powerful?
Yes, he's all-powerful.
That means that he would be able to prevent tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanoes, and the like.
Good.
Yep.
He could.
He could. Good. Why do you think that your God does not do that?
Well, like I said, man, everything happens for a reason. That's all I'll say. He leads the world.
What do you think your God's reason would be for allowing millions to die?
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Why is dying? Let me ask you something. Why is death bad?
Because it's the end.
Wrong? Why is death bad? It's the end.
Why? Well, no. I'll turn that back on it. Why do you think it is?
I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad.
Death is bad.
I don't think death is bad. No.
So why don't you kill yourself?
What about a situation that I was involved in a few years ago, when I went to the funeral of a friend's 2-year-old child who had been eaten up by cancer. Right. And it was a Christian service, and the preacher was doing his best to justify God's desire to riddle this child with cancer from the day it was born until shortly after its second birthday, when it was so riddled with cancer that it died.
Yeah.
What sort of God would do that to a child?
What sort of God would do what? Give the baby cancer?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, like I said, man, once again, all things happen for a reason. When it's your time to die, it's your time to die. You can't extend your life. You can't add on to it. All I'm saying is, let me finish. All I'm saying is, yeah, it's sad. It's sad. We're gonna miss. Like I said, it's painful for us to see somebody go, because we're gonna miss. Yes, it's painful to see somebody go through pain. But all I'm saying is, God never promised you a perfect life. God never once said that, hey, your life is going to be smooth, carefree.
Well, 1 second, if I may. Your God is not only all-powerful, it's all-loving, is it not?
True. God is all-loving.
Why would an all-loving God impose such suffering on a small child?
Well, let me ask you a question. Like I said, you ran from my question again. I ask you, why do you think death is bad?
No, I'm not asking about death. I'm
just asking, why is that?
Cleveland.
I'm terribly sorry.
Stop. One at a time.
If I may, I am not asking about whether death is good or not. What I'm asking about is why your God, your all-loving God, who has the power to do what he wants, made that child suffer in agony for 18 months. I watched that child die in pain and suffering. And you are telling me that your all-powerful, all-loving God allowed this to happen because there was a purpose. What possible purpose do do you think there is in making a small child suffer in pain and agony for 18 months?
What is the purpose? Like I said, man, I don't know. Like I said, I honestly say I don't know. But all
Do you
I
think
can
that
tell
such
you,
a God?
let
Hang
me
on a
finish, let me
second.
finish.
Do you think?
Okay,
No,
okay.
I won't let you finish. Do you think
Oh, okay.
that? Do you think that a God that is all powerful and all loving would do that to someone? And if they are, do you think that such a God is worthy of praise?
Yes, I do. And let me explain. First of all, like I said, we don't have any control over who dies and who not. Like I said, it's a sad thing that the baby died. I give you that.
No, we're not talking about the baby dying. We're talking about the suffering, Cleveland.
Okay, it's a sad thing.
Concentrate on 18 months of unrelieved suffering.
Okay, listen. Let me address it. It's a sad thing that the baby had to suffer. Yes, it's a sad thing. But God never once promised you when you leave the womb that you're not gonna go through anything. He never once said that your life is gonna be perfect and carefree.
No, that's not what's asked. What's asked is how do you defend what that God did? You as a human being, not as a religious person, as a human being, how do you defend a child, an innocent child who knows no better and has never done anything wrong to anybody? How do you justify 18 months of intolerable suffering?
Okay. All right. So how do I justify suffering? If God is loving, why does he allow suffering? Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay. So like I said, man, the suffering, yes, it is sad. It is sad. Once again, it's sad.
The question is, how do you justify it, not how sad it is?
I never said how sad it was.
Cleveland.
Hang on, let him finish.
Cleveland, wait. Can I just try to explain it to him because I think he's having trouble. Cleveland, they're saying this. God, by definition, is all loving, right?
True.
So if he's all loving, why does he allow suffering?
Why does he allow suffering?
Yes. I think, is that the point, right, Board?
Yeah.
No, I'm not only asking that in the general, I'm asking it in the specific. I witnessed this child dying in pain and suffering for 18 months. Why, not leaving aside the fact of death, why did your loving God allow this to happen?
Well, like I said, man, once again, I don't know.
But if you don't know, Cleveland, why are you praising this God? Don't know is not an acceptable answer. If you're going to defend this God, you have to know a reason. Otherwise, how do you defend his actions?
Well, first of all, I don't defend actions of God. What I do is I defend a belief in God. That's what I do. So anyway, let me answer the question. Okay. So like I said, man.
Well, hang on a second. You're now asking a question. So are you accepting that you have not provided any answer to that question that I asked you? Yes or no?
Oh, I did provide an answer. I'm going to say I'm not going to say that I did provide an answer.
The audience will decide. You move on. What's your question?
So my question is, why do you think death or suffering is wrong or bad?
I think it's bad because I'm a human being and I've watched people suffer. I've watched an aunt who was a devout Christian and who would defend Christianity against any attack, and I watched her spend 30 years of her life living on a stretcher because her vertebra had collapsed and she was incapable of being in any other position but horizontal on a stretcher. And if I was a god, I would have relieved that suffering because it would have taken me a click of my fingers to do so. And therefore I could not believe in any god who would allow this person, who was a very good person, who never had an evil thought in her heart, I could not justify inflicting a minute's pain on that person.
So what you're saying is you feel bad that it was you just feel bad that it was that you just feel bad that the person was suffering. But my question was, why is that bad?
No, I'm sorry, you're missing.
No, I don't think you understood the answer.
Bring it back to the point.
Okay, I'm asking you. Why, my question is very simple. Why is that bad? Why is that bad?
I'm going to bring it back to that point. I'm going to bring it back to that point, Cleveland. It's for this very simple reason.
Wait, Cleveland, do you think that...
Shush.
Right? I asked you whether your God was all-powerful. You said yes. I asked you whether your God was all-loving. You said yes. Now, the point is, we've given you two specific examples. Board has one, I have the other. We could come up with many, many other examples. But what they show is that there is an incompatibility with the idea that God is all-powerful, your God is all-powerful, and also all-loving. Unless you are going to introduce some new meaning to the word all-loving, then you have to accept that your God allows hideous pain and suffering for no good reason, when he does, by your own admission, have the power to prevent that. This is what we're getting at. Do you understand?
I understand the question. I asked the question, but you still didn't answer my question.
I'm not bothered about.
Oh, you're not going to ask my question. So you're not going to answer. So you can ask me questions.
No,
all right, Cleveland. I'll answer your question. Cleveland.
Thank you. There we go.
The answer to your question is very simple. What do you think is acceptable? Would you? Hang on, Cleveland. I am answering the question, and the question is very simple. Because I am a human being, as DPR is, as everybody in here in the chat and watching is human, and therefore, what would you, as a human being, deem acceptable? If you were all-powerful and all-loving, would you stand by and allow an innocent baby to suffer 18 months of interminable torment, or would you do something to act on it?
Okay. Yet you're asking me a question, but you still have not answered my question.
No, I'm asking you to answer.
No. Answer. I've answered the question. I said I don't know. Pretty simply put.
Oh, sorry, you don't know.
My question to you is why is that wrong?
No, you're a human being. Answer the bloody question.
Why is that bad? Why is that bad? Why is that bad? Why is that bad? Answer my question. I asked your question.
One at a time.
Cleveland, grow a pair and answer the question.
Why is it bad?
Grow a pair of balls.
Answer the question. How about you grow a pair and answer the question?
And answer the question. Would you let a child suffer, Cleveland? Would you let her... No, answer the question.
No. I answered your question. You're asking...
No, you haven't answered the question.
You have not answered my question. You asked... No. The first question is, if God was all-loving and all-powerful, could he not do it? And if he does not do it... If God is all-powerful and God is all-loving, could he not stop that? I was like, well, I guess he could. And then he said, well, a God like that, why wouldn't you praise that God? I said, well, like I said, no, you asked me, is that praiseworthy? And I said, yes, he's praiseworthy. And then you asked another question. You said, well, then why does he not do anything about it? And I said, I don't know. Why does he allow so much of it? I don't know. That's my question. No, that's my answer. So I go back and answer you.
I'll answer your question now, Cleveland. Is it wrong to let an 18-month-old baby suffer in pain when you have the ability to remove that pain? Yes, it's wrong. So now, Cleveland, you answer my question.
Actually, Cleveland.
Ask the question. Oh my God,
Cleveland, someone in the chat has an answer for your question. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, I would like to hear it.
Okay. It says this: sentience and our ability to understand suffering is all we need for morality. In fact, it's the only way that morality comes about. So that's the answer. That's the answer to your question that Nightlight in the chat puts up.
Okay.
So Cleveland, have I answered your question, Cleveland?
No, you have not answered my
question. All right. So restate your question right now.
My question is, why is suffering and death bad?
Because it inflicts suffering. And what watching another human being suffering.
Suffering is bad because it inflicts suffering. You see what I mean? Circle. That's a circle.
Hang on. No, it's not circular. Because as
suffering
a human...
is bad because it inflicts
shut up, Cleveland, and listen to me. Because as a human being with empathy, it hurts me to watch somebody else suffer. And anybody it does not hurt to watch somebody else suffer, I would consider a psychopath requiring medical assistance. So now I can turn that back to you and say, do you think it is okay to watch somebody else suffer when you have the ability to alleviate that suffering?
I would say, let's see. Do I think it's okay to allow the suffering to help? No, I don't think suffering is good. No, I don't think
good.
Suffering.
Right, okay. So your God, who is omnipotent, can alleviate that suffering. So is your God good to allow that suffering when he has the ability to alleviate it?
Yes, he still remains righteous. He
Hang on. So you would alleviate the suffering, but your God wouldn't, and you still think your God is good?
Yeah, like I said, man. God really, like I said, man.
No, you haven't said. You're just saying, like I said, you would alleviate the suffering if you had the ability to.
Would you allow me to answer? Would you allow me to answer?
Yeah, but you're not answering it. You're just saying your God's
good.
Sorry, Cleveland. Let me apologise. I'm getting emotional. I apologise.
Right, I understand you've been through a situation, man.
Please answer.
Okay. Like I said, I understand you've been through the situation. It's tough, man. The situation is tough. What I'm saying is that even though, yes, the suffering is horrible. Yeah, it's painful to watch. It's horrible to see anybody go through things. Yes, it is. And like I said, God has the ability, he has the power to stop the suffering. Yes, he does. But like I said, he does stop the suffering through death, pretty much.
So wait,
let me just hold you there.
Can I just?
You've just sort of swept it aside, Cleveland, by saying
sounds like
he does stop the suffering through death. No, but he could stop the suffering at any time. Can you imagine how long 18 months is for a child? 18 months of suffering.
See, more than a year, yeah.
So why doesn't he stop it straight away?
Oh man, like I said, I don't know.
Wait.
Is I don't know an acceptable answer for this person that you're accepting?
That's like, how can we put God on trial? That's what I want to know. How can we put God on trial? How can we say,
Cleveland, we put God on trial like this. This is how we put God on trial. We say, God, how could a God allow this suffering? That is precisely how we put God on trial.
But my question is, wait, can I say something? To me, it sounds like Cleveland, when you said he ends suffering by death, it sounds like you're saying he's doing mercy killings kind of thing.
Mercy killings? Well, the thing about it is God does not kill anybody. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't kill anybody. He has the right to give and take life as he chooses.
I know.
Why?
But you say he ends suffering by death.
Dude, he's God. He's the one that created you. Does he not have the right to give the life that he's taking you?
No.
I accept that.
Does he not have the right to take away the life that he's giving you?
Cleveland,
hang on, Cleveland. Could I just stop a second?
He's the author of your life.
One at a time.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah, I'll stop.
Please.
I'll stop.
Okay, Cleveland. So we accept your God is all-powerful, all-loving, and all the other characteristics that you will give it. And yes, it seems from what you're saying that he doesn't actually cause death. Yes or no?
Huh?
Or have I misunderstood you?
He does cause death. He does cause
death. So he has obviously the power to determine how someone will die. Yes?
Yes.
Right. Now, the point that Board was trying to, and I think successfully did, raise with you, whether you appreciate it or not, is that you as a decent human being find it difficult to tolerate suffering, if you saw someone else suffering, whether you were able to help them or not, you would still be emotionally moved by that. Yes?
Yes, I would be. I don't like seeing people getting hurt.
Yeah. You don't always have the power or ability yourself to be able to relieve that suffering. Yes?
Nope, I don't.
Yeah. Your God, though, does.
Yes, he does.
Your God doesn't relieve suffering. Yes?
Not for everyone, no.
Why is it that you praise an entity that doesn't relieve suffering when you know deep down yourself that watching that suffering would be and is painful to you? Why is it? Yeah, why is it that an all-loving God doesn't seem to have a problem with watching suffering?
Why? Well, like I said, this is what I see. This is what I see on it. And like I said, man, all I'm gonna say on it is that when we're born, man, we don't have, like I said, we don't have a choice. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that. When we're born, God has never said that our lives are going to be carefree and without suffering. He never said that we're not going to go through trials. He never said that.
Okay.
So when we go through it, it's something that's going to be expected. We're all going to go through something. Whether it is the pain of cancer, whether it is the, suffering of any kind. I mean, that's just part of life. That's what I'm going to say. That's part of life.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question. If you were in God's position, and you had that power and ability that you say that your God has, could you look down at your creation and not intervene when you saw pain and suffering?
Well, I would say I could. I mean, I would.
You could. You could watch.
Yeah, and I said I would.
Suffer.
I would. I would definitely.
Why would you do that?
Why would I do that? Well, like I said, on my just looking at from the nearsighted point, I would say I would do it because, I just would hate to see that baby or child suffering.
No, I'm sorry. I think you misunderstood my question.
Excuse me. Okay.
It was probably badly phrased. I apologize. Let me see if I can rephrase it. Let's imagine for a moment that you are in the position of your God. You have that power. You have that power to stop suffering. Would you stop the suffering? Yes?
Would I stop the suffering? If I had the power, then I guess, yes. I guess I would.
Thank you. That, to me, shows that your morality, your decency, your humanity is much better than the God that you praise.
Well,
do you understand
like I said,
where I'm coming from here?
I see exactly your point. I see your point. But like I said, I would like to say this on that on the theme, and I would say this is that I would say this, like back to what I said, God has a plan for everything. He has a plan for everything. And but you see, but I don't know. Was that your family member or something?
Cleveland, it doesn't matter. Cleveland, it doesn't
okay,
matter.
I'm just asking a question.
Hang on, Cleveland. Let me nail you down here. Let me nail you down here, Cleveland. You're going, oh, God has a plan. God has a plan. I'd like to bring in Donald in a second.
Donald's
hang on. But Cleveland, God has a plan. You have already very explicitly stated to DPR that your morals and your ethics are higher than the God you praise. That to me makes no sense. Because you have just said that
I would say that I would.
You have just said that with your limited resources, would alleviate the suffering and pain of people. Yeah. But your God doesn't. And yet you still praise this God. I would humbly ask that Donald comes in here and as another Christian and explains what his thoughts are on this.
like I said, I would answer the question. But
Donald,
my
would
question.
you? Oh, go, I was going to say.
Okay. Anyway, let me go back up in the chat real quick while we're waiting on that, and I want to read. I don't know who answered the question. My question was why was suffering bad? So hold on a second.
Okay, while you're doing that, Cleveland, I'd like to basically I'm gonna make a ending statement and not really follow up with this because I've had this discussion with DPR once before, and basically this is my viewpoint on the whole. How could God let a innocent baby of 18 months suffer for 18 months? That's appalling to me, only because in science, I look at it from the perspective, this is why I'm different from most people. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If in science you have negative and positive forces, why can't there be a negative and a positive in religion? I made the comment, and before anybody asks me any questions, this could be for a future discussion, but I really have to go. But in the chat, I was commenting to God is now nowhere.
That's what.
I made the statement that yes, there's a God, and he's all loving and all knowing, and he's omnipotent. But if you're a Christian, you believe that there's a God and the devil. God casted the devil out of heaven and gave him equal power. So why can't the devil be at fault for this child suffering, which he is bad, he's evil. Just like in science, you have negative and positive forces. So why can't religion have the exact same thing and be acknowledged as such and not always being God's fault? Someone in here asked me that, well, didn't God create the devil? That's irrelevant to this topic. The topic is if God is so loving and all-knowing and all-loving, how could he let a child suffer? Well, it wasn't God that made the child suffer, in my opinion. In my view of it, it has to be the devil because, again, I don't deny the negative stuff that happened in the name of God in the Bible. But I do adamantly argue the fact that there is a God and there is a devil. So the devil is at fault for the atrocities that happens to man. Yes, I do know and I do acknowledge the things God did in the Bible. That's where my questioning the Bible is. So in closing, thank you very much for letting me being on the panel today, Strife, and thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome on tomorrow. I mean, yeah.
Okay, thank you, and to everybody in the panel, thank you for allowing me to express myself. Cleveland, it was a pleasure listening to you. I mean, you and I could have a discussion for any time you want. Same with everybody
on Skype.
Yeah, I added you on Skype, but there was no response. So.
Hold on, man. Go back and check it, man.
The point I want to make before I leave, guys, is that what DPR mentioned, it was appalling. It was sad, and it should have never happened. But in our society, we don't, as a human being alone, it saddens me when I hear that babies suffer. But I don't go straight to God and blame him for it. But I also don't blame everything on man either. So there has to be an alternative, because we have to blame somebody because this innocent baby suffered, and that's sad, and that's it hurts on my heartstrings because I hear that anybody suffers. But people need to realize that there's both sides of the story. It's not just one side. So thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. And when I'm done, if you guys are done with your show, I'll try to ring you up if I can, if you guys want to have a discussion off the show.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers, Donald. I mean, I would disagree with Donald in that we don't have to blame someone.
I would say that too.
We can blame our own ignorance I have studied this a little bit, and if you went back 150 years, then a child who was born 150 years ago, something like, I think it's close to 50% of children who were born never reached 5 years old. That wasn't anyone to blame apart from ignorance. Science gradually showed us how to prevent these premature deaths. It gave us inoculations against typhus and tuberculosis and smallpox, which were the biggest killers. It gave us germ theory. It helped us to allow these children. 150 years ago, you would not know your grandmother because your grandmother would not survive long enough to see you. The average age for people to die was around 40, 45. Science has allowed all of that. God didn't do that because, God of the Bible's been around for 6,000 years or whatever. God at any time supposedly could have given us that information. He never did. Science taught us how to allow women to survive childbirth, where 150 years ago, 1 in 8 women died in childbirth. Science allowed us to save those women and allowed those mothers to see their children, allowed the grandmothers to see their grandchildren. And for somebody to say, oh, suffering, well, it's one of those things, is the most abusive thing I have heard. It's science which stops this suffering. And I will grant you that science even now is barbaric. 100 years from now, the scientists and the doctors will look back and think, oh my God, did they used to do that? All we had to do is give them a pill and that would have, cured their cancer, and an injection would have cured that. But that's science, it progresses. My mother is old enough to remember that when her brother got scarlatina, the entire family was sealed off from the village in case somebody else in the village caught scarlatina from her family and died. But nowadays, scarlatina, you haven't even heard of it. Of course you haven't, because modern medicine has made it a non-issue in the Western world.
They made it extinct, I think.
Yeah, it's not extinct, but it's a non-issue in the Western world. And to have somebody come on here and say that suffering, no, I wouldn't allow that baby to suffer, but my God will, and therefore I'll pray to my God. Hang on, you'll pray to somebody who's less competent than you are. What is wrong with your mind that you would allow somebody who you think is morally reprehensible, to sit above you in judgment? I'm going to shut up because I will get so upset with this conversation. I'm going to switch my mic off.
Okay. DPR, you have anything to say?
Yes, I've got lots to say. I very much suspect that deep down Cleveland is a decent person. I think that what we're saying here is what Hitchens would describe as the ability of religion to poison everything. I think that Cleveland knows that if he saw someone suffering, he would do his utmost to prevent that suffering, so far as he was able to do so. And yet, when it comes to the God that he's been indoctrinated into, he doesn't see that sort of criticism or that lack of empathy from his God should be a criticism.
May I add something to that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, I would say that I would just go to give an argument for God being all-loving in the same sense of suffering. Like I said, God, I'm just going to deal with two natures of God. By nature, God he is love, and he is justice. He is love and he is justice. And because he doesn't sacrifice his justice. He doesn't sacrifice his justice to show love. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. God knows that because of sin, because we break his laws, because he's being just, because he has to punish our sin. He has to do it. And because he loves us so much, he knows that death comes in the world through sin. And because he knows this, he knows he has to do something in order to stop death. to stop eternal death, because he knows he has to punish that sin. So what he does is, like you know the story, is he sacrifices himself and place the judgment upon himself.
Well,
but wait.
Pause one moment, though, if you may, Cleveland, because the story of God sacrificing himself to himself is one that I found most unpersuasive. Because, let's face it, leaving aside the definition of the Trinity, which I've not ever been able to understand, but how is it a sacrifice for someone to be nailed to a cross knowing, as a
Wait, we lost him. Don't.
Oh dear.
Let me call him again.
All right, sorry.
Yeah. Keep
Okay.
go.
I'm not sure what at what point I was cut off. Let me just sort of like start again. So far as the sacrifice is concerned, the idea that this was a sacrifice, I think, is absurd, because Jesus knew, and he must have known because he was part of the Trinity, which means that he was God and the Holy Spirit, so he knew everything as well, that his sacrifice on the cross was I have to say, nothing short of a charade. I mean, yeah, okay, he gets nailed to a cross, but he knows that he's going to be resurrected and spend the rest of eternity in heaven. This is not a sacrifice. However you try and define sacrifice, this, I'm sorry, was not a sacrifice.
It was, okay. I'll say how it is a sacrifice.
Well, not only that, but if it was supposed to be him taking our punishment, why is our punishment not what he experienced? Supposedly we're going to be
one at a time, though. To be fair, let's deal with why it's a sacrifice, and we'll come on to yours.
Sure.
Okay. Reason it's a sacrifice is because, as men, as mortal men, we naturally break all of God's commandments. I mean, we naturally have to break all God's commandments. Jesus, as being the Son of God, what he did was he took on flesh. He gave up his divinity. Well, I'm not gonna say all. He gave up his. Well, he basically humbled himself to be a man, and basically he spent that time ministering. You know the deal, and he followed all of. He upheld the law, pretty much. He upheld the law, God's law, which no man could do. No man could uphold the law. We can't do it because, like I said, God is holy. We can't match up to that standard. And
yes. You're not answering the question. Why was his death on the cross a sacrifice?
I'm getting to it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's a sacrifice because number one, he took on all of sin. He became sin. He became all of your sin. Everything that you've done, everything that you will do. He took on all of that for all of humanity.
You just said he never sinned.
No, I didn't. He did not sin, but he took your sin. I didn't say his sin because he didn't sin. He took your sin.
He didn't sin, but he took on sin. Hang on, Bort, a bit.
He took all of your sin.
Please, Bort, let him finish. But Cleveland, as you're addressing my question, which I know you are, and I will let you finish, please include this, if you will, in your answer. How is it that knowing that you'll go through a temporary period of pain and spend eternity in heaven thereafter, how is that a sacrifice? This is a question that I'm asking you to address. I'm sorry for interruptions. Please carry on.
Well, the thing about it is, God, like I said, God didn't have to do it. You know, he didn't have to. He wasn't required to do it. So, I mean, he could punish everyone right now, and he'll be just in doing that because we all broken God's commandments. You know.
But he's the one who makes the commandments, though. So isn't whatever he says goes?
Well, the thing about it is, God does not make rules according to he doesn't just make arbitrary rules like, you know what, I feel like this is wrong today. I feel like this is going to, he doesn't do that. He judges us based upon his nature, which is love, pretty much. And like I said, he took on all of our sin from, it took on all of our sins. So
Cleveland, let's talk about God's love.
okay.
So God created everything. We've got that. I'm sure everyone understands that. But things go somewhat wrong.
Okay.
So God's love compels him to flood the entire earth and kill every single living thing on it, save for that which was on the ark. This is an act of love, is it? Why could he not simply at that point say,
it's an act of justice.
Did you hear what I've got it wrong. I've got the power to simply forgive everything and start afresh without this dramatic and drastic measure of killing everything on the earth, including women, children.
Okay, I get your point. I understand. Because what I'm saying is, that's not an act of love that he flooded the earth. That's an act of justice.
But he can't do both at the same time, though, right?
Well, no, he's not going to sacrifice He's not going to sacrifice.
No, I mean he can't do love and justice at the same time.
Well, I would say, kinda. But what I'm
when
saying,
he came to St. Paul on the road to Damascus, and changed Paul into somebody who persecuted Jews into somebody who embraced Christianity, why didn't God do that to everybody on the planet?
Because, like I said, man, the thing about it is, would you rather be a robot or have your choice to freely love God? And I'll explain it like this.
Oh, sorry. So was Paul a robot, or did he have the choice to love God?
He had the choice because he had the choice.
So God could do exactly what he did to Paul and do it to everybody on the planet at that same time, and they would still have had the choice. Is that correct?
Let me ask you. Okay. Well,
no, hang on. Answer that question. Answer the question.
No, I would say. I mean, if God, I would say this: if God revealed Himself to everyone, and everyone knew God, then everyone would follow God. But they wouldn't follow God.
So why doesn't God do that?
Let me finish.
Yes,
now, if everyone followed God, they wouldn't follow God because they love God. They would be following God because out of fear of God.
Well, no, they'd follow Him because He'd revealed Himself to them.
Let me ask you a question. If you follow God and you knew that if you broke His commandments, that you would go to have eternal punishment, would you follow God because you feared Him or because you loved Him?
Would it matter?
It would matter.
Why would it matter? Why would it matter?
I'll say this. I'll put it in a smaller context, because check this out. If you had children, you want your children. Would you want your children to love you because they feared you, or love you because of who you are?
What?
You'd want them to do it out of love.
I'm totally sorry. I think the analogy that you're seeking to draw is this: that God loves all His children. Yes. But He wants them to respect Him through love and respect. Yeah?
I would say He wants
Cleveland. Yes, is that generally about right?
No, not necessarily. I'm going to answer the question. What I'm trying to say is...
you always ask questions. You don't answer them. Go on, ask another question.
I'm not asking a question. I'm answering the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is, the analogy is to say that God wants you to love Him because of who He is, not because of the power that He has or what He can do or what He can do for you. He wants you to love Him for who He is, just as the father would want his son to love him for who he is, not because of what he can do for him.
He's doing everything he possibly can. Hang on 1 second, if I may, please. He's doing everything he possibly can to stop me doing that by revealing, apparently through the Bible, his true nature. Now, just dealing with this issue, have you got children, Cleveland?
No, man, I'm married, but we're gonna work on that a little bit later on. I told her one life altering change at a time.
Imagine you have a child. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And your child is somewhat troublesome.
Alrighty.
And he breaks a few of your rules in the house.
Mm-hmm.
He's not respectful for you. He steals cookies when you've told him not to, and so on and so forth. Yeah?
So on and so forth, yes.
Do you think that you can conceive of any thing that that child of yours could do that would cause you to want him to be condemned to an eternity of torture and pain and suffering?
No, but like I said, I would not want him to, I don't want him to see any eternity of pain and suffering. But I know that by him not following my rules, or by breaking the rules of, just of man anyway, that he's going to end up getting himself hurt or in trouble.
Hang on, Cleveland. Just a second.
It's not quite the same thing, is it, though, Cleveland?
One at a time, please.
All right, Cleveland. You don't forget your son, because you haven't got children. Have you got brothers or sisters?
I have brothers and sisters.
Okay. So if your brothers or sisters did something, and it doesn't matter, the worst thing that you can imagine them doing, even if you can't, try and hypothesize that you find out that they've killed somebody. Would you want them to pay for that by being burnt, having their skin burnt off and replaced and burnt off for eternity, for an absolute eternity? And bearing in mind, before you answer, you are the one who decides that they are going to suffer that. It's not that somebody else has created this eternity of suffering for them. You have created this eternity of suffering for them. Is that what you would choose for them?
No, it's not my will for them to suffer, but I would want them not to. I would say, if I'm going to be just about it, then I would have to punish them. I would have to.
Okay, so how would you punish? All right, so you've got a brother or a very close friend that you love, and they kill somebody in cold blood. What do you think would be a fair? How would you address that? As a human being.
As a human being, I mean, the only thing we can do is, like I said, either life in jail or death. That's the only thing we can do as far as humans. And
I'm saying, let's say you were beyond human. If you could give them any pain and any suffering, what would you give them?
Well, like I said, man, like I said, I would have to, as being just, I would have to punish them. Like I said, I don't know the punishment that I would give them. I don't know. But like I said, they would have to get punished regardless. I don't know the punishment or the type of punishment.
100 years, 1,000 years?
Any crime that they would have committed, that you would sentence them to an eternity of suffering?
Well,
yeah.
Any crime.
I would say I would have. Like I said, if I was to be just and fair, then I would have to do it. I would have to.
I honestly do not say, would not sentence anyone to eternity. I would sentence them, I don't see it like being eternal torture for, I don't know, even the worst crime seems overkill, even.
Cleveland, let me jump in here. Cleveland, you see, if somebody who was, compos mentis, they were, fully aware of their actions, if they committed the most heinous crime, then in my mind, as a human being, I would want two things. I would want them to pay, to suffer for their crime with a term of imprisonment, but I would also want them to fully understand, to appreciate. I would want them to go through an education process whereby they understood the impact of their crime on other people, so that when they were released as a more effective member of society. Would you think that was a fair thing to do?
Would it be fair? I mean, like I said, just looking at a humanistic standpoint, then I would say, if you want to reform them, but I would say yes, but
yes.
I was
that's fine.
Wait, can I?
That's fine. But hang on. But your God, Cleveland. Your God isn't happy with that. Your God wants this person to have their skin burnt off them and rebuilt and burnt off them. Not for a year. No, imagine a year of... Put your hand over a candle, Cleveland, and how long can you hold it there? Can you hold it there for a year? For 1,000 years? For 1,000,000 years? No, we are talking about an eternity.
Here we go.
That's
you ready
torture.
For the answer? It is torture. You're ready for the answer. All right. So here's the answer. Okay. When you die, you spent up, like I said, when you die, man, you pretty much spent up all your chances to become a better person. You spent up all your, I'm not even going to say better person. You spent up all your time trying to reform and turn to God. God is constantly saying, hey, come to me, come to me, come to me. What you say? Nope, my will be done, my will be done, my will be done. And then when you die, then there comes the judgment. God has given you an entire life to spend. He gives you an entire life to spend. And you get in front of him and he judges you on it.
It's
I got a question.
If I may,
Wait, I got a question.
If I may,
Go ahead.
it's not quite that simple though, is it, Cleveland? Because what happens is this. If you have been the most repulsive, violent, disgusting, criminal person that has ever walked the face of the earth, and this includes the likes of Hitler, provided that you repent before you die, you will be accepted into the kingdom of heaven. Yes? Yes?
Yep. Yes.
Right. So, do you not think that that's an odd way of judging people? So you've got your mass murderers, you've got your Hitlers, you've got all, as I say, the most disgusting people, and all they need to do is, just as long as they say sorry and repent before they die, then everything will be right. They'll be fast-tracked up into
do you know the difference between
repentance? Do you know the
and
one
asking for
thing?
forgiveness?
Do you know that the one sin that cannot be forgiven? Do you know what that is?
Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit.
There we go. That's an odd selection of rights and wrongs, don't you think?
No. Do you know what blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is?
Tell me, because I'll do it now.
I know what it is. I know what it is, Cleveland, and I'll give you an example. You have Cleveland. You have two uncles, and one of those uncles is an atheist, and that uncle is a terrible, terrible man. He's on YouTube, and he spends all his time producing YouTube videos. He spends all his time on YouTube videos telling everybody what an arsehole God is and what an arsehole he was in the Old Testament, etc. And the other one isn't. The other one's a preacher. Now, this preacher uncle of yours lives with you for 10 years when you're a child. But then he goes off and he preaches around the world. He ends up in Africa preaching to new converts over there. And then he dies. And then you die. And you got to heaven with your brother. And you walk into heaven. And the atheist preacher of yours, uncle of yours, isn't there because he blasphemed against the Holy Spirit. So he went straight down to hell. But the preacher uncle is there. And you go, hey, because you remember great fond memories of your uncle. Of course, your brother doesn't, because the 10 years that your uncle spent living with you, he was buggering your brother on a nightly basis. But later on, he, admitted and he, repented and he accepted Jesus into his life. So he was accepted into heaven. So you turn around to your brother and, oh, uncle's here, uncle's here. But your brother's thinking, hang on, that's the guy who stuck his dick up my arse for 10 years. And you want me to go up and say, explain that.
You're supposed to be telling me about blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, man.
Well, I'm just telling you the absurdity of it is that.
No, okay, here's what. Let me answer the question.
I did ask him.
I mean, you guys been rolling. You guys been rolling for the last. I've just been shutting up, man. Okay.
No. I did ask you a question, Cleveland. Please tell me the answer. How do you blaspheme?
All right, thanks. I appreciate it, man. All right, so blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is basically when God is constantly trying to come into your life, you constantly deny Him over and over and over and over. And then you die, you pretty much blaspheme the Holy Spirit. It's pretty much blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. It's just the constant rejection of God's advances to come into your life. That's the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit.
Who told you that?
That's what it is.
No, who told you that?
Well, who told me that, dude? That's what it is. Do you know? Okay, nobody has to tell
that's what it is.
That's it, man.
No, I think you got to come up with a scriptural reference for that, because the way you just described it is not consistent with Scripture.
All right. Well, give me the verse. Give me the verse. Let's see. Blasphemy. Let's look it up. I don't know the verse, but I know already. Listen,
Yeah, and what you'll find is the one sin that cannot be forgiven is blaspheming the Holy Spirit or Holy Ghost, right?
Okay. True.
But it's not your definition, it's your interpretation that I'm questioning.
Because technically that means technically it's just until you die, that's blaspheming the Holy Spirit because you never actually talk to God, I guess.
Give me a second, man. I'm reading.
Well, and it seems like logically inconsistent.
But yeah, go ahead. Keep talking.
Let's have a look at it together. Which Bible verse are we looking at?
Let's look it up.
I think DPR has a Bible in front of him, doesn't he?
I think it's St. Paul. I don't think it's in any of Jesus' teachings because Jesus was a Jew. He wasn't a Christian. He had no interest in Christianity. He was preaching to Jews.
Yeah, it's strictly in the epistles. It's not in the canonical Gospels, and there's no mention of it in the Old Testament. So Corinthians is probably a good starting place.
My point is, I'm sorry, and please, someone, I do have several versions of the Bible in front of me, but I can't put my finger on the chapter and verse. Cleveland, tell me which chapter and verse it is, and my point is, what you will find there is the one thing that cannot be forgiven is blaspheming the Holy Ghost. But your interpretation of it is not in that chapter or verse or anywhere else in the Bible. This is why I'm asking you, where did you get that interpretation from? And I'll answer the question for you. You got it from those that teach you. How do you know that those teachers are right?
Give me a second. I'm reading here. Give me a second. But I'm pretty sure that's it, though. Let me check. I'm reading. Okay, John.
That's all right. I'm not pressuring you on time.
We're not going anywhere.
What version of the Bible are you looking at? Is it King James, New International Version, or what?
Doesn't matter. It still reads the same way.
Yes, it does matter, actually. They are different. Yes,
they're different in like some Bibles are word for word translation. Some Bibles are thought for thought chapter translation. Translation.
Why don't you just tell me which version of the Bible you're looking at? It will help me.
I'm looking at the NIV. If you want to get the ESV better.
Your international version.
Word for word.
Okay. Give me a second.
Get the ESV. I like the ESV.
Oh, I don't have that one.
Okay. Do you have a cell phone? Well, get the NIV.
Yeah, I've got that one in front of me now.
Come on now. It was Matthew 12, 31 through 32.
I don't think it's Matthew. You may be right. I don't think it's Matthew.
Either way, isn't the
Matthew 12, 31 through 32.
Hang on. It is Matthew. Okay, that's a lot.
No matter
Matthew,
what.
hang on. One second, please. Matthew what? 21? Sorry, Cleveland, I didn't hear you.
It's Matthew 12, 31 through 32.
Matthew 12. I apologize.
Yeah, it talks about blasphemy of the Holy Spirit.
Matthew 12. I've got Matthew 12. Where am I looking?
Matthew 12, verse 31 through 32.
31 to 32. Okay, let me read it out for those that are watching. He who is not with me is against me, and he who does not gather with me scatters. And so I tell you, every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven men, but the blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. Anyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven, but anyone who speaks against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either in this age or in the age to come. Right, where does it say anything about not accepting God in that? As I say, where is your interpretation coming from?
Okay, well, this is my interpretation coming from. I'll give you this straight up. Well, first of all, we have to realize who the person of the Holy Spirit is, and what does the Holy Spirit do. Number one, the Holy Spirit is the great, I would say, he's the great convictor. He convicts people of their sin.
Sorry,
And he
where
got
do you get?
people to
You have to say where you get these definitions from. You can't just say things. You have to tell us where you get this from.
Right. Like I said, man, I don't have my Bible verses with me, man. I just read this stuff and I memorize it, but I don't memorize the verse. But I can look it up. Give me a second. Give me a second, y'all.
Isn't the point the same, though, that DPR was making? I mean, the only point to any of this was that this seems like an odd criteria by which to, that's the worst thing you can possibly do compared to rape and murder and the rest. So whatever definition you give, the point's the same, I see.
Yeah,
Isn't it odd
right.
to choose this one thing as the ultimate sin?
You're right, Strife. You can put babies through your meat mincer for 35 years of your life. You could steal babies out of people's cots for 35 years and stick them through your mincer and then say, oh, but I accept Jesus. But if you are Mahatma Gandhi and spend your entire life looking out for the poor and the oppressed, but never accept Jesus, and at some point reject Jesus, then you go to hell. But the baby mincer goes to heaven.
I mean, I was going to ask the question, which I think pretty much passed, was, does God make his will right?
Oh, that's it.
Because
I got
God's,
it's John 16, 8 through 11. That's the purpose of the Holy Spirit. John 16, 8 through 11.
So you accept John's gospel as a reality, not as a...
Yeah, pretty much.
Wasn't John the racist guy?
Sorry, help me out again.
Yeah, John was a guy. No, that wasn't John. Was that John? That was a...
John what?
I think that was Peter, man.
Who was he? The guy that was like anti-Semitic?
Yeah, I think that was Peter, man. No, that was Peter. He was talking about the. No, was that Peter? I know Paul. I think Paul called him out on it, man. Paul called him out on it.
Paul is anti-Semitic because Jesus was a Jew. Paul came along and said,
Paul was a Pharisee,
forget the Jews, let's bring the Gentiles in.
No.
Sorry, I thought I just heard reference to John.
Yeah, it's John 16, 8 through 11. Paul was a Pharisee.
Yeah, John the imaginary gospel.
16.
Yeah, 16, 8 through 11.
Okay, let's have a look.
No, Paul, because Paul was the one who went to Peter, who lived with Jesus and said, you're wrong.
Are you sure you mean this? John 16, 8 to 11, yeah?
8 through 11, yeah.
Yeah, that's in reference to the role of the Holy Spirit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, let me read it to you, unless I've got it wrong. John 16. When he comes to you, he will convict the world of guilt in regard to sin and righteousness and judgment, in regard to sin, because men do not believe in me. In regard to righteousness, because I am going to the Father, where you can see me no longer. And in regard to judgment, because the prince of this world now stands condemned. I have much more to say to you, more than you can now bear. But when he, the Spirit of truth, comes, he will guide you to the truth. He will not speak on his own. He will speak to you only what he hears, and he will tell you what is yet to come. He will bring glory to me by taking from what is mine and making it known to you. All that belongs to the Father is mine. That is why I say the Spirit will take from what is mine and make it known to you. In a little while you will see me no more, and thereafter a little while you will see me. So, sorry, how does that have any bearing on what you were saying?
Okay, so this is how it has bearing on what we're saying. We're saying what the purpose of the Holy Spirit was. And I was telling you that the purpose of the Holy Spirit was to guide people to God. To blaspheme the Holy Spirit is to deny the Holy Spirit, or to, basically to deny the Holy Spirit.
Hang on, the Holy Spirit guides... Isn't the Holy Spirit God? Why would the Holy Spirit guide people? So the Holy Spirit is God?
Yes.
So why is it guiding people to God?
Either way, you're saying that's worse than murder and rape and all the rest.
To deny God it means you'll never come into repentance. Therefore, you'll never come to Christ, to deny.
I've always been confused. Maybe you can explain this then, because, I mean, God is omniscient. So if he's omniscient, why does he need to be three different people who are or are not him?
Okay. So the question is, why does God need to be three persons? Is that a fair assessment of your question?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Okay. So the reason that God is three persons is because, well, basically, you know, the reason he's three persons is basically because that's pretty much, how would I put this? I would say he's...
Is he a transformer?
No, he's not a robots in disguise. No. No, he's not a transformer, man. And that's another thing. That's modalism, but we're not going to talk about that because that's a whole nother subject. But God is one being who is three persons. To get to know God would be getting to know three persons of the Trinity.
Yeah, so he's a transformer.
Hang on. Sorry. Oh. That isn't explaining. That's
no. I haven't even got to the explanation. I'm over here talking about side comments.
Yeah.
So the reason that God is three persons, man, is because, well, basically, you know, that's... I would say, and I'm going on speculation here, y'all. This is not like road and stone or anything. But I would say, to my thought, I would say that God is three persons because it's pretty much all he needs to be. You know, he's... Well,
surely all he needs to be is one person, isn't it? Which would be God.
Not necessarily, man, because...
All right. I'll put it another way. Hang on. Let's imagine, as I often do, you know, that I am God. So I'm God. And, you know, I created the world in, 4,500 years BC. And, I created this couple of people and didn't keep an eye on them, so they fucked up in the Garden of Eden. And so later on, I had to come along and wipe out everybody on the planet, already knowing that wouldn't work and that 2,000 years later, I'd have to come along in the flesh. Well, so I come along in the flesh, and what do I do to solve the world's problems? Well, I could come and say, out of the clouds, I could descend from the clouds in a fiery ball. And I could say, look, I am, and the world would stop. And, you know, if a human being, or something that looked like a human being descended from the clouds, no one would mistake it. It would be written in stone across the civilizations that this occurred. But no, instead, I decide that I'll be born somehow from some virgin somehow, who had to live in a stable, and then, you know, when I'm born, these people turn up with gold. Hang on, if they turned up the day before, I wouldn't have had to be born in a stable, because with all that gold I could have got a 5-star hotel, but let's forget that. And then I say I am God. That it, you know, don't you find any of this story just a little bit flaky?
Okay, so I answered that question way back in the day. You basically asked, well, wouldn't it be better if God just revealed himself for everybody to know? And I answered that question.
But wait, Cleveland.
Well, no, actually, you
didn't though. That's
Cleveland, the thing that seems like though is God's will is going to be done, even if we don't want it to. So we have no say. So if God appeared, what's the difference of him appearing than him getting his will done in the end?
I think actually what perhaps a better question to Cleveland says, if you have a school, you have a playground full of kindergarten kids, and any of them who misbehave, you're going to punish. Not the way you punish kindergarten kids. You're going to burn them with a soldering iron, or a soldering iron, as you call it in the States. You're going to burn them in the hands until they can barely suffer it, and then you're going to carry on burning them. That's the punishment you've chosen for them, unless they accept your authority. Now, you have a choice. You could go to each of them and explain to them that they have to behave, or this is the punishment. Or you just don't bother. You just go to one of them in the corner, one of the kids who nobody else talks to, one of the geeks, and you just talk to him and say, this is what's going to happen. And no one will listen to him, but you tell him anyway. And then later on, when the kids misbehave, you go, well, I warned you. And they all go, well, no, you didn't. Well, I told the geek in the corner, come here, I'm going to press this soldering iron against your skin and burn you.
I'm going to burn
because
you.
I love you. But I'm only doing it because I love you. No, if you loved us, you'd have got off your arse and told us all about it in the first place.
Yo, okay. So you want me to answer that, or you want to keep going?
Well, wasn't your answer to that essentially that God does that because he wants us to do it out of love, not fear?
Yeah, I would say that was pretty much it.
But wouldn't that apply to even you who say believes that God exists?
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realise you had a follow-up question. But if I may, just because it's on sort of like topic, presumably, Cleveland, do you believe that God has gifted us with free will? Yeah?
I would say, yeah, I'm not a Calvinist, so I say, yeah, we do have free will.
We have free will to accept God or not to accept him, yeah?
Pretty much.
But if we don't accept him, we're going to be burnt and tortured for eternity.
Not necessarily not for accepting God. You don't go. God doesn't. I say this. God doesn't send anyone to hell. You send yourself to hell.
So, okay. That's fair enough.
I'm not at all okay with that. Cleveland, there's a couple of times you've said something like that, and it's something I always feel compelled to jump on. God's either in control. God's either in control or he's not in control. Before you made a comment about how God doesn't kill people, and then you said, well, the devil does this or whatever. You can't really have a coherent, cohesive vision of a universe.
I didn't say God doesn't kill people.
Actually, you did, although a little later.
I said God has the ability to give and take life as he chooses. I never said that God doesn't kill people.
So when I die, I can choose to go to heaven.
No, that's not what I said at all.
But that's the thing, though. That's the thing. God's will is whatever God's will is. Whatever
So
God does has to happen. So pretty much.
God isn't sending me to hell.
I'm sorry. I'm totally sorry to interrupt. I know it's very.
I say God does not send. I say God doesn't send you to hell.
Hold on, slow down.
Making a point, and he hasn't spoken for a while. Let's listen to Hogtie Champ.
Yeah, I apologize.
Well, my point may have been self-evident. It is something I watch for in people's speech when they say this. Well, no, you can't blame God for this because that's beyond God's control. Well, you cannot have a consistent, coherent image of what God is as the ruler of the universe, and then to say, well, no, these things happen. Now the biggest one at the top of the pile is God doesn't send you to hell, you send yourself to hell. If I could do it quick enough on the keyboard here and post a link in the room, maybe someone can find it, because it's a very famous clip that was on the Atheist Experience. It was Jeff D. and Matt Dillahunty, where this lady had called, I think it's called Tipsy Woman.
Oh,
yeah, it's a gooder.
The one like, you going to hell?
Yeah.
That one?
And they said,
you going straight to hell, boy.
Yeah. Somebody says, well, why wouldn't, one of the guys had asked, why would God send us to hell? And she says, God doesn't send you to hell, you send yourselves to hell. And then they started to work through this chain of logic with her. And, a big part of that was that, of course, God's in control of everything. But Christians in defense of God feel it's very important to make that point that you have this choice. You're the one that's doing it. Well, Jeff D's response to this was to say, okay, I'm not sending myself to hell. Right now, here in this moment, I choose I'm not going to hell. Now the ball is in God's court. What does God do? So what do you say to that, Cleveland? Like if I tell you, I am choosing I am not going to hell. Does that mean
the thing about it is you don't have a say in saying, well, since I say I'm not going to hell, I'm not going to hell, or since I say I'm going to heaven, I'm going to heaven. It doesn't work like that.
So I don't have free will then, do I?
You don't let me finish.
Actually, let me sharpen the question a bit, because I think I anticipate where you're going.
Okay, let's sharpen it up.
Let me sharpen the question a bit. I live down the street from, I'm going to say a 7-Eleven. Everybody has 7-Eleven, right? Whatever. Convenience store. I always make a mistake in these chats. I always refer to I'll talk about the Tim Hortons or something, and people are like, what's a Tim Hortons? And, the guy's from Canada. But there's a 7-Eleven down the street. I choose to not go to that 7-Eleven. Also, a few miles away from my place, there's a federal penitentiary. I choose to not go to that penitentiary. Now, here's how I'm going to avoid those places. I am not going to send myself to 7-Eleven. Also, I am not going to send myself to jail. Now, my question, I want you to think about how we use that term when you answer this about sending yourself to, because I'm not going to send myself, I'm not going to phone a cab and say, hey, take me to jail and lock me in a room. But it's still possible that I'm going to end up in that penitentiary, right? So if I go, you could say, well, you don't have a choice, right? I can go and I can commit a crime and the police can arrest me. I can have my day in court and I can lose, and I will end up in that penitentiary. Did I send myself? I can send a package to you through the mail. I can put a stamp on the package, and I'm sending you the package. But who sends me to jail? So can you answer, just choose your words carefully when you respond to that.
All right, here we go. To answer that question, yeah, you do send yourself to jail pretty much, because you have the ability to know not to steal and break the law.
No. I choose. No. I'm going to stop you again, because I said use the words precisely. Don't say you basically.
Let me listen.
No.
I'm answering too fast. You're right.
Because you're saying you basically send yourself to hell. You sorta or you kind of send yourself to hell. Now if I call a cab and I get the cab driver to drive me to 7-Eleven, is it fair to say that I basically drive myself to 7-Eleven, or is it more precise to say that the cab driver drives the car to 7-Eleven? In that context, is it more accurate to say I basically send myself to jail, or is it more precise to say that the justice of the court sends me, I would say the judge for the American fans, that the judge sends me to jail? You see what I mean?
The justice of the court. Canadians.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. By saying that, man, you basically, you take responsibility off your own self. And you alluded to the justice or the cab driver. But whatever you end up doing is your choice to do.
Well, then say it that way.
It's your choice that you went to 7-Eleven, no matter the means. It's your choice to go.
Right, and I have no problem with that. I have no problem when somebody says, you made choices in your life that put that judge in a position where he had to send you to jail in the interest of justice. And if you want to say to me, well, you made choices in your life that made it so that God was doing a just thing when he sent you to hell, I would say, okay, that's fine. That's your theology. But when you say to me, well, you sent yourself to hell, God, and then you punctuate it by saying, God did not send you to hell, that's when I say bullshit.
Yeah, but let me point out, though, just as a kind of colloquialism, we do actually speak in the way Cleveland has all the time when we say things to people like, well, you kind of did it to yourself. I think that's the sense in which Cleveland's speaking. And so in that very particular sense, I can understand.
And again, I have no problem with that.
It's a bit of an equivocation happening.
One at a time.
Yeah, I disagree because in the extreme, you die. This is the world we're living in. You die, and then you either go to hell or heaven, and God decides that. It's God who sends you. We can't. It isn't about your path of experience or decisions which chooses. When it comes down to it, God decides where you go. In Cleveland's view, in my understanding.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's almost an equivocation happening here. That's one sense in which you're saying somebody sends you. I feel like he's speaking in a completely different sense when he's saying you send yourself. Ultimately, he would agree with what you just... in other words, these aren't conflicting ideas, really. Both can be
I think you're right. It's straight up... I'm glad you put it that way, too, because it's straight up an equivocation problem where we kind of borrow this one phrase. And I think you're also right, and I think Cleveland alluded to it, the real issue is responsibility. Is that when we say, well, there are these souls that are in hell, who bears the responsibility for those souls ending up there? My soul is destined for hell, according to Cleveland. That's where I'm headed. Pardon me, Cleveland, for putting words in your mouth, but it's a for instance. So my soul will end up in hell. Now, who is responsible for that? And I think to say that phrase, well, God doesn't send you to hell, is to lift any responsibility from God completely. And then, and obviously what Christians are saying is they're trying to let people know that you bear responsibility for this. But to do that misses the point that the non-believers are trying to bring out. And remember, non-believers aren't trying to argue the injustice of the system. Non-believers aren't trying to convince Christians that we exist in this unjust system. That was strange. That somehow the system we live in with this heaven and the hell and the God and the Jesus and the Holy Spirit, we're not trying to convince you that this system is unjust. We're trying to convince you that the system is so obviously unjust that it actually doesn't even exist. It would be unjust were it real.
All right. So, that was a lot of stuff. But my thing is, did y'all have a question for me or something like that? Or?
This is going to turn into a fire.
I've got a question for you, Cleveland. Here's a question for you, Cleveland. Here's a question. Now, heaven is a quite sort of ethereal place, and it's something we don't have a great idea about. But would you agree? Now, this is a leading question, and I accept that. But would you agree that probably the people who understand heaven most would be the angels?
I would say, yeah, like I said, they would be the one of the, I don't know what in order, I would say, yeah, they're one of the creations of God. They reside, with God in heaven, so yeah, I guess so.
Okay, then bearing in mind that the angels know God, and they know without question that God is omnipotent and omniscient, he knows not just what they do, but what they think, then how would you explain 1/3 of the angels rebelling against God? 1/3 of the angels decided that they would rather spend an eternity in hell than spend one moment more in God's presence.
I would say the reason for that would possibly be the fact that, it's pride, really,
All of them had pride issues? I mean, what do they...
I would say that they... Let me finish. I mean, you want to just jump down my throat. I can't even just say anything. I would say it would be pride because they, I guess they were led by Lucifer. And, they was probably like, we don't have to put up with this no more. We don't have to keep doing everything God wants us to do. I'm pretty much just as powerful as God. So, hey, let's do our thing down here on earth.
Oh, yeah, but they couldn't do that. I mean, they knew. This isn't like, 1/3 of people in Libya rising up against Gaddafi, where they could overthrow Gaddafi and they could have a better life. They knew that they couldn't overthrow God because God was omnipotent. There's no way. But these people who knew God 1,000 times better than you will ever know God until you die, they knew God. They lived with him for eternity or close to. Yet they chose to move away from him. Now, if 1/3 of them were prepared to do that, how many of the angels do you think actually felt that but decided that they wouldn't stick their heads above the parapet?
I guess they were, I don't know, man.
I mean, from our understanding, it's probably likely that most of the angels actually thought God was a complete fuckwit, but the rest of them weren't prepared to spend an eternity in hell. Only 1/3 of them were prepared to. So what you're basically doing is you're following a God that 99% of his angels, his closest companions, thought was a complete fuckwit.
Well, the thing is, man, God, I wouldn't say that the angels were his companions. They were basically, his tools, pretty much. There's not, he doesn't befriend angels.
So you don't think the angels knew him very well?
I just say that they did not know him, but all I'm saying is that God, that's like, they're tools of God. They're basically instruments of God.
So they have no free will?
I would say they did have, because, if I would say they didn't have free will, then they couldn't choose to leave heaven, but I would say they did have some kind of will of their own. But
it doesn't even give you pause for thought. It doesn't even make you stop and ponder why 1/3 were prepared. And again, imagine how many were questioning but didn't decide to stand up and be reckoned. 1/3 of them were prepared to spend an eternity in the torture of hell rather than spend 1 second more in God's proximity.
Do you know that verse in the Old Testament on that one?
Which verse?
The verse where it talks about
There's a lot of
the
verses.
angel, the Satan and the angels.
Satan doesn't exist in the Old Testament. He's an invention
Lucifer.
of the New Testament.
Lucifer didn't exist in the Old Testament either.
Lucifer does not exist in the Old Testament. He's an invention of the New Testament.
Yeah, but okay, give me the chapter and verse.
Are you saying the snake? Are you going to say the snake? Because that pretty much is what Christians think of as Lucifer.
Yeah, there is nowhere in the first 5 books in the Pentateuch. There is nowhere that the devil.
Oh, to be fair, he mentioned the Old. He mentioned the Old Testament. I've got the Bible here.
Wait! What about that whole story of Job? Who did God have a bet with? I mean,
no, that's different. No, Job. No,
stop picking on Cleveland.
I'm not.
I'm not. Job is not in the Pentateuch.
Which is it?
If you look in Isaiah, it actually does talk about Lucifer.
That's
Isaiah
not the Pentateuch.
Isaiah.
Not the Pentateuch. Yeah, it's not in the Pentateuch, but it's in the Old Testament.
No. Yeah, nowhere in the Pentateuch does Satan exist.
Right. Which passage are you wanting me to look at this time?
Yeah, I want to see any one of them where it talks about the angels, fallen angels, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to search for you. You tell me which passage I need to look at.
Dude, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I can look. I'm just asking if you knew
okay, all right then. Do you accept that Satan does not appear in the Pentateuch? So the books supposedly written by Moses do not mention Satan whatsoever.
Let's see.
They mentioned witches.
Do you not think that odd?
I don't know. I mean, it could be. Like I said, I don't know. I'm ignorant on that.
Well, no. I can tell you, they don't. They don't exist. Satan does not exist. The story of Adam and Eve is an old story. It's based on the idea that the snake who shed its skin therefore was eternal. It's an old pagan belief, and that once upon a time the gods offered humans eternal life, as in the tree of life, and the snake who wanted eternal life convinced the humans that, look, there's another tree of knowledge where you'll know as much as the gods. And they convinced the humans to eat from the tree of knowledge so that the snake could keep the tree of life for himself, which is why the tree of life is mentioned in Genesis, but for no particular reason. And if you read the story of Eden, you'll hear the tree of life and the tree of knowledge. But the tree of life...
I got to go back and read it, sir, because like I said, man, I got to look it up. So,
yeah, well, read about it. Read about the tree of life in Genesis. It barely gets a mention because it's part of a very old pagan mythology.
I'll check it out, man. Genesis. I'll read it. I'll put it in a pen. All right. So, well, I have a few questions of my own because I've been under fire. I've been under fire, so...
Yeah, we're almost at the 3.5 hour mark. Holy crap, this is going to go on for 5 hours. I just know it.
I love questions.
Here's my question.
Go ahead.
All right, now atheism, that's a wide sort of topic, right? I mean, like a lot of people try to define atheism.
Let me pause you there before we go any further. Atheism is simply a rejection of the idea that there is that there is evidence for God or gods. That's it. Yep.
So, would everybody consider themselves to be, under that definition? Everybody would say that. Everyone in the room.
Yes.
Okay.
I would simply say that atheist is one of many epithets, which I would.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Okay. So my question is, do you think it's possible or impossible that God exists?
I think it is possible that God exists. I just told you what the definition was. I see
Right.
no
I'm
evidence
talking
for the
to everybody,
existence of
really.
a God
Well,
or
my
gods.
question is, how do you know?
Yeah,
Well,
but
why don't we
let Cleveland carry
let him
on.
take a run at it?
Yeah.
But can I ask you to clarify the question, though, because you said, do we think it's possible or impossible if God exists? Are you saying capital G God, the God as you've been describing him so far in the room, or are you asking if it's possible that there's any sort of gods anywhere?
Not any gods. I said the God of the
Okay,
Bible.
then I would. Okay, then my answer to that one is going to be impossible. Now, others may disagree with me, but I'm going to say that the God that you've been describing is impossible.
Which God?
One at a time.
Which God? I didn't hear what he said.
The God of the Bible. Do you think it's possible or impossible that the God of the Bible exists?
It is impossible.
I will nail my colours to the mast. I think that it is possible that the God defined by the Bible, as much as the Bible defines the God, could exist.
And I would say, by the way, to interrupt,
one at a time.
I apologize for interrupting. It's a brief observation, but at this point, Shock of God would now declare victory that because now there are two of us who've said that it's impossible for that particular God to exist, and one of us has said that it's possible that that particular God exists. Therefore, all of atheism is false because a couple people disagreed on one issue.
Well, let me try.
Okay, I would say
the people who said impossible, is that because? Oh, we lost them. But anyways, would you guys say that's because of basically there's like a contradiction in the very definition of that God?
No, I would say that I would say it's impossible for the God of the Old Testament to exist because the contradictions in the Old Testament are they're irreconcilable.
Yeah, I think that's what he asked.
I would give them a bit of leeway. For me, I would give them a little bit of leeway there and suggest that the human recording of the God of the Old Testament is subject to human frailties. So it doesn't mean that the God of the Old Testament does not exist. I think it's impossible to prove that it doesn't. So it is, in my view, it is possible that that God does exist.
I mean, I feel like...
That's good. Cleveland, you got us arguing, so that's good. That's a good start.
I feel like the only way...
But Cleveland, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Whit, but let's be fair to Cleveland. He wanted to, I think,
sure. Okay.
Question.
All right. Next question. Is my next question. Does everyone in here accept naturalism to be true? That there's no such thing as there's nothing that exists outside of the physical world?
No, I don't. How do you know that though? I don't claim to be a metaphysical naturalist.
I'm asking the question. Like, would anybody say that there's nothing else outside of the natural world that exists?
The first question I would ask Cleveland is, what do you define as the natural world?
Anything that you can see, hear, smell, touch, observe empirically.
Well, no, because there are 1,000 million things that we cannot see with our senses.
That's it. Or observe.
I'll tell you. I'll give you the best answer I can give, if I may, Cleveland. And it would be this. Scientific understanding at the moment suggests that about 96% of the universe is unknown to us. That is to say that all we know is what we can perceive and understand. But there is a strong suggestion that 96%, which is a combination of dark energy and dark matter, is something that we can't really define what it is. So I accept there's an enormity that we do not know.
Okay. So
I'll give you one more example.
My question is, does anybody accept naturalism?
Can I give you one more example?
Yes, I'm listening.
And that is, if you understand the basic concept of Einstein's special relativity, then if you take it to its extreme value, then the light, the photons that we are receiving at the Hubble Space Telescope from galaxies at a distance of about 13 billion light years, which actually left those galaxies about 400 million years after the Big Bang. So how long did they take to get to us? Well, if you understand relativity, the answer is they didn't take any time to get to us at all, because as far as the photons are concerned, in their reference, in their time frame, using the Lorentz contraction, their distance is collapsed to zero, which means immediately they were emitted from the stars in those galaxies 13 billion light years away, they immediately were received in the Hubble Space Telescope. And that's a very hard thing. That's a very hard thing for us people in our four-dimensional space to understand. But it is reality as we understand it. And this is an impossible thing. Now, a few thousand years ago, we didn't understand rainbows. And so we said, oh, how do rainbows happen? Gods did the rainbows. Well, no, we now understand how rainbows happen. Now, and what God does, and gods, they inhabit that fuzzy fringe beyond the existence of what we explain. And the simplest way to dismiss gods is that nothing that science has explained has ever been replaced by a god. But an infinite number of things that gods used to explain.
Please, Ford.
Sorry, okay.
You are presuming where Cleveland is going with this question. Let's allow him to run with it.
All right, sorry, I apologize. Run away.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say, and the Bible doesn't claim that, that the sun rises and falls because God, picked it up or something like that. God transcends the physical world. And,
Sorry, stop.
And I
explain what transcend means. I want you to explain what transcend means.
Transcendence means that you are above or outside or greater than physical reality or the universe.
Sorry, that doesn't explain it. That's just weasel words. That's pseudoscience. That's not real English.
So what you need so that does not explain what transcendence means. Transcendence means to be above or to be.
Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't explain it.
Physical reality.
Sorry. Saying something is beyond what we understand doesn't explain.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was beyond your understanding.
If you listen carefully, what Cleveland said was it was above. Now, I'm sure you didn't actually mean to say that, Cleveland. So what do you mean by transcendent?
What I mean by transcendence means that it is that something, if something transcends something, that it is greater than or greater than or is outside of, or if I would say God, I would say God, if I was talking to God, I would say that he's greater than or outside of the universe. He transcends time and space.
Wait. So
sorry, you have to explain what transcend is. What
I said, that something is outside.
I think he did.
That sounds like it sounds like pseudoscience. It sounds like it's something.
Board. Deep breath for a moment. He's basically saying there's something outside of the universe as we know it. I think. Let's be sympathetic.
All right. Okay.
So
okay.
Carry on, Cleveland. What's your next point? Where do you go from here?
I apologize, Cleveland. Carry on.
Yeah, my point is, I was just clearing up the fact that even in the Bible, even the prophets, even the people of the Bible didn't use God to explain the natural world. They just, they knew that God did. Let me finish.
I know, but what about Noah and the rainbow?
Let him finish. Okay, Come on. I'm holding my breath. You hold yours.
Like I said, yeah, they knew they didn't have the science that we have now to explain how it's done or anything like that, but they didn't say, well, God just painted it across the sky or something like that. That God actually had a hand and drug it across the sky and like that. They basically knew that, hey, that the creation is evidence for God. That's the only thing they knew. But now, like you said, science helps us explain our physical world a lot better. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So what? Sorry, what was your point with regard to
No,
God?
I was clearing that fact up, and before I even got to my
Sorry, yeah, I know. Sorry, but where do you fit God into the natural world then? In that view,
where God enters the natural world, I would say that God entered the natural world through Christ, but he works through. Like I said, he has the ability to control I would say that he has the ability to control what goes on in the universe through the means of nature. Like he uses the means of nature
how?
to control.
All right. Sorry.
How? I don't know.
How would we?
How?
Sorry.
I don't
No.
know.
No. Sorry. What I want to mean explicitly is, how would we identify God's hand in nature, as opposed to saying that was a natural event?
How we would use to, like I said, you wouldn't. Like I said, you wouldn't. I would say you wouldn't be able to really. I mean, because like I said, it goes back to the whole thing of God's will, man. I mean, we wouldn't really be able to know what, and I'll just come out and say it like this, man. I'll just say that everything that happens is because, is because of, it's basically because of God. Is basically everything that exists is because of God. That's what I would say.
But if we cannot differentiate between a natural process and God, which means that were God not interfering, the natural process would do that anyway.
Like I said, everything happens because.
Then how do we know? How do we say, oh, that God did that? Because that would have been a natural process anyway.
I don't, like I said in the beginning, man. Like I said, nothing happens on coincidence. Everything is guided by God's hand.
So can I just ask you in relation?
You know what I mean?
Can I just ask you in relation, for example, to rainbows? Are they a natural phenomena, or are they the act of God?
Natural phenomenon.
Why does the Bible say at Genesis 8:12?
Noah.
God said, "This is a sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth, and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between you and me and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on this earth." So God said to Noah, "This is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on earth." So, is it God's handiwork or is it a natural phenomena?
Is it God's handiwork or natural phenomena? I would say both, really. I would say that, yeah, it happens, it happens through nature, but it only happens because, it happens, I ain't going to say only happens, but it happens because, like I said, God uses his hand to guide history and everything in time. I would just say that, yeah,
every rainbow is not a natural occurrence. It's every single rainbow we see, we should remind ourselves that God's there looking after us and he's not going to flood us. In that case, if God is not going to flood us, why are there still tsunamis?
Well, I didn't say, you realize that in the book of Noah, they talk about a global flood, not just
What about global sea level rising? Isn't that a global flood in a sense?
That's not a global flood.
Are you seriously suggesting, Cleveland, that God is playing semantic games here? And when he says, "I won't flood," hang on, let me read it again. "Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the cloud." So he won't do it to destroy all life, but he'll do it now and again to, let's say, take out 250,000 people in Japan a few years ago. That's not his covenant. No, he didn't really mean that.
You
There's
didn't
a
hear
rainbow and we've got a,
basically
yeah,
what-
we
yeah,
see
you
a
said I'm
rainbow.
not gonna
That's
take
got
the
Lord
whole
and that.
life, man.
But we see a flood. Oh no,
He said he's not going.
that's not
He's not.
God's
He's not
government.
going to destroy the earth in water. That's all he said.
Oh yeah, he's
not
just going to
the earth in
destroy
water.
250,000 people by flooding them and
Do you-
drowning them to death.
And once again, I asked the question again, man. I mean, you personally still haven't answered my question. Is why is death bad? Is something objectively bad with death, or is there something objectively wrong with death?
Cleveland.
That's what I'm
there
saying.
is nothing-
No. There we go.
There is
There you go,
nothing.
run it. No,
objectively-
Cleveland.
No, I'm agreeing
No.
with you, Cleveland. There is nothing objectively wrong with death because death is part of the evolutionary process. I would just pose a question back to you with regards to the ark, that we are, currently we have identified approximately, I think, well, it's well over 1,000 species, or sorry, in biblical terms, 1,000 kinds of dinosaur. So could you explain, Noah obviously saved all these dinosaurs, but, in accordance with God's will. Could you explain why none of these 1,000 dinosaur kinds appear in any of the literature of humans after the flood?
So yeah, man. All I'm saying is, man, I don't know. Like I said, I really don't research like that.
Well, I do.
Well,
Yeah, the point is, Cleveland, I do. And the reason I do is because
One at a time.
they all died out 70 million years before the Bible was written, and therefore the people who wrote the Bible had no idea about dinosaurs.
You're making it, Board, if I may, please. You're making a presumption about what Cleveland thinks. Let's just assess exactly what he thinks. Right.
Okay.
Cleveland, a number of questions that can be answered yes or no. Do you believe that God created the heavens and the earth pretty much in accordance with Genesis? Yes or no?
I would say I'm an old Earth creationist, man. I would say that.
Well, no, but God created it. Yes.
I would say that God did create the heavens and earth.
Okay. Now, you kind of answered my second question, which was, when did that happen? Do you believe, as young Earth creationists do, that it was 6,000 years ago, or are you? That. I think you just said like an old age creationist, and if so, how old do you think the creation event is?
Like I said, man. Like I said, my like I said, I really don't. I haven't studied it like that.
Okay.
So, like I said, but I would say that I am an older creationist just by looking at Genesis, like the first part of Genesis, man. It's like it's real poetic, man. And
okay, my next question. It's all right. I don't need a precise answer. My next question is: do you think there was a global flood, as described in the Bible, that effectively Noah and a collection of animals got on an ark and the rest of the living species on Earth were drowned out of existence? Yes or no?
Like I said, man, I really can't answer the question because I haven't studied on it like that. So I don't know. All I can say is I'm ignorant of the facts. So,
do you believe in miracles?
I do believe in miracles.
Do you think
which I have seen personally?
Do you think that you've got a choice as to whether to answer prayer or yes or no?
Does he have the choice to answer prayer? Yeah, I would say yeah, if it's according to his will.
Wait, you said you have experienced miracles or seen them firsthand?
I've seen them, man. I've seen them.
To other people or to yourself?
Well, one to myself, and then another one just by actually, going to see it, somebody else's. Just twice in my life, really.
Would it be possible to get like a short version of either of those?
Yeah, short version.
Guys, guys, can we wrap it up somehow in 15 minutes?
Whichever.
Because we're going on for 4 hours.
Dude, we've been on here for 4 hours. Oh my goodness, I'm wasting my life away.
Although, I wonder, is it possible, can we bring it back? Because I know Cleveland asked us a couple of questions about whether we thought God of the Bible was possible. whether we were committed to metaphysical naturalism, that is the certainty there's nothing outside the natural world.
No, I said that word, actually. I said metaphysical naturalism. I'm saying I'm not a metaphysical naturalist.
But that's what he meant by it.
Yeah.
Well, I was just in helping to sort of, I'm wondering if we can get back, because I'm wondering where Cleveland was going with that. So to sort of speed along those questions rather than sort of retrenching the definitions there, I think his second question was, are you committed to a position where you're asserting there's definitely nothing outside the natural world? So I just chose that as sort of borrowed your label there. But do we want to, Cleveland, do you want to pick that up? Do you want to, where were you going with that? So you got some yeses and some nos from each of those questions. So where does that get us?
Like I said, just taking a survey, man. That's pretty much all I'm doing at the moment, and not trying to press into that. One thing I do want to bring up, man, one of my favorite arguments for the existence of God is the contingency argument, and it's pretty convincing. It's pretty convincing evidence that where God says that He's made Himself evident from the creation, and that He written Himself on the hearts of men, and that how everything is contingent upon God. If God does not exist, you wouldn't have anything that exists because He's a necessary being. But I don't know. Do you guys know the argument? Do you guys know the argument?
Well, all I would say is what
describing it, but
I mean,
you describe the argument, and then we'll comment on it.
Okay, so
wait, a little bit off topic. DPR, do you hate trolling with logic?
Sorry, do I what?
Do you hate trolling with logic?
Do I hate him?
Yeah, because he says he doesn't think you like him.
Oh, for goodness sake, let's get back on topic. Cleveland,
Cleveland, describe your position regarding creationism as being an explanation of God.
Well, like I said, man, and I'll use my argument from contingency, that everything is contingent upon God. Basically, there's three premises. First premise is that everything that exists has a explanation of existence, whether it's contingent upon something else or through, or if it exists because of his, excuse me, let me say it again. Everything that exists has an explanation of existence, whether through contingency upon something else or in its necessity of its own nature. Premise two is that if the universe has an explanation, that explanation is God. And then premise three.
Stop. Why does the universe require God as an explanation?
Well, I'll show you. Because if God exists, God would be the...
No. Sorry. You've started off with a premise of if God exists. You can't start off with a premise. The premise is that the universe exists. So how do you get from there to God is required?
Well, it's the premise too is well, like I said, it's in atheism. I would say, well, not atheist. I'll say naturalism. That the universe, if the universe doesn't have a cause, it's just here. It doesn't have a cause. All there is the universe. There's nothing outside the universe. Is it? That's it. So that's fine. Say God doesn't. Okay. That's the same. That's the same. It's logically. It goes again. It says God. That's what you saying. If God does not exist, the universe doesn't have a cause.
Hang on. Yeah, but why does the universe need a cause?
I'll show you.
Go on, Go on.
I'll show you because the universe exists.
The universe exists. Hang on. We all agree that the universe exists. I don't think there's anybody in this call who will disagree that the universe exists. Okay. So from there.
Why does the universe need a cause? Because, like I said, it exists. And just because it exists, it should have a explanation for its existence.
So anything that exists has to have a cause.
Whether
what you're saying?
It's upon something else or
it is.
So what is God based on?
Sorry. So hang on, Cleveland. So are you saying that anything, because the universe exists, anything that exists must have a cause? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is anything that exists because it's contingent upon something else, or that it exists out of its necessity of its own nature.
So the universe could just exist because it was a necessity of its own nature.
But that's false because the universe...
Why is that false?
because the universe can fail to exist. It could have failed to exist.
How do you know that?
Hang on. So why could the universe fail to exist?
Okay, well, I'll say this, because the universe, like I said, the universe has an absolute beginning. It has an absolute
Hang
beginning.
on. Oh, sorry. The universe has an absolute beginning. Hang on. I can just hear a Nobel Prize here. Hang on. So you can prove that the universe has an absolute beginning?
Yes.
You can?
Yes, the universe does have an absolute beginning.
How can you prove it? There's a
Number
Nobel
one,
Prize in this for you.
Number one, you can look at cosmology. As you can see that the universe is constantly expanding.
The observable universe.
The observable universe. But Cleveland, the observable.
Okay, the observable universe is constantly
That's a world of difference.
It's not the universe.
What do you mean by?
Would you want to say the multiverse, or you want to say the multiverse?
What do you mean by universe when you say
the universe? The physical, the entire physical existence that you look out and know that.
Okay, let me make it easy. Let me make it easy. If we go back to the Big Bang, if we go back to the we can go back as far as about 10 to the minus 43 seconds after the posited singularity, when the universe began to expand, when time separated from 3 dimensions of space. We don't know what happened beyond that. But maybe there was a bubble universe, maybe there was a multiverse, whatever. It doesn't matter. It could have gone back it could have been turtles back to infinity. It could have been different versions.
Do you think that the universe could be eternal in its existence?
It could be. The universe
if the universe
forms could be eternal.
If the universe is eternal, and if the universe has been past eternal from, if the universe has existed infinite all the way until infinity past, how in the world do we arrive at today? How do we know that today is not?
Because today is relative.
I can address that. I can address that two ways.
The point is, the question's irrelevant because the universe. The universe in different forms.
One at a time. And can we please start wrapping down, because we've been doing this for 4 hours.
It's been a good 4 hours.
Look, how about this? We'll come back to it. How about we come back to it tomorrow, okay? We'll come back to, not tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Sunday. Sunday.
I'm trying to address this to Cleveland, and what I'm saying is that we don't know what happened before the Big Bang, that 10 to the minus 43 after the singularity. We do not know. And so we can posit different mathematical equations. But any of them could say that we had an eternity of recursive different types of universe, which were not like the universe we experience now. And
which make the universe
so let me posit that there were an eternal variations. How does Cleveland dispute that?
Okay. That's what I said, man. When I say, if you said there's eternal different past universe, this universe is not necessary, which means it's contingent upon something else.
No, it's not contingent. No, hang on, Cleveland.
You said that the universe,
you've made a false. No, Cleveland, Cleveland, you've made a logical falsity. You've said it's contingent. It's not contingent upon anything. There is no contingency.
We're contingent on the universe.
So you said the universe just exists necessarily?
No, I've said the universe in various forms has existed for eternity. It's not contingent on anything.
So the universe is eternal. This universe right here, is it necessary?
No, not this universe. This universe.
I'm asking you. I'm pinning you down. I'm asking you.
No,
this universe that exists today.
No, I'm totally in agreement with you.
Is it necessary or contingent? Is it necessary or contingent?
It's not. No, it's not either necessary or contingent.
How does it exist then? How does it exist?
It exists because it exists, Cleveland.
That means it's necessary.
No, it doesn't.
Necessary,
no, it doesn't.
If it exists because it exists, it means it's necessary.
No, it doesn't.
Then why does it exist?
It doesn't.
What's the explanation for this universe?
This universe, as we understand it, using inflation theory and Big Bang theory, we can trace the universe's existence as we understand it back to about 10 to the minus 3, which is Planck time after the singularity. Before that,
We have no idea. But there are various purely mathematical hypotheses, which include the multiverse, string theory, bubble universe, M-brains, etc.
Okay.
But and beyond that, we don't know.
Given the multiverse, let's say the multiverse exists, it still does not explain the ultimate beginning. The multiverse would have had a beginning. It had to have some kind.
Yeah, which could have been a okay. So the multiverse began with the bubble universe.
What?
It doesn't matter. It could have.
It does matter because the universe exists.
No, Cleveland. It doesn't matter because nowhere back there, nowhere do we find some man with a beard. We can put on as many different hypotheses as we require, but none of those hypotheses ends up with a man with a beard.
Where do you get that from?
Look, put it simply, you can just say that this universe is contingent on the multiverse, and the multiverse...
No, it's not contingent. It is not contingent.
In the way he's meaning
Is it necessary?
You can just say that.
Necessary?
It's neither necessary nor contingent.
So how did it get here?
Oh, you see? Oh, isn't it sad? You need a reason for everything.
Exactly.
There is no reason. There is. Do you not understand? There is no reason.
Own nature, which means that the universe that we live in now is necessary.
No, it's not necessary.
Well, show me how it's not. You said exists because it exists. Explain. It only can exist either contingent upon something else or it's necessary in its own existence.
No, it's neither. It's neither.
Explain. Why does it exist?
No. This is the problem.
Why are we here?
No, hang on. This is the problem with
what?
the theist. So, hang on. Let me just clarify. This is the problem with the theist, is that they have to anthropomorphize everything. They cannot understand anything unless there is a daddy looking over. Have you noticed that they never mention mummy? There is never mummy. It's always daddy who has to be overlooking.
We're not going to argue that the universe exists. Remember that? We're not going to argue that. Remember, because the universe does exist. How did it get here?
How does it get here? Either of us know.
Okay, well, like I said,
all right. Hang on. Let DPR. But
if I may, I appreciate your attempts, Cleveland, at trying to rehash some of William Lane Craig's arguments. I'm not sure whether this is a Kalam or one of the other 5 that you normally get from him. I'm prepared to concede every single one of your premises, namely that the universe began to exist, that the universe had a cause. I will give you all of that, okay? I give you that. Now, tell me how we get from that to that cause being your God. And if you can do that, you win a Nobel Prize.
All right. Like I said, it's not meant to express Christianity at all. What it's meant to show that God does exist. Now, we can make an argument for the Christian God once we get to the point that God does exist. But that's not the point of the argument. The part of the argument shows you that God does exist.
Yeah, I've conceded that. God exists. How do we get from God to your particular flavor of God?
Well, sir, we could get to that on another Sunday. But all I'm saying, we can get to that on Sunday. But that's the point I'm trying to make, that God exists.
No, hang on, Cleveland. Your God, who's ubiquitous, who is obvious to everybody. You just have to look at a tree. Look, there's God. We don't have to get to another Sunday. You explain to me now how your understanding of Big Bang cosmology proves that your God exists.
Wait, guys, I think we have another guest coming on, actually.
Well, look, guys, I will let the other guests get it, but all I'm saying is, okay, so here we go. First of all, this guy over here, he's not an atheist anymore. He's not an atheist because he believes that God exists, okay? So you got one less person that's an atheist. Next, you.
Sorry, are you talking about me?
Did you say God exists?
1 sec,
No,
what you said,
God. Please, Cleveland, do not be so shabby as to misrepresent me in that way.
I'm listening.
I said
I'm sorry. I'm listening.
I would concede all of your arguments namely that the universe began to exist and the universe had a cause. What I'm asking you to then prove, I've given you that. I accept that.
Yeah. We can say, like I said, I'm
How
going
does it get to your God? Do not say that I've been not an atheist anymore.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, like I said, man, I apologize for putting words in your mouth.
No. Stop a second, Cleveland, because I was going to let that go, but that was an incredibly cheap shot of yours. Now we had somebody on this earlier who was he was a Christian, and I respected his belief, and I would debate that man for a day. I would love to meet him in a pub and chat to him for the afternoon, but for you to make that cheap shot is reprehensible, and I'd like you to.
Well, let's
that's why I'm apologizing.
Let's just get to the point. How do you go from my concession to the cause being your Christian God?
Well, that's who God. All I would say is, in the Bible, that's who God reveals Himself to be. He reveals Himself to be omnipotent.
You're relying on the Bible. You're
yes,
done.
I will rely on the Bible. But what I'm saying is that the universe has a cause, and that cause has to be God.
Prove
the
universe has a cause.
Here we go. So basically is the universe exists. Here we go. I'm starting with the universe exists. And no matter how big
concession. I'm not asking about that.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, man. I'm talking to the person that wants to know that the universe has a cause. Now, who is that?
Forget about that. Let's assume.
So how many people I got to do? It's like me versus the world. Cleveland. It's me versus the world. Think about it. It's me versus the world.
Come on. 3, 4, 5 Listen, Cleveland.
Dude, I'm listening to you. I said we'll get to that on Sunday.
That concession. How do you get from the cause being your God?
Okay, here we go. So, where are we at? Okay, so everybody's going to make that concession, right? I'm just making sure before I even start going, right?
Yes.
All right, everybody's making the concession. Here we go. So, first of all, we have to look at the cause of the universe. The cause of the universe has to be immaterial because all material came into existence at the beginning of the universe. All right?
No.
So
no, that's completely wrong. That's completely
really?
Sorry,
where
that's
the material
completely
for the
wrong.
universe come from then? Where did the
material from another?
Wait. Can I just say something? Can I just say something? It's a malformed question to say where the universe came from because there was no where. Remember that, right?
Oh, there could have been, though.
No, there wasn't. The Big Bang was not somewhere.
Let me explain my understanding of the universe, and if anyone wants to disagree, let them jump in on, and I will pause for them to disagree.
Please pause.
The universe, as I understand it, the universe as we all understand it, from a scientific point of view, doesn't go back to a point before, I think it's 10 to the minus 43 seconds, after the singularity. Go on.
I've got to interrupt you. We've been here. We have made the concession to Cleveland, and I've done it for a reason. And the reason is, let's stop arguing about the science. Let's give him the concession that the universe had a cause. Let him take us from that cause to being his particular God.
I will concede that point.
So, okay. So basically, we'll go into the cause of the universe being immaterial.
No, we've accepted the cause is okay. I apologize. I'm sorry. I interrupted.
Okay. So the cause of the universe has to be immaterial.
Why?
Now, if you look,
sorry. Why does it have to be immaterial?
Why does it? Because all material came into existence at the beginning of the universe, which means whatever caused the universe. No, it didn't. You sure? The universe. Yeah. So where does the material for the universe come from?
From the singularity.
The singularity. Okay. So was the singularity material or immaterial?
It was material.
So where did the material for the singularity come from?
From whatever occurred before the singularity.
Okay, which means that whatever it occurred from had to be immaterial. It cannot be
No.
Do you think it's an infinite regress of material thing? Question. Is it an infinite regress?
Sorry. So, hang on, just a second. are you saying that infinites are impossible?
An actual infinite, physical infinite is impossible. You can't have an infinite number.
So an infinite is impossible.
An infinite number of an actual infinite. You cannot have, in reality, you cannot have an actual infinite number of things.
You cannot have. So I want to really narrow you down here. Are you saying that an infinite is impossible?
And a physical infinite, not like a growing infinite, like a growing infinite cannot be impossible. But
hang on. Sorry, what's a growing infinite?
Like, for example, numbers. Like, if you look at numbers, the entire set of numbers, it would be an infinite amount of numbers. If you keep counting, you would just keep counting on and on and on.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that an infinite of anything whereby you count is impossible.
What I'm saying is it's impossible for a physical number of infinite things to exist at one time. It's impossible.
So I'm really trying to narrow you down here. Sorry. So an infinite of anything, like an infinite of turtles or an infinite of universes of different states that we don't yet comprehend because we cannot go beyond the start of the solar system or the universe. That infinite is impossible.
Yes, there's no infinite number of things, and that's what I was saying.
So your God, how long has your God existed?
He's eternally existed. He's always existed.
That would be an infinite, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but he doesn't exist physically, does he?
So an infinite. So what you're saying is that an infinite that doesn't exist is possible.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said an infinite.
So what are you saying?
Can I talk?
Yeah.
Because every time I open my mouth, you're like, what?
No,
what?
I'm waiting. I'm just trying. I'm trying to nail you down.
Hear what I'm saying? Because God is immaterial. He's immaterial, which
what
means
does it? Sorry. I need to nail you down. What does immaterial mean?
Which means it's not made up of anything physical. You can't touch it. You can't see it. You cannot measure it empirically. That does not mean
it means it's nothing that we could experience.
What?
Wait, hold on, but
I didn't say that, did I?
Well, Cleveland.
No. So clarify what immaterial means.
Well, look,
in a sense that us humans can understand.
Okay. So hold on. Somebody was going to say something. What were you saying?
Well, to clarify that point, I think the best way to ask it is, you said God's not made of anything physical, anything material.
Yes.
But you would say he's made of some kind of substance, right?
He is spirit.
And what is spirit?
But there's some kind of substance to that spirit.
There's no.
I mean, you're not saying God is. You can't be saying God is literally nothing, right?
I'm not saying that he's nothing, but I'm saying that he's.
So there is something. There's something of substance there that is God.
No, that's not. I'm not saying of substance. I'm saying that he's.
Hang on, Cleveland.
No substance.
Cleveland, let me clarify. What you have just said is that if something that's infinite cannot exist, and God,
actual infinite cannot exist.
So God cannot be infinite, can he?
I didn't say God cannot be infinite. I said an actual infinite number of things cannot exist. Like, you can't have infinite amount of turtles.
You can't have an infinite, but you can have an infinite life of God.
An infinite life? Just because something exists infinitely does not mean. I said a physical thing. You cannot have something physically that exists. You can't have an infinite number.
So
of
God isn't
things.
physical.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
He isn't physical. So how can God, as a non-physical being, interact with our physical universe?
Okay, well, I'll show you. Well, like I said, God has revealed it. What part?
No, forget revealed in. I'm not interested in books of old myths.
Okay,
how can God, who is non-physical, interact with our physical universe?
Because God is all-powerful. He is
but that doesn't mean anything. I'm asking you, how can a non-physical God interact with a physical universe?
He's all-powerful. Dude, that goes back to his omnipotent. I mean,
that's just weasel. That doesn't actually mean anything.
That means he is all-powerful.
Yeah, but all powerful doesn't actually
Powerful
mean
relative
anything.
to what, though?
How does a god who is non-physical make a donkey talk? How does how is a god who is non-physical make a donkey whose vocal abilities are non-existent? How does he rearrange the vocal structures of a donkey such that it can talk if he is non-physical?
Are you asking through what method, or are you asking?
No, I'm asking you. It's quite simple.
Can I finish? Can I finish talking? You can say yes or no, because you keep butting in on me. I can't even say anything.
I'm trying to clarify, Cleveland. I apologize if you think I'm butting.
I'm trying to ask the question. That way you can say yes or no. That's not what. If it's no, then you can go ahead and say what you have to say.
Cleveland,
I'm asking the question.
Cleveland, let me just say, Cleveland. Let me just say, I really appreciate your time on here, and I really appreciate the time you're taking to talk with us. And I am not trying to butt in. I am purely trying to get you to clarify points, and I will shut up now.
All right. So, yes, how does something non-physical interact with the physical world? Well, that goes back to the thing is that, you know, it has, whatever is non-physical, it has to either be, it has to be conscious. It has to be able to will to do things. It has to be able to will to do things, is what I would say. And if it's able to will to do things, then it is able to interact with the physical world, which means that the cause of the universe has to be either, if it's non-physical, if something exists non-physically, it either has to be two things. It either has to be an abstract object, like a thought, an idea, or a number or something like, or a letter, which exists is non-physical, or a mind.
You do know that's from William Lane Craig's repertoire, right?
It doesn't matter, but it's still right. No matter who it's from.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't matter where it's from.
I know.
But the point is that I mean, Cleveland, you come across as a very intelligent guy, and therefore you will know that the physical world is made up of atoms and electrons, and therefore to interact with the physical world, you have to interact with those electrons and atoms. If you're non-physical, how do you do that? How do you alter the orbits of electrons? How do you knock electrons out of their shells?
You have to be able, I would say you have to be able to will to do it. You have to have the will to do it. If you have the will to do it, then you can do it. You know, if you can will it,
but will doesn't. You know, I can stare at a cup of tea all day, and it's not going to change into a cup of coffee because I know.
You're not omnipotent.
Hang on. Because I know. No, it's not about omnipotent or anything else. I know that the chemicals and the atoms in. Let's take a glass of water. I know that in a glass of water, all there is oxygen and hydrogen. That's all there is, oxygen and hydrogen. If I wanted to turn that into wine, I would have to think what chemicals are involved in wine.
You don't have the ability to do that.
It's not ability, it's capability. How could you introduce... You don't have the
capability to do it.
How could you introduce carbon? How could you introduce carbon atoms into water, which is only hydrogen and oxygen?
You don't have the facility to do it. You can't do it. I can't do it.
No, the physical world cannot do it.
The physical world doesn't have a will of its own, does it?
It's not about will. Will doesn't make things change chemically, does it?
Well, really, if you're the cause of the universe, then you probably can. If you're the one that made if you're the cause of the universe and you can will to do it, you probably can you?
Yeah, but you don't believe in Genesis.
Wait. If you have the power to will everything, then why did it have to take so long to do it? Like,
I don't know.
Why was there?
That's not the point.
Well, yes, it is.
That's not the point.
If he's all powerful, he can do like Genesis and poof everything in existence.
The point of it is, that's not the point. That's not what I'm getting at. The point of it is, we're trying to get back to why is it Christianity? That's what we're getting to. So let me finish and get back to my point and getting me off the topic. So you're leading me down rabbit trails. I'm mentioning rabbit trails. I need to get back on point. So anyway, like I said, since the cause of the universe has to be immaterial, and only two things exist immaterially, which are abstract concepts and minds, then it has to follow that it's a mind. Now, let's look at different gods that have popped up throughout history. None of those gods are immaterial. They all have physical bodies. They have, they look, talk, act like us, pretty much. They are physical. They represent things that exist in the physical world. God is immaterial and is nothing like the physical world. Okay, and which narrows you down to three monotheistic religions, which would be Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. And what is the dividing line between Islam, Christianity, and Judaism is Jesus. But like I said, I don't want to even go talking about Jesus now.
I'm terribly sorry, Cleveland. You're showing all the signs of someone that hasn't read their own holy book. God does manifest himself in physical form. He does it quite a few times.
Burning bush.
Okay.
No, he actually walks around the Garden of Eden.
Garden of Eden. Okay. All I'm saying is that he's not physical. What I'm saying, he can manifest himself to be physical, but he is not physical.
He's not physical, but he can manifest himself as physical.
Yes,
do you understand why I just treat this all as white noise? Basically, all you're saying is, and you haven't answered the question, by the way. But all you're saying is, well, my God can do whatever he wants. And
no, that's not what I'm saying.
There, but it doesn't matter because he can still actually appear in the Garden of Eden as a real person. He does it a couple of times later, and then throughout the Bible, he seems to sort of like somewhat remove himself from social discourse and disappears altogether in the New Testament. And it's almost as if he never existed at all. I wonder why that is.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, you still haven't got around to the point. And I made all those concessions to you, and you still never got round to why it is the Christian God and not any other God. And I'm sorry, I think you're a decent person. I think you're probably deep down a very reasonable person. But stop trying to parrot William Lane Craig. You're not doing yourself any favors.
I'm not, dude. I'm not. Like I said, I know the argument from William Lane Craig. It's a pretty good argument. Which one you still have not yet?
It's shabby and it's pathetic and it's even worse.
Have you refuted it? Have you refuted it? No. That's the answer.
All right, Cleveland. Let me ask you.
Wait, guys. Yeah,
I didn't say prove it. I said refuted it to make it seem illogical, which is not illogical. It follows logic.
Well, you can refute it by simply pointing out that you haven't demonstrated the premises to be true.
So,
all right,
okay, let's demonstrate the premises to be true. Let's do that. Let's do it. We got 10 minutes. Let's demonstrate the premises to be true. Premise one is anything that exists has an explanation of existence, whether contingent upon something else or is necessity of its own nature.
Okay, let me stop you right there, Cleveland. Let me stop you right there. Let me stop you. Yeah, I need to stop you there because when you say something that comes into existence needs a creator, it is what you say. It is what you say.
But I said anything that exists has an explanation of its existence.
Yeah, but explain to me what you mean by anything that exists.
You can't verify that proposition. That's impossible.
Let me give you an example.
Just because you don't know the explanation doesn't mean it doesn't have an explanation.
No, I want to give you an example. If I turn around to you and say, here's a table, does it have an explanation of its existence?
Yeah, it has. It does have an explanation of its existence.
Well, what's your explanation of the existence of a table?
Well, like I said, somebody had to build the table.
So but that's not an explanation of the existence of the table.
Yes,
because
the table comes into existence because of somebody.
No, it doesn't. All right, then. Brilliant. No, that's brilliant. At what point does a table come into existence?
When the person puts it together and it ceases becoming just a chunk of wood and then becomes into a table.
At what point?
That's when the table comes into
existence. At what point? At what point?
Making it to a table.
At what point does a
table...
When
the person builds the table, please.
No, sorry. I'm asking you at what point does a table stop being a collection of material, wood, and become a table? At what point does it become a table?
The person puts it together and it becomes a table. You know what a table looks like?
So let's say the point at which the last screw is screwed into the table. How about that?
Is it when the last screw is screwed in?
Well,
is it when the
might as
last
well.
layer of lacquer is applied?
Is it-
When specifically does a table become a table?
It just depends on how you
You
define
could-
table.
Whatever you define a table to do, a table is a table.
No, it's not.
a
No,
table
because
is.
it's not when I define. It's when you define. When does a table become a table? If I take a tree,
How does
and
the
I
tree-
cut chunks off a tree
When does the tree
to make
stop
a
affecting
table,
the molecule?
is it a table when I cut the chunks off a tree?
Dude, just because you don't give it, you see, you're going back to the fact that it has a name, man. Just because you give it a name, I'm saying it's still a table. It still has an explanation on how it got there. It has an explanation on how it got there.
No,
does it?
Because you are being
so
specific.
it just exists necessarily. It's just there.
No, but you can't tell me when. When it stops
it doesn't
being
matter
a piece
when.
of wood.
Doesn't
Of
matter
course
when.
it
It matters
matters
that.
when. Of course it
It does
matters
not matter
when,
when.
because
It does not matter when it becomes a table. It matters that it has an
it doesn't.
explanation of
Okay,
existence.
okay,
It's
all right
there,
then.
so how did it get there?
Cleveland,
That's the
Cleveland,
thing. It's there,
Cleveland,
so how did it get there?
Cleveland. Okay, I've got a seed in my hand, which I'm about to plant in the ground. But it's not a seed. It's a table.
What?
Well, yeah, because it's an oak. It's an oak seed, Cleveland.
How did
it's
the
an oak
question
seed.
is how did the seed get there? How did the seed get there? That's the question. Everything that exists has an explanation of its existence. It doesn't matter the name or what you
So it's
call
nothing
it
to do with a table now.
That's just a really conflated
It's
way
how-
of saying
it's-
everything has a cause.
how-
That's what you're really saying, is it not?
as an explanation of its existence. You can say the same
It
thing.
does.
has an
So
explanation.
this seed
What
that I'm
things are
holding, Cleveland, which was created by a tree, but the tree never had the seed. The tree was a tree on its own, and the tree then sucked up nutrients from the soil and the air and used them to create the seed. So what's the seed? Is it the nutrients from the soil, or is it from gases from the air?
The thing is, it doesn't matter what it is. What the argument is trying to show is how did it get there?
Well, I'm just telling you.
It's an argument about causality.
It sucked up nutrients.
How did it get
from the
there? It doesn't
soil.
matter what it is, man. You're missing the point of the argument, man.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to clarify.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Well,
You saying
look,
that because we don't call it a table, that means it's not a table, and it doesn't have a cause.
Well, no, the table doesn't have a cause.
So the table. So you think tables just sit around just cause? It's just stuff just pops into existence.
No, look, Cleveland.
No,
are
I'm
you
asking
not,
you to
what you're
clarify.
asking, what you're trying to say is basically cause. When you're saying everything has an explanation, I mean that's a somewhat kind of convoluted way of saying
my goodness,
everything
y'all
has.
semantics, man. I understand.
No,
Keep going, man.
well,
Keep going.
it's almost
It doesn't.
perfectly meaningless to
If you
say
say
everything
cause or
can have an
explanation,
explanation. I can posit
Okay,
an
Cleveland.
explanation.
Let's
But
take
what
it to
we're
its
talking-
extreme.
what we're
Everything has
talking
its
about-
cause, Cleveland. So let's go
It is
back.
dependent
Let's
upon
go.
something
Let's
else.
recursive it back to the Big Bang. What was the cause of the Big Bang?
what was the cause? Well, like I said, we only because we're not there and we haven't been there. We could use deductive reasoning to find out what the cause was.
Okay, so
You just
what do you think might have been the cause of the Big Bang?
Well, like I said, whatever the cause of the Big Bang, it has to be immaterial. That's the first thing.
Well,
It has-
why is it? Why was it immaterial?
because
why-
all
why-
material.
Why do you think it wasn't a bubble universe?
Because even if it was a bubble universe, even if it was the multiverse would still have an absolute beginning, an absolute cause. Nothing.
Did it? Okay,
where-
let's go the
where-
multiverse. Let's say the multiverse, and let's say the beginning of the multiverse was a bubble universe. So,
Then, like I said,
okay.
you can't. There's no such thing as something that exists. There's no such thing as an infinite amount of things that exist. We already conceded.
I'm sorry. So there's no such thing as an infinite.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm
What are
saying.
you saying?
Listen.
What are you saying?
What am I saying? This is what I'm saying. I'm saying there's no such thing as an infinite amount of physical things that exist. It's
So,
impossible.
hang
Like you
on.
said,
Yeah,
it's impossible.
yeah.
Listen,
Why
it's
is there?
impossible to
How
have
do you
an
know?
infinite
Sorry,
amount-
Cleveland.
It's impossible
Cleveland.
to have an infinite
Cleveland.
amount of turbulence.
Why is it impossible to have an infinite number of things that exist, but there is
Physically.
it is possible to have a God that existed for an infinite amount of time. Explain to me what the difference between the two is.
Eternal, man.
Explain to me what the difference. Yeah, but eternal, it means infinite. If a
Eternal
God
means
exists,
always have existed.
yeah, which
Always.
is infinite.
Which has to do with time.
It means that your God existed for an infinite amount of time. Explain
he's
to
not
me
physical.
what the difference is between a God
what I said.
existing for an infinite amount of time and
glad you asked that.
universes
glad you asked
existing in different forms for an
I'm
infinite amount
glad
of
you asked
time.
that. I'm very glad you asked that. So your question is, let me restate for the room. The question is, what's the difference between the universe existing infinitely?
No. The question is,
okay, I'm listening.
what is the? Let me say to you quite
Go ahead.
clearly for the room.
I'm asking.
What is the difference
Cleveland, listen.
between the universe existing in an infinite different forms, bubble universes, membranes, whatever, and a God existing for an infinite amount of time?
Okay. Here's the difference. Here's the difference, man. The universe exists. Okay, we get there. The universe exists. All right. So, because it exists physically, it does exist physically. We can't, and like I said, it'd be absurd to think that an infinite number of things actually exist.
No. It's not absurd at all.
Do you think an infinite amount of number of things can exist? I'll show you how an infinite number.
I have no problem with conceiving of an infinite regression.
Okay. All right. Different forms. Excuse me.
No, I have no problem with that at all.
All right, man. Okay. All right, man. So you think an infinite number of things exist. So you be no problem that the universe just goes all the way. There's an infinite amount of universes. That's what you think.
No, I have no problem with that at all.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think?
No, it's not what I think. Because I don't. I cannot comprehend what happened before the Big Bang. But I have no problem with conceiving of the idea that there was an infinite regression of different versions of matter and energy and time and space.
You believe matter and energy can create itself. The universe is here.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I'm just saying, do you believe matter and energy? Well, let me ask you a question. How did the universe get here?
I've just said to you, I can comprehend and conceive of an eventuality where matter and energy in different forms existed for an infinite amount of time.
Okay. So my question to you is, the universe began to exist. We know that the universe... No. See, no. It's not about the universe. The universe. We're talking about the universe.
Hang on. The universe, the universe as we understand it, is a different form of a previous existence, which we've already agreed that I accept is an possible infinite existence.
So you think? Oh man, dude. Okay. All right, man. Well, I'm telling you that an infinite number of things can't exist.
Why? Well, hang on. Sorry. So you're telling me.
Yeah, just
You're
accept
telling
it, Claude.
Hang on. No, let me stop here. You're telling me that infinity cannot exist.
Not infinity.
So what are you telling me?
No, what I'm saying is an infinite number of things cannot exist.
Why are you telling me that? Based on what? What are you basing that assertion on?
Based on reality, man. On reality.
An infinite number of abstract ideas exist.
Hang on. I want to nail him here. So you're telling me that infinity can't exist based on reality?
I didn't say infinity can't exist. I said an infinite number of things. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah. But what's the difference between infinity and an infinite number of things? What is the difference between those two?
Infinity just means there's an infinite amount of an infinite. Like I said, okay. Let me rewind it back. There's such thing as a progressive infinite and an actual infinite. Okay.
Yeah.
It's two different infinites. Progressive infinites and actual infinites. A progressive infinite would be numbers. You can count up to infinity and keep counting. Okay.
Infinite. There is no such thing.
Okay. Well, I'll stop you there to make it short for the viewers. So, how long has your God existed for?
God is eternal, so he's always existed.
I'm sorry, eternal. What do you mean? If we were to
eternal means
say Stop. If in eternal, if we were to say how many years has he existed for?
An infinite amount of time.
Oh, infinite. So your God can exist for infinite times, but the universe can't.
Correct, and I'll show you why I said
correct.
that.
Hang on, listen.
No, don't add more to it. Don't add more to it.
The difference.
Guys, one at a time, for God's sake.
Okay, I'll show you. Because what I said in the beginning was an infinite amount of physical things cannot exist. God is immaterial, therefore he is non-physical.
Explain the difference.
Oh my God, dude! I showed you.
No, you haven't.
Okay. Let me wind it back for you. Okay, here we go. Immaterial and not immaterial, which means
immaterial,
you're not.
In my mind, means imaginary. So you'll have to explain.
Imagine. So do you? So is logic imaginary? Is science imaginary? The concept of science is love imaginary?
Yeah, that's not immaterial, Cleveland.
Yeah, there's.
Well, can you give me a cup of science? Can you give me a cup of love?
I can. Yeah, I can give you a definition of love quite easily.
I just said definition. Yeah. I said, give me a cup of love.
Hang on, Cleveland.
Pour me a cup of love. Give me a jug of
Cleveland. Stop.
Science. I would like to see it.
Stop.
Wait, hold on. I can answer that directly. Cleveland, you ever held somebody's hand?
My wife loves me.
Have you ever held somebody's hand?
No, hang on. My wife loves me, and therefore, when I go to work, and I open my packed lunch, and I find a note inside my sandwich which says I love you, there is no reason for that. It's there purely for love, and therefore I can quantify love, because someone who did not love me would not make me sandwiches and put these little notes inside them expressing their love to me. Love is very, very easy to quantify. If you think somebody loves you, but they don't express it to you, then you're deluded. If they express it to you, it is very obvious to observe.
Realize what you just said. Did you hear what you said? They have to express love, but you cannot measure love. You can.
Yeah, you can. No, Cleveland, you're missing the point.
If your wife let me talk. I'll let you talk.
Cleveland, let him talk.
Okay.
Cleveland, let him finish his point, then you can talk.
Let me respond to you.
Let him finish. Just one more sentence, right? Give him a minute.
Then you can have it back, Cleveland. All I'll say is, yes, you can measure love, because you measure it by the way it is expressed to you, and that is both physical and real. So carry on.
Really? Okay, so here's my thing is, love does not exist physically. It doesn't exist physically. Neither
yes, it does. I've just shown you to it.
Can I finish? I'll let you talk.
I'll
let you say everything you have to say.
I apologize, Cleveland. Carry on.
Okay. So what I said was, man, love, yeah, you're right. Like, I have a wife, you have a wife. And they express love through the things that they do. But it's not necessary that the things that they do means that they love you. Like, just because she makes you sandwiches, that doesn't necessarily mean that she loves you. Just the same thing if I go to Subway, they make a sandwich for me, doesn't necessarily mean Subway loves me. Even though you can express love through different means and ways and stuff like that, like you can express science through physical ways, but that doesn't mean that science or love is physical. You cannot touch love.
Well, yes, you can, Cleveland, because when I go to Subway, I don't get a 6-inch Philly special with a note in it telling me how much they, were impressed by my desire for them last night. That is the point. That when somebody loves you, they may physically put it to you. It may simply be that you're out one day at a pub having a drink, and that person looks at you and smiles, and it is a completely physical thing.
So yes, love. If you're in love with somebody and they are in love with you, it is a physical emotion that you experience.
Realize what you said. Everything that you said was an expression of love, a physical expression of love, but it was not love that you can measure.
Yes, it was. Yeah. No,
you can measure the expressions by the things that you can measure the actions, but that doesn't mean that you got love in your hand. You cannot hold love in your hand. You can't just say, bring this paper to me and say, well, I have a cup of love here. You can't do it.
Yes, Cleveland, it is. Because if I was married to somebody who didn't love me, I would not see that look in their eyes. I would not experience those physical, the notes on the fridge or whatever else.
Expression of love.
Yeah, physical. Physical.
Yes, a physical expression of love. Where is the love? I want to know where can I go pick up the love, the actual essence of love? Where can I get it?
Where? Love it. Oh, Cleveland. Dear me.
Christ almighty.
Dear me.
This is hard work, Cleveland. Cleveland, if all right, let me put you in a position. You're in a club or a pub or whatever, and a woman comes up to you and she looks like she's an extra from Lord of the Rings, one of the trolls from Lord of the Rings. Okay, now I'm asking you to hypothesize here, and she starts passing you notes, telling you how much she adores your physical features and all the rest of it. And you feel under some sort of pressure here, and so and she's a big girl, and so you go home with her, and in the morning she sends you to work with a packed lunch, and in the packed lunch is a note saying how much she loves you. You would be able to tell the difference between that and your real wife doing the same thing. And that is how, as human beings, tell the difference between love and the pretend love.
Yeah,
it's not a hard concept for sentient human beings to grasp.
Through, like I said, through his expression of physical things. Just because what she does is an expression of her love. But you cannot go and get her love. You cannot see my love for someone else. You cannot physically measure it. You cannot physically measure that I love. You can't go give me a cup of love.
Well, yes, I can. Cleveland. Cleveland. I mean, you're a good looking. Cleveland, you're a good looking guy. If I floated that way, Cleveland, me and you could have a lovely thing. Now let's imagine. We had this
give you love right here.
Let's imagine me and you were real loved up, Cleveland. It would not take us very long at all to determine whether the other person was attracted to us and really attracted to us and sincerely attracted to us. And it would be because of the physical actions that we had towards each other.
Exactly. I agree with you. But those actions are not love themselves. They are merely just actions. They are not love. Love is something.
Of love.
What is love, Cleveland?
It's expression. Love. It's a concept. I would say love is the unconditional care for someone or something else. That's what I would define love.
What is tough?
Yeah, I agree, Cleveland, and it's something that you cannot. I mean, well, maybe some people could, but I could not fake it for very long. If let's say, Cleveland, that we met and you were a multimillionaire and I was after your money and I thought, well, I want to fake this. I don't think I could fake it for very long, and I don't think you could either. And because our physical presentation is a reflection of our emotional expression.
And you see what I said? You basically said the same thing I'm saying. It's an expression of your feeling, which you cannot empirically see or measure love. You cannot.
Well, you can. That's the whole point. Really, because over a period of time. Find one scientist
that has measured love. I want to see it. You go show me the study. I want to see it. Go give it to me. I would like to see it. Love is a
Look,
concept. Love is a
Okay,
concept.
I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal, Cleveland. You
Well,
give
make me a
me
deal.
$10,000, and I'll go off and I'll buy love for a month. I'll buy love of 10 or 20 women.
No, you're going to get an expression of love.
And I'll
There we go.
present you with a study. No,
So
no,
all I'm saying is, love is nothing physical. Love is nothing physical. Neither is your mind. Your mind
Sex is
is
physical.
your mind is sex is physical. Your mind is not physical.
Yes, it is.
Is that an
Your
action of
brain
love?
is physical. Your brain
no,
is
is
your
that
physical.
an
mind
action
is,
of
mind
love?
is completely physical. Tell me which
Your-
part of
your
your
brain.
mind is not
Yeah,
physical.
love is a concept. Love is a concept.
Yeah, which
it's
is
nothing
physical.
that you can physically measure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
which is
sex
within your
physical.
brain, which is
That's
physical.
expression of love.
It's in your mind, which your mind is. Your brain is not love. Your brain is not love. Just because somebody shows me a brain, how do I know that brain is loving?
Well, all I'll
What
say
do
to
you
you that I would imagine that neuroscientists even now could probably plug into your brain and tell you whether you are expressing love or not. And if they cannot now,
they can see
within
my
5
exactly.
years, they definitely
They can see
could.
my expression of love, but they cannot see my love. They can see my expression of it, but they cannot see my love. They cannot go pick up. They can see the electrical signals and chemical reactions in my brain, but they cannot see that I love someone.
So what would they be seeing?
They will see the physical expression of my love, but they cannot see my love.
Sorry. So how would they mistake those expressions for something else?
How would they? What do you mean?
Well, you're just saying that if they hooked you up to an encephalograph or whatever, they would see your stimulus within your brain and they would say, "Oh, look, he's expressing love." How would they mistake that for something else?
I don't know. Wouldn't say they mistake it. I would just say you can.
Well, exactly. So your love is a physical thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Just because.
Well,
just
hang on.
because
Well, if it's not, then they would be able to mistake it for something else, wouldn't they?
Well, they possibly could. But all I'm saying is, just because my brain is fizzing one different way, and this guy, just because my brain is fizzing doesn't mean I'm necessarily loving.
So what would it mean? Sorry. Hang on. You've just switched positions. You've just said that they would be able to determine it, and now you're saying that it wouldn't mean
Yes.
What I'm saying is,
Nah, I'm not
this
that
is what I'm
hungry.
saying.
But
It's
God,
not
this is
necessary.
going in circles.
Like that. For example, if they were to hook you up to an MRI or something like that, and they brought your wife in or something like that, and you and her talking, they can see the chemical reactions that's going on in your brain. Okay, they can see that, but they can't see the amount. They cannot see the amount on how I love someone, or the fact that that this is love that I'm expressing. It could be
Couldn't
something
they?
else. Oh, they couldn't.
Hang on.
No, they
All right. So they bring in let's say that you've just met this girl and you are as loved up as you could possibly be, and they stick an MRI on you and they check you, and then they bring your daughter in, and then they bring your son in. Are you saying that they could not see subtle differences between the way your brain reacts to your brand new love, the one that you lost?
I would say this: they would be able to see my brain expressing love, but they would not. What they would see was chemical reaction, and the chemical reactions is not love.
So what is?
But we equate those chemical.
What is love then?
Wait. But we equate those chemical reactions to the love, to the feeling
Just
of
'cause
love.
It's an expression. Like I said, we're agreeing on that. We're saying the same thing. We're agreeing. It's an expression of love.
Yeah.
But it's not- it's not
sorry.
love.
So why is it not love?
It's not love. Just
What?
because,
No. Sorry, you just repeated what I
I'll say
said.
this live.
Why is it not love?
What you're seeing is chemical reactions and electrical impulses. A
Yeah,
chemical
you're
reaction,
repeating what I said. Why is that not
Let
love?
me finish. Is that love to you? If somebody says, "Well, my brain is fizzing," then you're like, "Oh, you know what? You love. That's love."
What?
Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, this conversation is over. All right. y'all. I'll see y'all
Sorry,
later.
hang on.
Okay.
Stop,
Thank you for coming out, Cleveland.
Stop,
See you.
Cleveland. Sorry, Cleveland.
All right, so.
We are what our brain does. You've just
Really?
said to me that you're sat in an MRI and your new love, your wife comes in and you've just got married and you're absolutely loved up with her and your brain reacts to her coming in with chemicals, etc., flowing around your brain, expressing your love for her. How is that different from your love for her?
It is different because...
No, not it is different. How is it different?
How is it different? Because how, which you mean an action, how would mean an action. Okay. How is it different? It's because, I would say how is different is because, that is a weird question. How?
No, I mean, it's the nub of what we're getting to, which, I mean, all right, let me take my position is that...
Okay, I'm listening.
Hang on, let me explain. My position is we are what goes on in our brain. And so I'm saying that if somebody comes in front of me, it doesn't matter who they are, if they were a serial killer, a notorious serial killer, whatever, my brain will react chemically to that person. And
right.
the way my brain reacts chemically is how my emotions are expressed, because it is the chemicals moving around in my brain that affect how I emote towards that person. Now, what I'm saying to you is that your beloved steps in front of you in the MRI and your brain reacts to that person walking in front of you. How is that different to love?
How is that different? Because how is it different? Because all you're seeing is chemical reactions. That's not the love.
So where does love? What is love then? When the feeling of love comes over you, how does that feeling of love come over you?
If I may,
let Donald. Wait, Donald. What do you have to say?
And I only came in towards the end of this conversation. But if I'm understanding correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cleveland and Bod, because you guys are dueling here, but, the question is that, Cleveland, are you saying that how can you measure love on a literal sense, pour it into a cup? Or are you being figuratively speaking?
I'm saying you cannot physically measure love.
Literally, you mean?
Literally. There's no love chemical.
You cannot put love in a physical cup and measure it that way. Like you can flour or liquid or anything of that nature.
Or any other chemical.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I think that's the problem here is that you're looking at it from a perspective that it's literally you cannot pour love into a cup and be able to weigh it and be able to measure it in that aspect. My question is that, and this goes to you, Bod, I think that's what he's been saying, at least in the short time I've been in here, is that he's speaking of the literal sense of being able to measure love. Now, you bring up the whole being able to read someone's or test their brain patterns when it comes to measuring it in the electronic level. But I don't think that's what he's talking about. I think he's talking about, and not to defend him or to I'm just being a middleman here because I think you guys are beating around the bush to the real question. Can you literally measure love in a cup of fluid, in a mass, or so on? So that was, I just thought I might interject there.
No, I know, I appreciate that, Donald. And the point is that at the moment, no, we cannot, I don't think. But I think that we are getting to the point where we will be able to, where we could analyze somebody's brain and actually differentiate between, as I said, a loved one, as in a spouse walking into a room, or a daughter or son walking into a room, and we would be able to say, oh, look, these are the chemical interactions taking place within the brain. Does that say why we love these people? No, it doesn't. But
No.
It does. But it does say to us that these are the dopamine, things that are kicked within the brain that give us that little buzz of good feeling. Yeah. Yes, there's an area between, of what we understand, but the point is that the fact that somebody walking into a room triggers certain dopamine receptors within the brain should tell us that it is a chemical process within our brain that is giving us that feeling of love rather than some out-of-body experience.
Hey, is a feeling physical?
Yes.
Yes.
How's a feeling physical?
Because you feel feelings. You feel them around your body. They're affecting you physically and mentally.
Everything we feel is a result of chemicals within our brain. There is nothing that we feel that is not a result of chemical interactions within our brain.
So you mean to tell me that? So you mean to tell me that love? Hold on. So you mean to tell me that you can tell? I can. When I say I feel love, is something physical that I'm feeling?
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
It's like when you take. It's like when you take ecstasy. You love everything. You want to love everything. You know, like.
I want to express love, but I'm not. That's not love.
What?
No.
Okay, if I may.
Anyway, we're going back in circles, man.
Hang on, Donald.
If I may.
Go ahead, Donald.
Cleveland, from a Christian's perspective, okay? When you feel the Spirit in you, that's not an expression. That's an actual feeling that you actually tangibly feel. Correct?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I wouldn't say it's a actual thing that I tend to. You can't touch my feeling.
No, you personally.
It's tangible. I can't touch my feeling. But God, I cannot touch it. You said tangible, which means it's physical. I can touch it.
And I didn't say tangible. I said you.
Did he not say tangible? Did you not say tangible?
No, I didn't.
You said tangible. Yes, you did.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, he never.
I said.
Oh,
okay.
yes,
If I did, then I
didn't say that.
But my point is when you have the Spirit go through you, you're feeling something physically. Okay, you're not. It's not just an expression. It's something you feel inside of your body. That's how you know that in the Christian's world, that's how you know the Holy Spirit is coming through you, because you're physically feeling it.
Mr. Dunn, I'm not saying that's I'm not asking how do you know? How do you come to know something? I'm asking you.
No, he's asking. No, Cleveland. He's asking you a question about how you feel.
Okay. Well, I was okay. Well, excuse me. I misunderstood the question. Then, if I would say if I feel the Holy Spirit, I would say, yeah, I would feel the Holy Spirit. Physically, I would say I would feel it.
Right.
I feel it. Excuse me.
And that's the reason why I expressed what I was saying is that it is tangible in essence, not tangible in literally. You're feeling it in your body, through your body, so that means it is a physical feeling. It's not an expression.
Huh?
It's not an expression.
No. What I mean by expression, is when he says, I can tell my wife loves me because she makes me a sandwich with a note in there. She is expressing her love through the sandwich and the note. That's an expression of her love, but you cannot physically find where her love is.
Oh, I'm not arguing with you on that. I was just making the point that love can be physically felt, not.
I would say that. Excuse me. Yeah, and like I said, I apologize if I said that you can't feel anything. Excuse me. I apologize on that.
Okay, Cleveland. Let me put it another way. If say you're an intelligent. I have to say that I really am appreciative of this discussion because you are a very good person to argue in the best understanding of the term. But do you appreciate that we experience things, whether it's pain or pleasure or whatever else, because of chemical interactions within our brain?
I would say our brain, our bodies is part of our brain. our brain is part of our body. I would say through our facilities that we have, it allows us to experience the physical world. That's what I was saying.
Okay, all right. Put it another way. I mean, if I was, if you were in front of me and I was to, put a match to your finger, do you understand? It's not your finger that feels the pain. It's chemicals being released within your brain that
my nervous system hits my nerves.
Yeah, it's your nervous system that causes the pain. And in the same way, do you understand that if I give you some chocolate, that chocolate will release certain chemicals within your brain that go, that's nice.
True.
Yeah. True. Well, I mean, then I hope you would understand that all of the pleasure and pain within our brain, or should I say, rather than pain, all of the pleasure and discomfort within our brain is there as a result of chemical impulses.
I would say I agree with you on that, and to a certain extent, man. I agree with the fact that, let's say, I don't know, we're at the bar, man. We get drunk, It's easier for us to do or say something stupid, but it's not necessary that we do or say something stupid. You have control over whether, the alcohol is a stimulus. It does stimulate.
Yeah, but forgetting alcohol. I mean, my understanding is quite simple: is that we as humans we like to feel comfortable, and therefore, if we are well fed and the temperature's okay and everything else, then we're feeling fine. As soon as we get cold or hungry or anything else, then our brains release chemicals which make us feel uncomfortable, and they tell us that we need to eat, or we need to get warm, or we need to whatever. Yeah. So that, and what I'm saying is, our chemicals in our brain is there to control. It's basically to remove discomfort, and that's what it's about. It's to make us feel comfortable again. So So how do you think that your belief, when you go off and pray or whatever, how do you think, do you not accept that might affect the chemicals within your brain?
I would say this, man. I would say this. I agree, once again, I hate to reiterate. I agree with you 100%, man. And my view on that is that your brain allows you to experience the physical world, allows you to survive in the physical world. Your brain and your body, which your brain is part of your body. But because my brain is sending a signal to me, or my body is sending a signal to me that, hey, like if I put my hand, like use the example of fire, if I put my hand in some fire or whatever, my brain tells me a signal, hey, you might want to move that hand. But I can will to not move my hand out of the thing. My brain does not control what I want to do. It gives me the means of,
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. If you have enough willpower, you can hold your hand over a flame until your skin burns. I agree with that.
Right, and I'm saying that means that we have an intention, that we have intent, which means that our brain is not us. It's not
brain is us, I would say.
Well, no, because you've just said that we can choose to overcome what our nervous system is telling us to do.
Right. It's our way of experiencing the physical world. That's what our bodies are. But we are not our physical body. That's what I'm trying to say.
How are we not our physical bodies?
Because there's no place I can, if I cut you open, let's say you die and I cut you open. I mean, we're not going to say if I die. Well, no, I'm not going to say you die. Let's hook you up to an MRI. I can't find you. I can see your brain.
That whole thing is you, though. That's the thing.
Okay, hang on. All right, then.
Can I take a run at this? Do you mind? Because I think I see where what the gap is here. Both sides seem to be kind of arguing from a central assumption here, and that is, and I've heard this discussion before, and generally love gets mentioned a lot. So I'll go back to that. But really, the main issue is what is us? What in my case, what is Sean-ness? Where does the Sean actually live? And no, you can't cut a hole in my head. And what's that?
He said the Sean.
The Sean. That you know, you can't drill a hole in the side of my head and have, you know, a cup of Sean come out. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't work that way. The love, this always sort of hinges on the love thing. So I'll start there. And that is, you know, we've talked about, you know, the chemicals of love and then the sort of tokens of it, like the note and the, you know, all these various expressions and whatnot. But we'll say, well, that's not what we mean by love when we talk about possessing love. And that is to say that there's something that would be, you know, more that's non-physical about it. I think that runs the risk of reification. That is, where we take something and we make it real. We take this package of behaviors and attributes and feelings and whatnot, and we put a label on it, and then suddenly that label ends up mapping on to something that we now, you know, call it love, and we say, well, there's this love thing out there. I think it's a bit of a red herring, because the real issue is about us, about people. So for example, Cleveland, a moment ago, you were using the example of somebody putting their hand over a flame and saying, well, your hand, it's not what you said, but I don't want to mischaracterize it, but your hand wants to move. We know what we mean by that. Obviously, the hand doesn't decide to move, but your body, your neural architecture, through whatever calculus, makes the decision, and I put decision in quotation marks because I mean it's a neural calculus that makes the decision, well, gee, I should probably fire off some of these afferent neurons and get those muscles to contract and pull the hand out of there. But then you said, but, you know, me as a person or you as a person, I'm going to use myself as an example, but I can decide to not move my hand. So the presumption in that statement is that the I in that sentence is not part of the body, and it's a creeping presumption. It just sort of slips into it. So you say, well, my body wants to take the hand out of there, but I can choose to tell my body, no, I'm going to do something else.
It's a reflex, right, Sean? It's a reflex.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, the urge to withdraw would be a reflex, but the and we can say that we can actually even map out that neural architecture, that neuronal architecture, and what type of calculation is going on that would lead to the firing of these afferent neurons and the hand being drawn out of the fire. And we can make a map of that. And I think we would all agree, non-believers and Christians alike would agree, that's a very physical thing. But then we say, but I, Sean, can decide that I'm going to overrule that. Now, where does that calculus happen? Does that happen in heaven or somewhere out in an ethereal realm, or is that additional, you know, neuronal architecture calculus that goes on just in a different part of my body? Now, I think you'd find people like Sam Harris would make the case that, you know, the neurons that would want your hands to pull out of the fire is something you can map from the hand up through the arm to the spine, the lower part of the brain, and back down to the hand. Should be the arm. And they could actually make that map and say, well, that's where that is. And Sam Harris would also say, well, that part of your brain that decides I'm going to keep my hand on the fire is, you know, here in these parts of the brain. And you would have to move and start examining different parts of the brain where those sorts of decisions are made, and the frontal cortex is highly implicated. But the point is, Sam Harris would make the statement, that would make the claim that that's where the processing is going on. Now, most Christians or anybody who follows mind-body dualism would say, well, the decision, the me, the thinker, all that stuff is somehow, oh, man, I can hear you, and I got headphones, and boom, that was loud. But this decision is made,
What?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. That was another, 1 second. That was another noobish thing. I didn't realize I had another channel open there. So
You had Shock of God's room open, didn't you?
Yeah. Did you hear it?
No.
Oh my God, it was so loud. But I didn't realize that was open in another browser.
Cheating on us, Shock of God?
You cheated?
You
hurt my feelings?
Well, I left it. It doesn't work in my normal browser. I had to
You
open it
don't
in Chrome. And it was in any case, so I want to get to the heart of the issue here, and that is, how do we test? Like, we have one person who's saying, it can be anybody, one person is saying, look, I know that all of this decision-making and the decider and the me, all that stuff happens in a physical architecture. and there isn't something outside of that architecture. And you have another person who's saying, yes, I see the physical architecture, but the love I feel, the desire to keep my hand in the flame, and very importantly, my experience with God, all of that happens in some sort of a different interface other than this neural architecture we're looking at. So what I'm waiting to hear from you, Cleveland, is can you prove to us, like you're saying, that there's something outside the body that is the mind? Can you show us in some way, can you make a reasoned argument that says that there is a mind that exists somehow lifted off the brain? And by the way, if you think that's unfair to ask you that, I would also just turn that around. Is for the other folks, if your assertion, as I think Bod to Bits is saying, is that the mind is something that's wholly physical, and he seems to be making the claim that there isn't anything outside that, well, how can he then prove that the idea that we call the mind is entirely enclosed and enveloped by our understanding of physical reality? So why don't we start with Cleveland? Why don't you try to tell us how you know that there's something outside the brain that is mind, and maybe Bod or somebody else might want to address the issue of how do you know that there isn't something, that this mind is something enveloped by our brains?
Well, I will start it off. I'll just basically give the Christian worldview on it, man. It's just that I would say that we are spirit attached to flesh. That you are
just secondly.
No, let him run it up, because
I do, but I just don't want to hear the Christian worldview. I want to hear
I'm not going to be
explanation.
I'm not going to be preaching to you, but I'm saying we are spirit attached to flesh. And basically, I said your body is your vessel to experience this reality, and without it, you can't experience this reality. So I would say that that you exist. I would say you exist, inside your body, but once you you're not in the body anymore, the body cannot operate without you in it.
Well, so, I understand what the model is, what the framework is, but maybe try to approach it this way, and I can tell like Bod's kind of ramping up to say what he's going to say about it. So because take it from the point of view, I'm hearing two different explanations for where Sean is. Where is myself, right? Where is my mind? And you're giving me one account. It's the Christian worldview. And let's picture that you're two lawyers that are putting motions before a court, and I'm the judge, and I have to decide. You have a theory, Bod has a theory. On what basis should I decide whether your explanation of my mind is better or worse than what Bod is going to offer up? And the thing that I've heard you do a few times, Cleveland, and I mean this with all due respect, is when you're asked, well, how do you know that this is the case? Or, for example, when asked about blasphemy, well, where did you get the definition that you're using for blasphemy? You simply went on and re-explained it. And so right. I think why Bod interrupted you a moment ago was to say you need not explain mind-body dualism, because we all get it. What I'm saying is, as someone who's unconvinced of mind-body dualism, so remember, I'm taking the position now, I'm not convinced of mind-body dualism, plus I'm not buying what Bod's saying. When Bod says, I'm 100% sure that the mind is 100% enclosed in what we call the body, I'm not buying that yet either until he can prove it. So Cleveland, I'm asking not for a restatement of mind-body dualism, but how can you tell me there's something more? How can you tell me that there's a tail behind the pony?
Okay. How can I say there's something more? I would say it comes to the fact of the point of intentional states, that we can have intentional states and intentionality. Like, just because we don't have the physical means to express it doesn't mean that we can't express it. Like, if I were to lose my arm, just because I don't have an arm to move, I can still will to move my arm, even though it's not there. Same thing with the mind. If the mind doesn't have the ability to express emotion, I still have the ability to will to express emotion. So that's what I would use as my... So
like an intention, the fact that we can form intent and even if there isn't something physical there to implement that intent. The fact that we can make decisions. I don't want to misunderstand.
Yeah, I would say that the fact that we can make decisions without the physical means to make the decision.
Well, remember that I think Baud's position here is that the physical means to make decisions is the brain. So I don't want to misrepresent your position, because what it means is...
And that's where I came into the second point of saying, if I don't have, let's say I have some kind of mental disorder where I can't speak or I can't express my emotion.
Or you don't have a brain.
Well, no, I can have, some people can't talk or anything like that.
Yeah.
And
but
can't express it. You can have what I'm saying, you can have a brain damage and still be able to express that emotion. Or the will or the want to express the emotion.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can lose an arm and still have a desire for pizza with lots of pepperoni on it. I mean, you can have damage in one faculty, one facility, and still be able to function in other ways. But in terms of this business of intentionality, what I think Baud is suggesting, so far without evidence, that is that the brain is that location where intents are formed and decisions are made. So I don't think that the decision-making facility, the meanness, the decider, is something that would be outside the brain, because, like, if your statement is that you can't, that you can make decisions and form intentions without the instrument for doing so, well, the instrument for doing so is the brain, and I think we would all...
Also, if you didn't have a brain, would you be able to do it? Yeah. I would, I would go with Baud on this one, and I would say that, the brain. I would say that the brain is the means. I would agree and say that the brain would be the way, the way you can have intentionality. But I just don't say that. I believe that just because your brain does not function properly doesn't mean that you cease to exist. That's what I would say. Sure,
I still think you exist, but in terms of certainly brain damage and temporary brain impairment with different drugs kind of affects a lot of decision making. Why don't we put a pin in that for a second? See, like, Baud, have you been thinking through, because, and I hope I'm not unfairly characterizing your position, because you seem to be saying that the entirety of mind and essence and personality and love and decision-making and hatred, all those things are enveloped in a physical architecture. Now, as Donald pointed out, you can't put love into a beaker and measure the volume of it. But I don't think that's even Baud's position. I think he's saying that love is something emergent from the envelope that is the physical body. So am I misrepresenting you, Baud, or can you defend that, or?
No, I think you've pretty well encapsulated it. That love is a very difficult thing to comprehend, and you can only, you can try to confirm that somebody loves you based on their actions, and you may be incorrect, but you sort of take an accumulation of their actions and say, well, these suggest to me that this person loves me, otherwise they wouldn't bother making me peanut butter and Marmite sandwiches.
Sexy letters. Don't forget about the sexy letters.
But yeah, and the sexy letters. But and on the idea of the brain and how the brain works, I take an example of a video I watched today on the Aborigines of Australia. Now, let's take Cleveland. You're sat in front of me, and I say to you, "Oh, hi, Cleveland. I'm just going to knock your 2 front teeth out. Don't worry, it won't hurt." And I get a piece of wood and a mallet, and I push the wood up against your front teeth, and I'm sure you would be in some sort of mental distress about it. But on this film I was watching, having your 2 front teeth knocked out was a sign of maturity for Australian Aborigines. And therefore, these boys who were in their very early teens would sit with no expression on their face whatsoever whilst one of the village elders used a piece of wood and a mallet to knock their 2 front teeth out. Now these boys obviously were indoctrinated into this. They knew that this was their move into manhood, and therefore they knew that they must not show any expression, and therefore they were able within their brains to take this pain, which must have been immense, with no expression whatsoever. Once the teeth were knocked out, the leader of the clan would bow their heads and allow them to spit out not spit out the blood dripped out. About a pint of blood dropped out of them, out of their mouths. But they did that because of a mental state they were able to put themselves into. They were obviously prepared beforehand. They knew that this was going to hurt like nothing they ever felt before. And to me, that is expresses what you can do with your own mind to combat the natural effects or whatever, the natural instincts that your brain has. So yeah, I mean, this is your 2 front teeth. They're not small, and they are smashed out of your head with a mallet. But these kids showed no expression whatsoever.
But then wouldn't a mind-body dualist say, well, that's an example of the extra physical mind kind of taking control and overruling the physical brain-body system?
I suppose it could, but they'd have to justify it with some empirical evidence, in my mind. I mean, let me say where I am very quickly. Where I am, I'm of the position. I'm free will to me is questionable, because I believe that we are, as a conscience, we are actually observers of our own world. I think that our decisions are made way before we ever become conscious of them. I mean, I'm talking, half a second or whatever. And we actually ride around in a body where we just observe the decisions that our mind has made. Now, we have to take responsibility for the decisions that our minds make, but I don't actually believe that, I believe we are animals, and we are, our brains are supercomputers, chemical computers, and they make decisions, and we sit beyond them watching the decisions that they make.
What's that noise? Does anyone hear that?
It's definitely a noise. I can hear it.
Donald.
That's the stomach growling.
Is that me?
Yeah, what is it? Sounds like, I don't know what the heck it sounds
like. Like a scratching sound?
So he got like a miniature gorilla in his house or something.
Sorry, I'm working on my leather. I'll mute my mic.
Okay, let me just very quickly take you back to primeval man, way before multicellular creatures, and there we are on the volcanic effluent of the mid-Atlantic Trench or whatever, and they're multicellular organisms, and do they survive or do they not? Well, the ones that get too close to the volcano will burn or boil. The ones that get too far away will freeze. And so the ones that can manage to stay just in the middle, in the Goldilocks zone, they will survive, and they'll procreate, and they'll prosper. And I think that is the basis of evolution. And that is our very simplest nervous expression. We stay away from where it's too hot, and we stay away from where it's too cold. And everything that has come since has come as a result of that. It is basically our desire to be comfortable. And this is what I expressed earlier with the idea that if we're too hot or too cold or too hungry or we need sex or any of these things, these are drives. And the drives are to remove the irritation that our brains feel from being uncomfortable. And when we get that little buzz of dopamine, it is that which says, oh, I'm comfortable again. And a perfect example of this is if you believe something, it doesn't matter what you believe, whether you're an atheist or a Christian or whatever. Let's say you're an atheist and you believe that global warming is a load of bollocks. And somebody comes to you and says, well, global warming is a reality. Well, your simplest reaction to that is to go, it's all bollocks, and come out with some quote which proves it's bollocks. And if you do that, you will get a little dopamine buzz from your brain and you'll feel comfortable again. You'll get back to that neutral area. And what we do as intelligent, sentient beings is when somebody says that's bollocks, we don't just take the immediate dopamine buzz, we investigate and we educate ourselves, and then we decide what position to put. But in the extreme, whatever happens, at the end, we do get this dopamine buzz, which makes us feel good. And that is what we are about, because we are basically just animals. We've had 3 billion years of evolution. We've only spent a fraction of that as sentient beings. We are still driven by our very basic animal instincts.
We need to have sex, we need to fuck, we need to shit. We do all
What?
Yeah, you're absolutely
what's the
right.
difference between sex and the effort, man?
Oh wait, sex and fucking are the
If you
same thing.
don't
I'm
know,
sorry.
then you done it.
Yeah, and I think that when we forget that, we do ourselves a discredit. When we forget that we are basic animals with only a very thin veneer of society layered over it, we do ourselves a disservice, and we don't.
Stop it.
Again, earlier we talked about the Milgram experiment,
It
and
is
the
the
Sanford
summer.
experiment. They are what happens when that tiny veneer is scraped away from us. And as we must continually remind ourselves that we are animals with animal instincts. Otherwise, we deny reality, I think.
Alrighty.
Well, I can tell you where I sit on this dualism issue. Did you guys watch the Survivor episode when that Mike guy burned his hands? He fell into the fire. He got overtaken by the smoke and the fire on the beach. How many people had seen this? Where
Never seen
he was on the beach and the smoke got in his face and he passed out and he fell in and very badly burned both his hands.
Is this a reality show?
Well, it was the sort of Survivor was like the first reality show back when it was a new and creative thing.
Then
but
probably not.
Oh, well, I think this was in '92. I mean, this was a long time ago. And
Before I was
Survivor
born.
was kind of a new and creative
Survivor
thing.
came
Now-
out earlier than 92, didn't it?
What's that?
I said Survivor came out later than 92, didn't it?
Was it after that? No,
Yeah, it
you're
was
right.
after
It was
92.
quite a bit after that. I could look it up. The guy's name was Mike. But anyway, I think pretty sure it was season 2. But he in Australia,
the season.
it was somebody's telling me that Survivor Australia. And then he went into the little sort of lagoon thing that was out front there. No, I remember because I watched the first season and it was a really interesting idea for a show. It was different. Nobody else was doing this. And the girl I was dating at the time, we were kind of into it. And then we started watching season 2 and it was just sort of like, it wasn't really, it was okay. So it's going to be like last year. Okay, whatever. And then this guy burned his hands and you just felt horrible. You watched and you're just like, oh my God, that's terrible. But one thing that happened, and I wish more people here had seen it, but he's the guy that killed a pig. That's the same guy. Oh, that was weird. Anyway, and they shouldn't do that stuff on TV. But anyway, he was screaming in pain. I mean, you can't imagine the pain that comes from your hands are so sensitive. But then they came with an emergency Penthrox inhaler, and this Penthrox is kind of interesting because it's not an opioid, although I mean morphine does kind of the same thing for people. But if you watch over the next few minutes after he started puffing on this inhaler, the pain was gone, he actually started feeling really good, and he got very friendly and warm with people, and he was telling all the people, "Oh, you're a good person, you know, you got this."
Painkillers?
Dude was high out of his mind.
Yeah, but the thing is, the feelings
So
that he
nice.
experienced, and I think I've seen this in a number of people, like how there's different
Burnt the
drugs
hell
and
out of
subtle
his hand.
chemical manipulations you can do that bring about very, very real experiences for people. Now, there's a type of love, you know, husband and wife, say you're married for 50 years. I mean, there's a relationship that we don't have a drug that you can inject in somebody and simulate those feelings. But the very, very powerful emotional experiences, those things appear to be under better direct control with, scientists there's drugs and electrical stimulation. Like that God experience, for example, I know when I ask Christians sort of, well, why are you a Christian? Or why should I be a Christian? They'll tell me, well, here's a logical argument, premise 1, premise 2, et cetera, et cetera. And then I'll ask them, well, I don't really find that argument convincing. Do you find it convincing? Were you convinced by this argument? They'll say, no, I was convinced because of this experience. And they will tell you about their experiences, the warmth and the connection with the Holy Spirit during, you know, particular events, or some of them will tell you that they were at a church thing and speaking in tongues, and, you know, but they'll always have, the ones that are really convinced always have this profound God experience that's an emotional thing that's kind of hard to put into words. The thing that really makes me scratch my head about it is that if you give somebody a very small dose of DMT,
DMT, oh my goodness, dude! Did you see that documentary on Netflix?
Yeah, but
Spirit molecule.
Now, hang on a sec. Okay, DMT is a naturally occurring compound, and it's actually in our brains already. And when I say a very small amount, I mean a very small amount. That documentary, and I mean, wow. But I mean, there's a
gone, man, gone.
Yeah, it'll mess you up. Like it's who's that comedian? He's an atheist comedian. He swears a lot. That doesn't narrow it down, I guess.
Hicks?
No, not Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks. The guy who tells the story about doing a DMT one-hitter with Adam Sandler.
I can give you a real life example.
Well, let me wrap up the thing about DMT, because
okay, sorry, carry on.
In very large doses, they give you this weird, like completely psychedelic experience, and Doug Stanhope, that's the guy I'm thinking of. He tells a story about feeling that he was transported to the center of the universe and then plugged in, like completely interconnected with every thought in the universe. Well, nobody has that feeling normally, but a very, very slow, a very light touch of DMT, and a person sitting quietly and tell them, hey, just, you know, reflect on the universe and ask God a question. They will have the most profound God experience they ever had, and it is indistinguishable to them or to an outside observer, that experience versus a God experience that somebody has when they're in church speaking in tongues or what have you. So my point is that events like that, emotionally impactful events, appear to be under more direct and straightforward, better control when we do manipulations on the brain compared to manipulations in somebody's so-called spiritual environment. So for me, that sort of defeats dualism, at least on an empirical basis.
Well, I would say this, man. Like me, you know, like I really didn't really get too deep into my faith until like last 2 years of my life, man. You know, that's after I received the baptism of the Holy Spirit. But after that, man, I just got like real deep into research, like why in the world did that happen to me? And that was like real weird and strange or whatever. So I put myself like completely into figuring out why is this happening? Did I placebo affect myself or did that? And that, you know, one thing that I started looking at was like near-death experiences. And one thing I looked at near-death experiences that, you know, when they like this, like some people, they actually got a chance to hook up to see, you know, while they were having these NDEs or whatever, like they saw that, you know, the brain released a little bit of DMT in the brain or whatever. And, you know, from first off, you would say, well, that a near-death experience would be because of the DMT released in the brain or whatever. But I find it odd. I find it odd that some people are having, when I was looking, because I did like tons of research on it. But I found it odd that people were having near-death experiences, like simultaneous near-death experiences. Like, let's say, excuse me, hold on a second. What the world's going on? Hold on, my thing's messing up.
Just to note, we almost hit. This is the longest show ever.
Uh-oh.
Longest after show.
Woo! All right.
I would just add that a near-death experience is by definition a non-death experience, which would mean that if anybody having a near-death experience comes back with stories about heaven or hell, it actually means that they were taken to heaven or hell before they died, which is basically...
And that's contra-biblical. The Bible is
Yeah. So like I was saying, man, when I was looking at near-death experiences, I found this thing that some people were having these dual near-death experiences. Like, let's say Hogtie Champ, he was in the hospital, and he was having a near-death experience, and I was just visiting him. Like, people were having the same type of near-death experiences at the same time, even though one person was the patient, the other person was perfectly healthy. They testified to that same near-death experiences, and that kind of made me question that. Well, was this really a hallucination caused by DMT, or was it something else?
Well, what do you mean? What would the experience be like for the person? So you're coming to visit me in the hospital. What would your experience be like?
It'd be the exact same experience. The exact same experience that you were having. I would have the same experience.
So when Muslims have near-death experiences, theirs are invalid because they have Islamic near-death experiences?
No, I'm not saying it. Like I said, with near-death experience, you'll see that it's different on different people's culture and everything like that. But I'm not saying that necessarily has to do with Christianity or anything like that. I'm just saying, just by me reading on near-death experiences, seeing different near-death experiences, that people have these near-death experiences. Like I said, it's well. This is what I would say. I'll get to this. From what I've been researching. Huh?
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to interject here for just one moment. Give a little insight on this. I always felt that a near-death experience was always those kind of experiences where people see themselves out of the body. And, they're floating up to heaven or floating down to hell. I literally died in 97. Dead, as in clinically dead, where they gave me my own death certificate when they revived me. I was dead that long.
How long were you dead?
In my experience, everybody keeps saying, well, unless you're brain dead, you're not dead. Or the voices I heard were the doctors, and it just seemed like I was hearing God and people and everything like that saying that it's not my time. I know my experience. I can't speak for other people, which I adamantly try not to do. But I know in my experience of when I died in 97, it was not humans that I heard. It was an echoing sound. It was not a mono sound. So when people say that they know what it's like to be dead, unless you physically have been dead, you really don't know.
Maybe it was the interdimensional.
Yeah, but the point is you weren't physically dead because you're still here. I was,
because they gave me my death certificate.
No, but you weren't dead because dead people are buried. You weren't dead.
I get what you're saying.
You're still here.
I get what you're saying. In that retrospect, yes. On the point of being brought back to life, I was gone long enough for them to literally fill out my death certificate. So,
but that is a limitation on medical science rather than the fact that you were dead.
But that was my experience, though.
Bear in mind, I have taken. I should express this now because I'm a good, clean, living soul now. But I have tried just about every drug that there is to go on because I felt that you need to experience everything in life, and I've taken dissociative drugs
which they basically disconnect your brain from your nervous system. And I've been in I've come out from these experiences feeling messianic, feeling like I could solve the world's problems. I was Jesus. I seriously, I remember my girlfriend just threw a fit once because I was ringing everybody who I'd ever had a disagreement with and apologizing to them because I knew that I'd solved all the world's problems. I knew how to empty all the prisons. I knew how to love everybody. All the world needed was love, and I knew how to give it to them. And I've been through a lot of those experiences, and I do appreciate the intense spiritual connection you can have. But when somebody says near-death experience, I always say the same thing. It wasn't death; it was near death, and I appreciate people who say, well, yeah, but my heart stopped. Yeah, but your brain didn't die, because if your brain dies, then you wouldn't be back here. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. Check out Eben Alexander, Proof of Heaven. Like, he was literally brain dead. His full thing shut down, dude. He was done.
Yeah, but I know you say literally brain dead, but he wasn't, because
he definitely was not.
If the cells within your, there is a situation where your cells, I can't remember the name of it, they basically explode. Your brain your cells start to disassemble themselves, and you cannot come back from that. Now, there are many situations. No. But there are situations where people are near death, but obviously their brains are getting enough chemicals, they're getting enough oxygen flow or whatever to keep them alive. And if your brain is all that is alive and you're getting no sensory input, then your brain has to do its own thing. I've done it with chemicals, where your brain, it's an unbelievable experience. It's actually a frightening experience, because your brain is telling you, is making up shit because it's getting no sensory input from your eyes or your ears or anything else, and it's trying to create its own narrative for you.
Here's another thing. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, because I had to interject, because I didn't want to forget, because that was good, man, where you're going. I'll let you pick right back up. Here's another thing, man. And my study of near-death experiences, man, there have been multiple people that had near-death experiences and they were blind like their entire lives. How do you account for somebody that has been blind their entire lives but yet have vision in a near-death experience?
What do they see, though?
Dude, they see it. I don't know. You got to go back and look at those.
That's the thing, though. If they're blind, how do they know what they're seeing?
But they know that they saw something. It wasn't just black. They're used to blackness. Think about it. Their entire life, they're used to blackness and darkness. And then in this one moment, they see something completely different than just blackness and darkness.
I've actually heard of this business of the blind people that are able to see, and there are a couple credible sources of it. The one that I read that I thought was actually sort of a decent investigation into it made the distinction between those who've been lifelong blind versus those who lost their sight at some point over their life. And the lifelong blind don't actually start to see faces. In any case, it's activity in the visual cortex. Like when you say that they see something, seeing isn't something you do with your eyes. Your eyes are physical transducers. They take light energy and they convert it into the first step of a neuronal signal, and then it fires up through the optic nerve and upward from there. And the actual act of seeing or perceiving starts in the visual cortex. And you can blindfold yourself and induce all sorts of visions, and I don't mean visions visions the way people use it. You can induce plenty of sights. You can see a lot of things completely blindfolded by creating a lot of activity in the visual cortex, and that seems to be the front-running theory for. In fact, the other thing, that the big ring, you hear people talk about seeing the light. and the big ring, the tunnel, and that sort of thing. There's a great computer simulation that was done a few years ago that would show as there's progressive failures around the visual cortex, the resulting processing would create this sort of sparkling aura-like long tunnel that broadens out as your visual cortex progressively fails and dies.
Well,
So
yeah,
that was-
again, having experienced some of this, that bearing in mind that your brain is used to continual input from your senses, if the brain does not receive input from those senses, it invents them because it wants the input from those senses. And so you get visuals and auditory sensations, even though you know, afterwards, having understood the chemistry, that you are disconnected from those senses. Your brain will invent them.
That's a good point. I think one of the things a big mistake we make quite frequently when we discuss psychology or physiology or brain function or anything is to kind of assume that we know a lot about how the brain works, and it's surprising how little even scientists know about it. And then the laymen are still victims to a lot of misunderstandings. Like you hear people, well, the eye is like a camera. The eye is nothing like a camera. The retina is not like a piece of film or like the CCD on the back of a camera. There's a lot of processing that goes on in the retina. And yeah, you're kind of thinking is that, well, if you cover your eyes, or let's say you could very selectively do an otomy, what would you call it? If you were to sever the retinal, sever the optic nerves, you sort of think, well, on my computer, if I unplug the Ethernet cable, or on my TV, if I unplug the cable, it goes and there's static, right? You think if you unplug your eyes, it's going to go and it'll be static. And no, that's not what happens. There's continual processing in the brain, and a lot of other things continue to happen that are consistent with current models for how the brain works, but not really consistent with the sort of popular culture view of how the brain works.
Well, there are actually YouTube videos, I believe, that sort of, support evolution, in that people who have damage to the visual cortex, so they are, as we would call them, blind, are still able to walk down a corridor and avoid obstacles, because outside the visual cortex there are more primitive parts of the brain which enable them to avoid obstacles. It's shapes and colours or shades that they can differentiate, although their visual cortex is completely destroyed.
If I may.
So, yeah.
Okay, I would even extend on that, for the simple fact that would only happen in environments you're used to. Because you put a blind person who's lived in the same home, has the same format, and put them in a total strange place, they will not be able to avoid anything. Just think about it. Your sight, you have sight, and in the middle of the night when you go to the bathroom that's on the other side of the house, your brain already sees the image of the stuff that's already been set in your mind during the daytime. So
but that's because you're relying on something, whereas
and that's the point. Sight, because
but that's what I'm saying. The point is that these people are taught to ignore the sight that they've lost, and to learn to trust these sort of basic instincts that they have and they then walk down a corridor and they have a little urge in their brain to step to the left. They've got no reason to. They can't see any reason to step to the left, but there's a little ting in their brain, a little chemical release in their brain which says move to the left, and they are taught to trust that.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Because it's a very basic element of their brain.
Yeah, there's a part of the trigeminal nerve so your teeth and your jawline and that sort of thing is hooked up. Normally, it goes to the sensory cortex, sort of the top of your head. But then there's sort of a redistribution of signals that go back down to the visual cortex. And people say, well, why is the face hooked up to the visual cortex. The visual cortex should kind of be sort of the receiving card for what comes from the eyes. And it turns out that there is some input from the ears and from the face that ends up going back there. And there was a theory being tossed around a while ago that like cats' whiskers, see, like the visual cortex is for processing visual imagery, but also there's some integration that then goes on for, they call it the secondary and tertiary visual processing centers that aren't really for processing vision. It's actually for map making. It's for taking what you see projected in front of you in the world and to creating a mental map of what's around you. And sound is very important in being able to do that. So there's interconnections there. And cats, when they're in situations where they sort of have to sneak in and out and they're sort of low and up against things, they use their whiskers a lot to help them make a map of the area. So a cat can actually sneak through. You can have a bunch of junk in the room and the cat can kind of go through and sneak through this junk really slowly and then turn around and run at full speed right through it and not crash into anything. And their thinking is that the whiskers actually help them do this. So apparently, again, if you buy this theory, this is not, to me, really solid science, but it's just interesting. Apparently, we do the same thing with our faces, that there's something about the reflected radiation as it touches your cheek, and also sound waves cause little bits of vibration on the hairs in your face. And apparently you can, if you're really attentive, like if you blindfold yourself for a couple hours and you're really, really attentive to the feeling sort of in your head, not just in your eyes, but in the sort of this weird feeling, that you can actually detect when you're walking into a wall.
I can give you an example of a real life example of how we can overcome our subliminal or basic instincts. Is that again, down the Falklands, a ship beside us was sunk, and so all the people on the ship were jumped into their life rafts, and some of them jumped into the sea.
Is that the whole story? What happened?
Yeah, Baud, you there?
Oh, that was the whole story.
No, we lost him.
That's the saddest story I've ever heard.
I know that everybody jumped into the sea and died. That's the end.
That's weird. Okay, well, I may have to use this occasion, this little gap here, to say my goodbyes. I appreciate I haven't done the full 5 or 6 hours. How long have we been on for?
Forever.
6 hours as of now.
It is 6? Yeah.
6 hours, right as now, actually.
No, I did. What am I saying? Because I was here, remember I said it was 5 minutes. I got here at 5 minutes to 1 Mountain Time.
I don't know what that is.
Mountain time.
That is, but
2 hours.
Some weird Canadian stuff.
Yeah, Canadian. They have mountains in the States too.
I know they do, but I'm just saying,
Colorado?
I don't know what time that is. I don't know the time conversion. I know the time conversion for Britain. I know the time conversion for Central and Pacific, but that's it.
We're -6 and -7 from GMT. So Colorado. Where's Colorado? It's in the mountains, right?
I think it's 2 hours behind.
7. It's 8 o'clock there.
There you go. That's
yeah,
right.
2 hours behind.
So I've been here for, regardless, it's 7 hours. I've had a good time. I sort of went, there goes Body fell and he can't get up.
The show's gonna. Oh, also to note, the show's gonna be on tomorrow too.
Okay.
It's gonna be on
Sunday.
Yeah. Can I just sort of in exit here? I just want to sort of offer as a suggestion for Cleveland. Because I know it's a part where, while the show was going on, there's a lot of sort of heated exchanges and whatnot, and you attempt to offer up a logical, let's call it a proof for God. That might not be the right name for it, but and you'd be interrupted quite a bit, and there's sort of a sense of we've heard it before. And I think at one point somebody even said, "Oh, well, this is sort of recycled William Lane Craig stuff," and that doesn't matter where it comes from. But I want you to sort of know the context of it, that, we've heard those arguments so many times. And when they come from a source like William Lane Craig, I will say, is really not a respected academic or an intellectual. He definitely is very successful at giving off that impression. But one of the things when you look at his logical proofs for things, I mean, generally they're in the structure of premise 1, and premise 2, and therefore conclusion 1. And when we hear those things, we go, okay, well, premise 1 is unproven, premise 2 is unproven, and the conclusion doesn't even follow from the premises. So you have an argument that's neither cogent or sound. I'll give you the idea, too, that he is the master of the equivocation fallacy, where in premise 1 he'll use a word in one sense, and in premise 2 he'll use the word in another sense, and then come up with a conclusion that actually doesn't follow from the premises. What I suggest is, and again, I left it alone when you guys were debating it. Bod was sort of more aggressive he's back.
Yep.
Sort of more aggressive in tackling those issues. But what I would suggest, Cleveland, is sort of to take a look at his arguments and the roots for them, but also take a look at the common refutations for them. Because I think when you come into a chat like this where there are a lot of people who, like we watch William Lane Craig videos. We go into Shock of God's room and hear Shock of God and what's his name, Viva Ramones or whatever his name is. Repeat.
He was on the show once. You should.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Wait, are you thinking of the right guy?
I'm
Viva
thinking
doesn't copy Craig. That's John.
Yeah.
Viva is he's the
guy who's a dropout biologist guy, I think, or learned about biology, and then he's going to seminary. That's what I know.
I'm not sure, but in any case, I mean, we hear them kind of restate, restate a lot of William Lane Craig's arguments, and so we're very familiar with them, and often have refutations for them loaded up. And I think if you want to explore kind of the impact and the effectiveness of William Lane Craig, you need to really research the refutations for them. And I'm not saying they're all right or they're all wrong, but I'm saying it's probably, I don't know. It would be good if you're not sort of taken surprise that like somebody says, oh, I've heard this before and I don't grant this assumption. Because that's always the atheist's first move. When they hear a William Lane Craig thing, their first thing is to say, well...
I'm still here.
Cough, masturbator.
What?
He's talking about
what?
Master debater.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, look, guys, I will take your advice, and I will look more into some of the more objections to the arguments. But so far, I've looked at plenty of objections, and it's pretty decent argument.
I'm going to apologize then, because what I should have done, I should have asked if you've been looking at the refutations. I think the way I package that, it sounds like I'm saying, well, clearly you haven't, and that's not what I mean by it at all. But yeah, it's interesting stuff. I just, honestly, the big thing for me, like when I talk to Christians, they say that they have other reasons for their faith, and I'm yet to meet somebody who's actually swayed by a William Lane Craig argument.
This is what I would say in closing, that an argument will, like you said, argument will not bring you to God. It will not. Even if we did prove to y'all that God exists, it would not bring you to God. Just gave you a good wham, bam, thank you, ma'am argument. Like it says in the Word, it says that you have to confess with your mouth. Well, no, believe in your heart and confess with your mouth, not believe in your mind. So, like I said, no matter how many arguments you hear, that's not going to make you believe in God. So, pretty much on that.
I think Cleveland should be jailed for the beating he gave you guys. What the hell?
What is going on?
Someone said that in the chat.
Oh, okay. I thought that was you saying it. Yeah, no, this guest, the couple of guests are a little funny. Boy, I tell you, I'm one of the biggest victims to that Poe phenomenon, where you get somebody and you don't know whether they're real Christians or an atheist pretending to be a Christian.
Oh, yeah, you see that all the time.
Yeah. The mistake I made, I tend to call it too soon. I tend to bump into a Christian that I would say is sort of a self-described Christian, and I think other Christians wouldn't say they're a Christian, but they're just sort of over the top being super Christian. And then I'll call it. I'll say, boot this guy out of the chat room because, he's a Poe. And you'll find out, no, this guy actually believes what he's saying. But
were you?
Anyway, I want to thank you guys.
Hog?
Sorry, what's that?
Sean, were you you were in the show, the first part, right? Or did you come in the last part when I was in there?
I've been here since the start. Oh, no. Sorry, I've been in the chat. I didn't enter the call until
Yeah, for sure.
like 2 or 3 hours ago. But yeah, I've watched the whole show.
You got the gist. You got the gist of how I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, do any of you guys have suggestions for names of this long thing? Yeah, I have no idea.
What's love got to do with it?
I guess
Year
What
War.
Is Love is a good one.
Oh,
1,000-Year War or 1,000 Year After Show.
after 7 hours, they finally decided whether God is real.
An actual infinite. That's what it should be called.
An actual. That's good. And yeah, Donald, you might remember when I'd first come on, my comments, which I guess I sort of.
I got one. To Infinity and Love. What do you think?
What's love got to do with it?
What's love got to do with it?
Because pretty much, like, I remember, like, 1/4 of this, we talked about love.
Yeah, she'd call it,
Can I
what's
love
love
you
got to
forever?
do with it?
I guess.
I love you forever and always.
And yeah, Donald, when I had come in was sort of partway through the Donald Praise Fest, and I had kind of taken that as a launch point to say, to sort of make specific what I felt that like, why is it that some atheists tend to be kind of unkind to some Christians?
Right.
There's one individual right now who is sort of very popular to bash him quite a bit, and I actually think he's a very, very, very nice guy. But he is an enemy to the rational. He's just over the top, you can't have a normal conversation with him because he's so irrational. You know who I'm talking about.
I don't know who you're talking about. You could be talking about a lot of people.
That's funny that it doesn't narrow it down. I'll tell you. Let me put it on Nephilim Free then, because I mean, Nephilim Free is one of those guys that has a really bad reputation. People don't like the guy, and I'll tell you honestly, I've known him for 3 or 4 years, and I like the guy. He's a good guy.
Well, I know that, but he's a little loopy.
He's super loopy. He's absolutely crazy. Did you see the video he put up a while ago about some debate he had on Pal Talk? And he, on his own, decided the rule would be that it was 1 minute per person. And while he's playing the video for his audience, so he'll talk for a minute in the chat room, and then he'll mute his mic so that the other guy can talk, but then he'll still be talking, so it goes on the recording for his YouTube channel. And it's like, so he'll talk for a minute, and then he'll mute his mic, and then all of a sudden the other guy will start talking, and 2 seconds later Neff starts saying, oh, well, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And he literally has not even listened to 5 seconds of the other guy.
He's running.
But, that's just what it's like to have a conversation with Neff. As soon as you say something to him, like if you say, well, Neff, that's not a valid argument. In his head, the first thing he hears is, yes, it's a valid argument. And he doesn't want to hear what your response is. Or if you say, well, you're not answering my question, instead of saying in his head thinking, well, how can I better answer his question? He'll say, yes, I answered his question. It's just, yeah, is that Rizla? How do I pronounce that right? I did the same thing. I tried watching it, and then I was just like, yep, this is good old talking to Neff. But having said that, what a dick. He's a dick in those moments. If you talk to him about anything else, you'll find he's actually a fairly considerate...
Well, yeah, I know that, but, he's a little bit condescending.
Oh, he's super condescending. Did you see the discussion he had with the back and forth with... it's been a while since it's Wildwood Claire now, but I forget what her name was before.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Claire. She has... I think she's a retired geologist, but now is in another field. She does actuarials or something like that. I should know that. Anyway, she actually has a PhD in geology, and he's doing this educating Claire about geology videos, and it's super, super condescending.
Yeah, so how about finishing statements? Because, God, this has been long.
Oh, I thought we were done. I was talking more casually now and talking about people's personal life.
No, that was recorded, right?
What? You didn't tell me you were recording this.
What?
I didn't know when to end this stupid thing. I mean, people...
What? No, you got to edit that. No.
Too lazy.
No.
Okay, well, then I'll be the first one to do the end statement, if that's okay. I came into this conversation only because, I felt, at least in the short time, which I knew otherwise, that it had been running around in circles for the last couple hours, I felt that you, Cleveland, were trying to make the literal sense of pouring love into a cup. And I don't think that was the point actually perceived in the discussion. But in my ultimate retrospect about the whole love thing is that, we don't have enough of it in this world. We hate our hatred towards, it doesn't matter if you're racist or not. We just have hate in our society so much that it comes natural and doesn't seem to ourselves that we have that much hate in us. We could be as logical as logic gets, but deep down we still have a little bit of hate for somebody or something. Right. We need to get up and over that so our society can flourish. And until we do so, we will never, ever, ever advance as a society.
Never, ever.
Yeah, can I echo that? And I'd love to give Cleveland the last word on the way out here. I think we kind of entertain ourselves, spinning our wheels, having silly debates and arguments and whatnot. But I'll tell you, one of the things that's a source of frustration for me and a lot of other non-believers is seeing that we have our silly discussions on YouTube and on Blog TV or now Vaughn. But there's some real serious destruction and problems going on in the world, and a lot of it maps down to people's assumptions about how the physical world works and how the supernatural world works, and it gets frightening some days. So the more we have forums where we can wrap this stuff out and have a little bit of fun while you're doing it, that's good. And I'm really glad you two guys showed up for this, because there are few people that are as good ambassadors for Christianity as you two guys.
Thank you.
Okay,
hey, Stripe, are you Jewish, man?
Why do people... Who are you asking?
He has Jewish features. That's what I would say. He has Jewish features.
It's funny. You don't look Jewish.
Yeah. I don't know too many Canadians that are Jewish.
And Donald, you can promote your show.
Oh, okay.
Even though it's freaking been 5 hours, and I'd be amazed if anyone even watches this far. I'd be impressed. Kudos to whoever makes it this far.
Well, thank you. Real quick before Cleveland...
You will go to heaven if you watch this far.
My show's not like this.
God, I swear.
Real quick, my show isn't like this. I don't have the whole call-in topic type thing. I do my own thing in my show where, if someone wants to bring up a topic, I absolutely encourage that, because, we have too much of a society where, our views are so damaged that you're wrong because of your viewpoint. You're wrong because it opposes my viewpoint. In my show, I like having an open forum for anybody who wants to come in. I play music in the background. It's not a radio station. I just use it for mood music, just to chill, So I encourage anybody who wants to come by the show and check it out. Great. It's the same name as my name on here. Thank you, Strife. Thank you, Sean and Cleveland. I look forward to talking to you guys tomorrow on your show. Again, thanks very much. I will wait until Cleveland says his last bit, and then I'll start my show.
Well, actually, I'm Jewish.
Are you?
No, I mean, some guy said Sir, Strife, and Hog. I mean, I'm Jewish, but, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, he's Jewish.
I mean, I know I'm Russian Jew, partly, but that's it. That's all I know.
But you do know that being Jewish is not a
I know, but I'm saying my family's Jewish.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I mean.
I'm
because Jews don't convert.
Cleveland's,
you really don't find Jews converting to Judaism. You don't find people converting to Judaism. You know what I mean?
No, but you see a lot going to be prophetic Jews, though.
Well, okay.
But anyways, not to run your show or anything, but I think Cleveland has the last say, doesn't he?
Because I hold all the power of the room. All right, here we go. Last statement. Well, I want to say, man, it's been very nice talking with everyone in here, going back and forth on these subjects, man. Wish I could get, man, we got to get in here tomorrow, man. We're going to discuss the thing about, go from God, the creating of the universe to Christianity. How can we make that leap? But, that's another day. Hopefully I'm here to see it with y'all. So I just want to thank everybody for the time being here, and peace, everyone. Peace.
Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Lion Ghost channel and tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Lion Ghost Show U.S. edition. So this is Surf Drive signing off.